Hoping on Change, Hope Lake Book 1 by Danae Little. Prologue. They say that when you come to a place you belong, you just know it. An inner knowing of homecoming floods you, leaving you with the uncanny desire to put down roots, grounding yourself in the earth. Megan Eldridge stood on the shore of Hope Lake as the sun rose over the mountains, watching the pinks and oranges reflect and sparkle on the water. Peace filled her, and she knew she had found home. Each time her best friend Chastity had described Hope Lake to her, Megan had taken a mini mental vacation, imagining herself there. Now standing here, her toes wriggling in the damp sand, it was everything she had imagined and more. The fast-paced hustle and bustle of the city had dragged her down, the corporate world even more so. She had pursued a career in psychiatry because she wanted to help people, not prescribe medications so they could go back to living a disconnected, even if productive life. The corporation that had put her through school only wanted their employees back on the job as quickly as possible, no matter how broken their minds or hearts were. It had only taken her a year to see that the position wasn't her calling, but she had committed when they paid for her doctorate. Luckily, that included the time she was going to school. She kicked the sand under her feet, wishing she hadn't wasted those last 5 years of her life. Dumb ego, she muttered as she buried her feet further into the cool sand. Who knew whether a simpler life would fit her better? At least that was what she hoped to find out. The sun came out in its full glory, making her shade her eyes and wish she had brought her sunglasses. Her stomach growled, reminding her she hadn't had breakfast. Reluctant to leave the peace of the lake shore, she turned back toward the cabin that, until recently, she and Chastity had shared. She loved the house, the neighbors, and the lake right off the deck. In fact, she loved it so much that she just made an offer to the owner to purchase it. Who would have thought she would have wanted to stay in Hope Lake after her very first visit? Now, 6 months later, she looked around the place she called home. Yet the house had felt empty ever since Chastity had married Derek. She sighed. She had never seen a couple so much in love before. It gave her goosebumps and filled her heart with hope. Maybe it wasn't too late for her to find what they had. A small smile pushed forth as she cracked an egg, added some veggies she had prepped yesterday, and whipped it up. Her cell rang the moment she dumped the omelet into the pan, making her scramble to answer it in time. She glanced at the clock as she did. "You're up early, my friend," Megan said in welcome to Chastity's call. "Good morning. I didn't want to miss the chance to tell you good luck on your first day. You're going to love Camp Hope," Chastity yawned and groaned, and Megan thought back to the many mornings her friend had walked sleepily into the kitchen they once shared. She missed her presence in the house. "That's sweet. I'm pretty excited, but the kids don't get here for another day or so." Megan's heart filled to the brim, thinking that she would finally make a difference in this world. Camp Hope was special. The owner, Josie, hosted camps for foster kids that helped them find their forever homes. "You did always want to work with kids," Chastity said. "Teens, but kids are cool too. I'm just happy to be making a real difference." She pressed the speakerphone button so she could flip her omelet. "That's right, I'm sorry. I guess I have kids on my mind. How is Cammy doing? Any progress with paperwork?" Megan asked her friend, hoping that this next step in her life worked out for her. "I never realized how much went into becoming a foster parent. We go through our final inspection today. It's pretty amazing that Derek is so supportive of this." Megan internally sighed at the thought of Chastity's new husband. The guy had seemed too good to be true when Chastity had told her of him over the phone. In person, he seemed even more fictional. Was it too much to ask for her own knight in shining armor? "He's always wanted kids, and Cammy attached herself to us really quick. Hard not to want her around. I know it's hard to give your whole heart when it might be something temporary. Well, you know we would love to make it permanent, but because of the active court cases, it's just not available right now. I have faith and hope," Megan finished for her. "Yes, and for you too." Megan sighed. "I do as well. There is something special about this place. Hope seeps into you like it's in the water." Chastity laughed. It kind of is. Megan chuckled. I guess so. She turned off the burner and slid her omelet onto a plate. Want to hear something exciting? Besides you starting a new position? Yeah. She took in a deep breath as she sat at the table with her breakfast. I contacted the owner of our cabin and put in an offer. Chastity squealed across the line. Oh, sorry, honey. I didn't mean to startle you. Her voice came muffled, as if she held the phone away from her mouth. Yes, everything is great. Megan just put an offer on the cabin. The phone crackled. Sorry, Megan. You should have seen Derek run in here, still dressing and looking around for trouble. He's definitely your protector. Chastity sighed. Yes, he is. Megan rolled her eyes. Shouldn't have gotten you started. Now I'll spend the 10 minutes I have left listening to you sigh and go on and on about your hero. She laughed. I'm sorry. Do I still do that? Yes, but I'm not sorry. I'm happy for you. You deserve this, Megan said. After all that Chastity had been through, she needed a rest from trauma and a safe place to dig in her roots. Hey, you'll find yours too. As I said, there's hope in the water. Megan took a bite, chewing quickly and swallowing. I appreciate you calling, Chastity. I don't know what I'd do without you. Nor I you. Have a great first day. How about dinner tonight, to celebrate? Derek's mom taught me how to make those delicious chimichangas. Count me in, Megan said. See you tonight. Good luck. Megan smiled as she set down her phone. How could this day not go well? Everything felt as if it finally would all slip into place, yet, wasn't that when everything usually went wrong for her? She blew out a breath, determination taking its place. It was time for that way of thinking to shift, and she used self-talk to make herself believe that all the way to Camp Hope. Excitement tingled through her veins as she parked and stepped out of her car. This was where it had all started for Chastity and Derek, and the air seemed to spark with promise. Josie walked out of the office, her smile further brightening Megan's day. Good morning. Welcome to Camp Hope. This place feels magical, Megan said as she shook Josie's hand. That's because it is. Josie sighed and led her to a small log cabin set back from the office. This is you. The whole thing? Megan said as Josie opened the door to let her in. Yep, Josie said, handing her a key. I have all the next set of campers' paperwork stacked on your desk, along with a few of our camp counselors' files. We've got a few in need of support. Josie glanced pointedly at the window. She got here yesterday. I like having the camp counselors a day or two early. Megan looked out to see a girl of about 15 leaning against Josie's office, a scowl on her face, arms folded, and a look that made Megan instantly place her. Tough life? You could say that, Josie said with a sigh. Krista has been coming for several years, but at 15 she is outside the age of our program, so I invited her back as a camp counselor. She doesn't look too happy about it. Megan eyed the girl's crossed arms. The poor girl isn't too happy about anything, unless you catch her with the little kids or horses when no one is watching. Josie kept her gaze on the girl with a knowing smile. I see. Megan nodded, watching Krista as she bent down to pet a cat that wrapped around her ankles. And cats, I guess. Anything innocent really, but it will take some time to reach her. Shirley never did. Josie cocked her head, looking closer at Megan. Something tells me you might have more luck. That's my calling and why I'm here. The feeling of hope increased inside her. Making a difference in a girl's life, like the one sneaking in pets to a friendly cat before anyone could see a smile on her face, would be the best thing that could happen to her. Great. I'll have Krista come over when I'm finished with her, Josie said, making her way to the door. Let me know if you need anything. I will, and Josie? Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for wanting it. Josie waved as she walked down the steps and back towards her office. Good morning, Krista. Krista bolted back up to her diffident position, leaning against the building and scowling, though she raised a hand slightly. As the two of them disappeared into the main office, Megan turned back to hers. Where to start? She walked over to her desk, set down her commuter mug, stashed her purse, and looked at the stack of files. Krista Longheart. A tingle of knowing settled within Megan's heart. She had found her home. 1. Time slows down during the most terrifying moments, framing every sound, obscuring all images as each breath comes in a slow-motion screenshot. Megan slammed on the brakes the instant the deer bounded into the road. Trees lit by a low-setting sun blurred past, as if a hand swiped across a pastel painting. Her heartbeats drew out long and loud, and the sound of her screeching tires competed with the strong, slow drumming. As the car screeched to a halt off the road, the world caught up with her in a fast-forward rush that left her gasping for breath. She squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to see how close she had come to hitting the tree, or the deer, or careening off the bank into the stream who knows how many feet below. Her head spun at the thought. Counting slowly backward from 10, one of the many strategies she taught to her patients, she finally opened her eyes. She gave her sight a second to adjust before scanning her car, and the paperwork that had gone flying onto the floorboard, before looking back to the road where the deer still stood, blinking at her in confusion. Its ears twitched once more before it bounded off the pavement and disappeared into the forest beyond. I'm okay. It's okay. Everything is okay. Megan peeled her fingers off the steering wheel, almost surprised there weren't indentations from her crushing grip. She closed her eyes once more, this time in gratitude. It could have been worse, so much worse. Her lips pursed as she blew out a breath, willing her body to stop shaking. The day had begun with such promise. Her first day on a new job, no longer the corporate rat race of getting employees back at their desks and being prolific, but a real heart job, a position that would make actual differences in people's lives, kids' lives. Though she hadn't done that today, had she? Shaking her head, she wondered if she had lost her touch. She had failed miserably at connecting with her one patient today. The girl had so many walls around her that Megan might as well have tried breaking into Fort Knox. Had she been too far gone in the stiff-neck corporate world gig of dispensing drugs to solve problems and really connect with humans? Her heart had always longed to work with teens like Krista, despondent kids who weren't quite adults, struggling to find a place in the world that always seemed to forsake them. A low moan of regret escaped as she eased back her head, rubbing her temples and trying to free herself from the mental turmoil. She allowed herself a short bereavement, but then she needed to stay focused. The girl would come around. These things took time. Just because Camp Hope was magical didn't mean that magic happened right away. Daylight dimmed, urging her to look through the tree-lined road to where a patch of sky slowly turned from dark blue to purple. She couldn't sit here on the side of the road all night. Chastity expected her for dinner, and if her best friend got worried, she would send the sheriff, aka hubby, to come looking for her. Megan drew in another steadying breath before shifting the car back into drive. Taking her foot off the brake seemed like a monumental effort, but once it was finally free, the car jerked and thumped as she rolled forward. Her heart flew back into a flurry. Had she hit something after all? Was there another deer she hadn't seen? The thought made her gasp and fly out of the car, but there was no sign of a deer nor any dents in her bumper. What she did find was a very flat driver's side front tire. She blew out an exasperated breath. It's okay. That's why I have AAA, right? She muttered to herself, reaching back into the car to dig her cell phone from her purse. Finding the emergency road service number in her contacts, she hit the green call icon, only to hear the telltale sound of a failed call. She looked down at the screen to see how many bars she had. None. Great, she muttered, fiddling with the phone until she turned it off and restarted it in case that helped it to find some wayward bar, just enough to get a call out. If not, I guess I can be grateful Chastity is a worrywart and married to the sheriff. She sighed as she squatted, thankful she had worn her slacks today rather than a skirt, and inspected the flat tire. She should be able to do this. It wasn't as if she didn't know how to change a tire, it's just that she never had done it herself. New town, new life, she sighed, standing and brushing off her hands. Time to learn to be independent, Meg. She opened her trunk and stared at the bare carpet for several seconds, trying to remember where her spare was located. The carpet came a short distance up the side of the trunk, and in a sudden epiphany, she tugged on the corner and pulled it back. "Ha! There you are," she said, doing her best to take out the lug wrench and spare without ruining the paint on her nails. She stared into the trunk, unable to shake the feeling there was something missing. Maybe small-town living wasn't all that it was cracked up to be. She huffed as she hefted the spare out of the trunk and rolled it to the flat tire. Her eyes shifted from the flat to the spare to the lug wrench. What was the first step? Squatting down, she picked up the lug wrench, surprised again at how heavy it was, and maneuvered it to fit around a bolt on the flat. Righty-tighty. Lefty-loosey. The spoken words comforted her in the otherwise silent forest. Well, not quite silent. The forest seemed to stir as the night critters rose in search of their food. A chill ran down her back. Glancing behind her, searching for the eyes she swore were watching her, she shivered. She made herself focus on the task at hand. The light faded fast, and the last place she wanted to be was on the mountain alone in the dark. She was a city girl, used to lights always being on. The deep darkness of a forest still gave her the heebie-jeebies, even though Chastity said that she'd get used to it, eventually. Gritting her teeth, she yanked on the wrench to the left as hard as she could. Panic flooded her as she realized the bolt hadn't budged. She stood to give herself more leverage. Even so, the bolt didn't move. Her racing heart drowned out the growing noises in the forest as she thought of her options. Should she head back to camp or down into town? How far had she come? Which one would be closer? The purple faded into black as stars woke up overhead. She could wait in the car, turn on the lights, put on some music, and rock out until Chastity's husband Derek arrived. He would come. She knew he would. Chastity would insist on it. What if he was still on duty? The thoughts whirred until she realized she had fallen down the rabbit hole. Deep breaths. Just stay calm. She closed her eyes, focusing on calming her racing heart. Just as her heart returned to a normal rhythm, the forest crunched behind her, pine cones and fallen branches crushing under something big, something heavy. She spun, peering into the darkness as she clutched the lug wrench in front of her. When the creature huffed, she let out a startled scream, tripping over the tire and hitting her knee on the edge of the asphalt. The pain barely registered as she scrambled to her door, pulling herself inside and hitting the lock button, still clutching the wrench and staring into the darkness. She flipped on the interior lights, then the high beams, but they didn't point into the forest beside her, the blackness that held a huge, huffing creature. Stories of bears breaking into cars for a chocolate bar swam through the high currents in her mind. She could see the headline now: City girl killed by a bear because she couldn't fix her own flat. The thought had her searching for her phone, only to realize that it still lay on the ground by the spare tire. She glanced at the clock on the dash. How long would Chastity wait before sending Derek out? Would she come herself if he was on duty? Fear shot through her as she thought of Chastity bringing her foster daughter Cammie out here with that thing lurking in the forest. She honked her horn and turned on her flashers. Maybe someone would hear her? A moment later she gained control of her actions once again, drawing in deep breaths, forcing her heart to calm. The creature still hadn't shown itself. Did it lie in wait, hoping she would get out of her car again? For a moment, self-pity took hold of her. Why didn't she ever end up with the protective type, like Chastity had with Derek? The series of bad dates she had been on over the years featured self-involved men more interested in her looks and wardrobe than her as a person. Chastity always said that her knight in shining armor would come one day. Megan laughed, letting the sound roll through her, washing away the fear. Well, what better time for a hero to arrive than at this exact moment? A beam of light swept along the treetops, making her sit up in her seat to see better. They disappeared and reappeared before she saw the lights in the curve coming toward her. She flashed her lights like a maniac, laughing and silently thanking Chastity for being such a worrywart, surprised that she hadn't had to sit out there for another hour. The car? No, it was a truck, pulled over in front of her. She covered her eyes against the bright headlights streaming in her windshield. The form of a man blocked the light for a moment, wide shoulders and stiff gait, like that of a cop, though it almost looked like he was limping. Fear pierced her at the thought of the creature lurking in the woods. She rolled down her window enough that she could yell, "Derek, watch out. There's something in the forest, something big." The man jerked to a stop, his hand immediately going to his holster. His head cocked to the side as he listened. Then his shoulders relaxed, and his hand moved away from his hip. He stepped wide of the car, showing a definite slight limp, coming to the driver's side but staying back about 10 feet. "You in trouble, ma'am?" a deep voice asked, an even deeper voice than Derek's. Megan froze as realization crept up her spine. If this wasn't Derek, who was the armed man staring at her from the darkness? "Are you one of Derek's deputies?" Her voice squeaked, sending an entirely new wave of heat into her cheeks. The man glanced back at his truck and awkwardly squatted, one leg out wider than the other, to look at her through the window. He kept his hands loose and in front of him, far from his holster. "No, ma'am. I'm not." "Oh," she said, her hand gripping the lug wrench all the tighter. The man glanced down at the ground where the spare lay. He pulled out his phone, the soft light illuminating his face briefly, but the flash had been enough to make Megan inhale, strong jaw, full lips, and handsome features rugged and honest. Could someone really have an honest face? The light flickered off something shiny on his chest. She squinted. It wasn't a badge, but as the light shifted, she saw it flash again on his chest and down a line of shiny buttons. Megan breathed a sigh of relief, instantly recognizing the military uniform. He scanned the ground, the light from his phone illuminating her flat. "Do you have a jack?" I don't know," she said, berating herself for thinking she could change a tire on her own. He gave her a quick nod and disappeared to his truck, where a few metallic bangs preceded his return to shimmy a jack under her car. She watched him work, but the crunch of leaves and twigs came from the woods again. "You aren't scared, the?" Her voice trembled. The man pulled himself out from under the car, turning his face toward her, now only a foot away. "No, ma'am?" The interior light of the car lit upon a half-smile and straight white teeth. He stood, turning his light into the forest where something moved. "It's nothing but a deer. A fine buck, in fact, but short of hunting season." The deer moved into the light, staring at them as it munched on something it had scoured from under the pine needles on the ground. Megan sighed, the sudden tension leaving her so rapidly that she laughed. "Well, I feel foolish." "No need, ma'am. It's best to be on the safe side." His eyes darted back into the forest, and for a second, she thought they seemed haunted before they turned back on her. "Thank you for your help." She nodded at the tire. "Sure thing, except I can't find the lug wrench." He swept the light under the car again. "You mean this one?" She held it up with a sheepish smile. Good to hold on to a weapon with unruly bucks roaming the dark woods. He winked at her and lifted a hand toward the wrench. "You won't need it with me around. I promise you that." Megan's heart thundered in her ears, pounding so hard she felt as if she couldn't draw enough breath to speak. She handed him the wrench through the window and watched him work, efficient and focused, letting her poor heart recover once again. "Is there anything I can do to help?" she asked once she felt she could speak again. "No, ma'am," he said as the car jerked a little. "Just about finished here. I really appreciate this. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come up the road." He gave the lug nuts a final twist, before tilting his hat back to look at her from his squat. "I expect that your Derek would have shown up, eventually." "Oh, he isn't mine. I mean, I guess in a way he is, but not mine, more like a..." She clamped her lips shut. "I'm rambling." He answered with a smile, then held up the wrench. "Do you want this with you, or?" He nodded toward the back. "Can I put it with the tire?" "Oh," she said, feeling the heat fill her cheeks as another sheepish grin pulled at her lips. "I think I'm safe now." "Glad to hear that," he said. "May I?" "Huh," she said as he tried to open the trunk. "Oh." She popped the latch, chastising herself while he put the flat in the back and closed the trunk. "I wouldn't go too far on that donut," he said, nodding at the spare. "I don't have to. I live just down in town." His brow furrowed, but he gave her a slight nod. She reached her hand out the window. "Megan? How can I ever repay you, Durango, he cleared his throat. "Tyler Durango, and don't worry about it. Glad I could be of service." Megan's hand flinched the moment their fingers touched, not from pain or revulsion, but because the electricity that passed between them ignited her chest in a fire that felt all-consuming. "Well, thank you very much for your service, Tyler Durango." Tyler paused, taking a moment to fully drink in the woman in front of him. It had been a long time since he had a conversation with a woman like this one, excluding the sweet older lady who had sat next to him on the airplane. He glanced down at his uniform, wondering if the gal, Megan, had been thanking him for his service in the military or the service he had just provided her. "Well, for that service too," Megan said, the blush warming her cheeks in the glow of the dash lights causing him to suck in a breath. He gave her a nod, not trusting himself to do more than that, and reached up to tip a hat he wasn't wearing, a habit that even years in the military hadn't taken from him. "Wait," the woman said as he rose to a stand. He followed her command, feeling his lips twitch slightly. Every fiber of his being wanted to say something flirtatious, to test the waters, see how attached she was to this Derek guy who wasn't quite hers. A pain shot down his leg with a twinge that caused his jaw to clench. Perfect timing, as always, to remind him he was no good to anyone anymore, too damaged, in body and in mind. "Have a good evening, ma'am." He pushed to a stand, his leg throbbing, and turned back to his truck. "Megan," the woman corrected him, her open, friendly tone insisting that he turn back to her. "Are you just returning?" He paused before finally answering. "Yes." "I'm sure your family is excited to have you home," she said, leaning out the window on crossed arms. The thought of the desolate ranch that awaited him sickened his stomach. He had no one, well, almost no one. He let his eyes travel further up the road. "Drive safe," he told the woman, needing to put that distance between them. Becoming familiar enough to call her by name, even in his mind, would give him a hope he wouldn't allow himself to have. "Maybe we'll run into each other again," she said, her voice definitely holding a flirtatious quality that almost had him turning back. He kept his feet rooted to the gravel, but he couldn't keep his lips in check as they twitched into the half-smile he knew he had but rarely felt in the last several years. "Maybe," he said, his voice low, and for a moment he swore he heard a lilt of hope within it. He stepped away from the woman's car, extinguishing that tiny spark of hope as he climbed into his truck. The woman still watched him. He could feel her eyes roaming over him as he walked to the truck, and even now, though the headlights blinded him from confirmation. He gave her a slight nod and waved down the road, wishing she would just leave and stop torturing him. He blew out a breath as he started his truck, waiting, until finally the woman put her car into gear and pulled onto the road. A groan of dismay came soundlessly from his lips as she pulled up right next to him, looking expectantly out her window. His window was already down, so he grit his teeth and leaned out to gaze at her tire in the dark. "Everything working okay?" He flicked his eyes back toward her, wishing that she hadn't been a blonde. Why couldn't she have been red or brown hair or anything besides his favorite? Or ugly? No, she had to be drop-dead gorgeous with eyes he wanted to see in the daylight. He was sure they would be blue, probably a crystal-clear blue. "Oh yes, thank you." She bit her lip, causing him to clench his hands and stiffen against the rolling desire to prolong their time together. I just feel like I need to repay you. Could I offer you dinner sometime?" Her voice slightly quivered as she asked, but her chin jutted a little further out as she ended her words. Her vulnerability and stubbornness combined were a direct hit to his heart. He opened his mouth, a yes forming before his mind kicked in and clamped his lips shut. "Too forward?" she asked shyly. "Ma'am," he started, an exasperated sigh leaving him with more desire than he thought he could feel. "Megan," she corrected again. "Megan." A soft chuckle shook him as he shook his head. I've just returned and well, his eyes found hers as she listened, truly listened. There's a lot I still need to process. She waited silently, patiently, her shadowed eyes searching his. When he didn't continue, she smiled, a dazzling smile full of understanding. It's okay. The things you soldiers go through out there, she gestured to some ethereal space, is beyond what any of us can comprehend. Megan cocked her head, looking at him even more intently. Thank you again, for fixing my tire and for your service to our country. My pleasure, Ma. Megan? You know, my friend is always telling me that hope fills this place, and I have to believe her because something tells me we'll see each other again. She put her car into gear. Until next time, Tyler Durango. She waved as she pulled away, and he lifted a delayed hand, watching the gal turn the corner. Shaking his head, he put his own truck into gear, and slowly made his way up to the camp he hadn't visited since he was a kid himself, coming as a camp counselor. Without thought, he glanced back in his rear-view mirror, looking for a sign of the woman he had helped. Megan. He swallowed and forced himself to focus on the situation at hand. He needed to think about his niece, talk with the camp director, and figure out what would be best for her. His last memory of the girl was of a gangly preteen who looked just like his sister, full of smiles like her too. His heart clutched at the memory of his sister. How could she be gone? How could they all be gone? He was alone. Rubbing his chest, he parked his truck next to the one cabin with its light still on, reflecting on the white sign that said office. He sat in his truck for a few moments, collecting himself, until he saw a cowboy walking from the stables toward him, his wary gait obviously suspicious of Tyler just sitting in his truck. Tyler grunted as he exited the truck, landing on his injured leg. The doctors had told him it would take at least a year for the pain to lessen, but the reality of it was harder to deal with than he thought. At the time, he had wished he had died right along with the rest of his command. Good evening, Tyler threw his voice at the approaching man, doing his best to make it sound non-threatening. May I help you? The man said, his swagger reminding him of some of the traveling cowboys that used to work the family ranch during the summers. I have a meeting with the camp director. Tyler nodded toward the cabin, lowering his voice as the man came out of the shadows to him. Name's Tyler Durango. Ah, the man said as he held out his hand. Cody James. I'll take you to my wife. I forgot she said she was expecting you. Thanks, Tyler said, falling into step with Cody. He glanced at the man from the corner of his eye, appraising the new director's husband. Cody mounted the steps, knocking on the door before opening it and stepping in, holding the door so Tyler could follow him. Found your last appointment. Tyler scanned the small room, noting the boy on the couch raising his head and seeing no one else than the woman behind the desk, who also glanced up. Her eyes immediately looked to her husband, and when she turned to Tyler, she was still glowing from the love in her eyes. Newlyweds. Dad. The boy jumped up from the couch and launched himself into Cody's arms, which made Tyler reassess his initial thought. Hey champ, Cody said, slinging the boy up to his shoulder. How about you and I wrestle up some grub while your mom talks with this gentleman? The boy's eyes widened. Is he a soldier? Well, they don't give that suit out to just anyone, you know, Cody said, setting him on the ground. The boy came closer to Tyler, reaching out like he wanted to touch him before dropping his hand. Did you have to shoot people? Wiley, the lady spoke, her warning voice making the boy's eyes widen. Go on with your dad. I'll be along in a few. Wiley dropped his head in a way that made Tyler's guts churn. Without thinking, he dropped to a knee, pulling something out of his pocket as he did. They gave me a medal. Want to see it? Tyler said, opening his hand so the medal they had awarded him upon his honorable discharge shone in the lamplight. Whoa, Wiley said, a tentative finger reaching out, pausing as he asked with his eyes. At Tyler's nod, the boy touched the medal. That's awesome. Then he looked at Tyler, as if he could read whatever his soul might hold. I bet you are really brave. Tyler searched the kid's eyes, seeing something in the mature way he stood, and a darkness shadowed deep within them. I think we all are when put to the test. Wiley's shoulders squared, and he gave the man a nod. Mom will be safe with him. He ran over and kissed his mom on the cheek before pushing open the door. Cody gave a nod to Tyler and blew a kiss to his wife. We'll walk so you can take the rhino. See you soon. Thank you, she said, giving them a wave. As the door shut, she brought her gaze to Tyler. Glad to see you met my son's approval. He's quite protective. Not a bad thing, ma'am. Tyler stood before her. Josie, please, she said, and motioned to the chair in front of him. I apologize for not being punctual. I ran into some trouble on the road, he paused, his mind stalling on the subject of that trouble. Josie cleared her throat. Well, if we all had trouble that made our eyes twinkle like that, I'd say we wouldn't run from it near as much as we do. Tyler stiffened. That's exactly what he planned to do though, run from it. So you're Krista's uncle. Josie leaned forward, taking him in, and he couldn't help but hope the mother approved of him as well as the son had. I am. She's my sister's daughter. His throat tightened, but he kept his back straight and eyes on hers. I've come to ask about her welfare. Her welfare? Josie raised an eyebrow. You do understand that she is here only for the summer, as a camp counselor. Maybe the place to go is her foster agent? Tyler shook his head. I know about you, ma'am. You were recommended by practically the entire county. Josie sat back in her chair, her lips twitching into a smile. Oh, I was? Tyler nodded. That's why she's here. I made sure of it for every summer since. He cleared his throat. Since we lost my sister and her husband. Josie studied him before leaning forward again. And now you have returned? On leave, she nodded to his leg, or for good? For good? The words sickened his stomach, but they were a taste that he needed to get used to. Feeding yourself lies never worked for very long. Are you planning on taking custody of Krista then? Josie's voice sounded impassive, but a forced impassive as if she had her own thoughts on the subject. Tyler met her stare, holding her gaze. That is a decision that is not to be made in haste. Josie's eyes flashed in what he thought was approval, as she relaxed slightly. So how can I help you, Mr. Durango, right? He nodded, resisting the urge to pull at the tight collar on his uniform, and licked his lips, resting his arms on his knees and leaning forward. How is she? He listened intently, soaking up every word that Josie told him about his niece, his heart sinking at the horror she must have endured at feeling so alone in the world, and then rising, hearing how the camp has helped her find her place, at least for the summers. On the drive back down the mountain, he repeated Josie's words over and over, looking for any clues about what he should do. Josie's advice was to return when he could meet with Krista's therapist. His mouth twisted on the word. The last thing he wanted to deal with was a therapist, and that his niece was in therapy tainted the taste even more. Still, nothing prepared him for that dark and bumpy crawl up the long driveway. When his headlights hit the decrepit house, with its siding falling off and paint peeling, his foot hit the brake as his chest constricted. This wasn't home. The house was as dead as his family, and as dead as he thought he should be. 2. Megan squeezed her hands into tight fists under the desk, working hard on keeping her face serene as she attempted to meet the stubborn girl's evasive eyes. They had been at this for weeks now, with no progress, no forward momentum. Just the same elusive detachment for anything and everything. Megan tried again. Krista, surely there is something you enjoy doing? The girl shrugged, staring out the window. Are we done now? Megan sighed, rocking back in her squeaky chair, and watched the girl in front of her. How long has it been since you watched a movie? Krista snapped her head to look at her. A movie? Yeah, like in the theater? Or spent a day out on the town having ice cream, going window shopping, watching cute guys? Megan leaned forward as she saw a spark of interest in the girl's eyes, but then it fizzled out. My mom used to take me to the movies. Krista stared down at her hands, now still in her lap. That must have been a special time for the two of you, Megan said softly, afraid to break the spell of Krista actually mentioning her mom. Krista nodded. Bridged to Terabithia. She glanced at Megan before pulling her eyes away. That was the last movie we saw. I remembered that one. It's about two kids who create a fantasy world, right? Krista nodded. I've watched it probably 100 times since streaming it. Megan nodded. Does that help make it feel like your mom is with you? Krista darted her eyes to meet Megan's, her brows narrowing, but then they softened. Yeah. After a few more attempts, Megan realized that she had pulled all that she would out of Krista for now. With a satisfied sigh, she stopped pushing and joined Krista in looking out the window. You know, Megan said with another sigh. She bent forward more until she could see the stables and the current rodeo star teaching the kids how to barrel race. I've always wanted to learn how to ride. Krista turned toward her slowly. You don't know how to ride a horse? Megan laughed at the incredulousness in her voice. No, I never had the opportunity. Oh, that's right, you're a city girl. Megan laughed again, startling Krista, who watched her warily. I am, but I've always longed to be a country girl. She leaned closer to Krista and lowered her voice to a whisper. I even wore Wranglers and a cowboy hat for a while. No, Krista said, her eyes widening. Megan shrugged, feeling her shoulders rise as a weight lifted off her. I'll see if I can find some pictures. We can both get a good laugh. Krista's lips twitched into an almost smile. Megan glanced at the clock and turned back to the teenager, longing to break through to the diamond she knew was in the rough. Well, our time is up, so I guess you can be rid of me now. Krista didn't move. Instead, she sat there, her brows drawing together. Her mouth opened, shut, and opened again. You know whatever you say is kept between you and me, right, Krista? You're safe to say whatever you need to here. Megan leaned forward, holding her breath. Krista rose and backed toward the door. Once her hand reached for the knob, she looked at Megan. I could teach you. Teach me? Megan asked, sitting upright. Yeah, to ride. Krista's eyes widened, and the little pulse point in her throat vibrated as fast as a rabbit's racing heart. Megan smiled, a long, slow smile. I'd like that. I'll talk to Josie about when the horses would be available for us. Krista gave her a curt nod and raced out the door. Megan breathed out a yes and pumped her arm in the air as she threw herself against the backrest of her seat. And we have found our way in. Huh? Josie said as she walked through the slightly open door. Oh, hi. Megan sat forward again, feeling the heat twist up her spine and into her face. She crammed some loose papers on her desk into a pile. You seemed quite excited, and I just saw Krista racing from here. Josie lifted an eyebrow. Does that mean you have made headway? Megan stood to greet Josie with a brief hug, then leaned against her desk. I think so, that is, if you don't mind us borrowing a couple of horses? Horses, I should have known. Josie tapped her chin as she looked toward the stables. You two going to go on trail rides? Well, maybe eventually. Megan bit her lip. She's going to teach me how to ride first. Josie brought her eyes back to Megan. You don't know how to ride? Megan shook her head and shrugged. As Krista says, I'm a city girl. Or a city girl? Now you're a mountain woman. Josie smiled. You feel comfortable with this arrangement? Yeah, I actually am. I think this will be good for both of us. Done. Early morning is best, before it gets too hot. Josie turned to leave, but glanced back as she made it to the door. You know, that's how Cody reached Wiley. Horses? Megan asked, quickly remembering the story of how Josie, Cody, and Wiley became a family. Well, it started with roping, but a good cowboy has to learn to rope on horseback. She sighed, seeming as if she had lost herself to the memory for a moment. They're magical creatures. Though I think you may get more than you bargained for. Megan cocked her head at the innuendo behind Josie's words, wondering what she was up to. Oh, I almost forgot the reason I came here in the first place. Josie leaned against the door. It's about Krista's uncle. She has an uncle? Megan's heart hammered, though she didn't understand why. I thought she didn't have anyone left. Well, that's how the paperwork made it seem, but I guess this uncle is the reason she has been coming to Camp Hope. I suggested he meet with you? Me? Megan gulped, the elation at breaking through to Krista suddenly deflating. Yes. He has just returned to the States, and I think he's trying to see if it would be best for Krista if he stayed out of her life. Josie's brow furrowed. Why would it be best for her only surviving relative to not be a part of her life? Josie shrugged. I leave that psychological mess to you. He'll be here at the end of the week. I'll let you know when I've got a time. Josie turned again. Thanks for being here. The kids have only good things to say about you. She waved and headed out the door. A strange quivering, an unsettling combination of excitement and trepidation, fluttered inside Megan as she filled in notes of her meeting with Krista. She glanced at the clock and then her calendar, realizing she had the afternoon off. Picking up her phone, she found her best friend's number and clicked it. Hey Chaz, Megan said when Chastity answered the phone. Hi. Cammy and I were just talking about you, Chastity said, her light voice giving Megan a sense of peace. The poor woman had been through too much in her life. Hearing her friend's happiness filled Megan with tranquility, something she desperately needed at this moment. I have the afternoon off. What are you gals up to? Megan put some files in her bag as she talked. Well, that's what Cammy and I were just talking about, wondering if you'd be up for some company. Cammy wants to build an epic sand castle. Megan smiled. Epic, huh? Well, I don't have sand castle building equipment yet, but I could see what our little store has. Oh, Derek got her an entire kit. We just need you and your sand. Megan slung her bag over her shoulder. I'm on my way. I have one stop to make. You have a key. See you there? That brief conversation made her feel lighter on her feet as she dashed out the door, intent on finding Krista before she headed out. Megan found the girl sitting in the shade of a tree with a small group of kids, leaning forward, her face full of expression as she told them a story about a squirrel. Megan froze behind a tree, silently watching Krista, her heart softening even more for the detached teen who transformed into a light when working with younger children. So you see, Mr. Squirrel really had a friend all along, didn't he? Krista asked, the young faces staring up at her in adoration. Yes. A little boy jumped up to his knees in excitement. He just couldn't see it, because he was too worried about not having one at all. That's right, Cam, Krista said, smiling at him. She raised her eyes and froze when she saw Megan standing there. Okay guys, it's time for snack. Head back to the picnic tables. The kids cheered, jumping up and running past Megan at the thought of food. Krista stood much more slowly, brushing off her shorts and not meeting Megan's eyes. That was quite the story. How did you memorize it? Megan asked, leaning against the tree and trying to be casual. Memorize it? Krista shook her head, clasping her trembling hands in front of her. I just make up the stories. Megan's heart quickened. You're kidding. Krista glared at her. Why doesn't anyone ever believe me? Megan drew in a slow breath and, keeping her voice as gentle as possible, said, It's an expression, Krista. Of course I believe you, it's just that the story was amazing. Krista rolled her eyes. I'm serious, girl. You have a talent. Krista shrugged and started toward the picnic area, where the kids were being given snacks. Little Cam felt lonely. I wanted him to know we were all his friends. Megan quelled the desire to bring this surly girl into her arms. That's very thoughtful of you. Krista shrugged again. Someone should teach them that before they realize it's all for nothing. Blowing out a breath, Megan touched her arm to stop her. You still up for teaching me how to ride? Sometimes the best way to stop the negative thought process was to shift the conversation. Krista stopped and met her eyes. You're really going to let me teach you? I'm just a kid. A smart, caring young adult that has more knowledge about horses than I do. Yes, I really would like you to teach me. Krista's mouth dropped open. Tomorrow morning? Josie says, the earlier the better. I could be here by 6, and we could be done in time for breakfast. Megan held her hand out. Deal? Deal. Krista took her hand, her eyes still holding a sense of disbelief. What if I don't do it right? I don't know enough to know if you do it right or not, but from what I figure, anything you show me is something more than I knew before. Besides, who gets to say what is the right way? Krista, look. We have orange slices. A little girl waved her over. I'll let you get back to the kids. Megan squeezed her arm. See you at 6. Megan couldn't get the look of surprise on Krista's face out of her mind as she drove back to her house. Her heart warmed, almost feeling full. She found Chastity and Cammy on the beach right off her deck, already started on the epic castle. She dropped her bag on the deck before joining them. Aunt Megan. Cammy ran over and gave her a sandy hug. Look what we have already done. The girl took Megan's hand in a gritty grip and pulled her over to where Chastity piled more sand onto a growing mound. You guys have a great start for sure, Megan said, dropping to her knees in the sand. Megan let the worries of her mind filter through her as she helped mold the sandcastle. When Cammy lost interest and started trying to catch butterflies instead, she sat back with a sigh. She's doing so well, Chaz, Megan said, watching Cammy run after the butterflies and flash them a smile when one landed on her. She is. We are happy. It's official. Chastity smiled. We are Cammy's foster parents. Woohoo! Megan reached over to give Chastity a sideways hug. Congratulations. Thanks. As soon as the court case is over, we will move on to foster-adopt. She rubbed a hand over her growing tummy. We would love to have that finalized before this tiny bean joins the outside world. I agree. I think that would help Cammy with any residual feelings of not belonging, Megan said, her thoughts going out to the little girl. I'm so happy for you, Chaz. Look how fast things are moving for you. And you. Chastity turned her attention on Megan, watching her daughter from the corner of her eye. Me? Yes, any more sightings of a certain Durango? Megan laughed. No more sightings, but I can't help feeling like there will be. Her mind drifted to a place where she ran into him again, then she shook her head. I made headway with that girl I told you about. The teen? Chastity asked. Yeah, she's going to teach me how to ride. You ride? Chastity fully turned toward her now. Really? You would go that far to reach this girl? Megan shrugged, keeping her eyes on Cammy as she patiently held a finger in front of a periwinkle butterfly. Yeah, she's worth it. There is something about her that, I don't know, fills a hole in my heart. Ah, Chastity said, sitting back and wiping at her eyes. Man, I'm so weepy these days. Megan wrapped an arm tightly around her friend. That's okay. I could say it's hormones, but there are a lot of reasons for happy tears in your life. I'm so glad you're here, Chastity said, leaning her head on Megan's shoulder. I am too. Megan gave her friend a squeeze, letting the joy of friendship, of new beginnings, and of possibilities warm her heart. Tyler grunted as he hefted another sheet of rotted siding into the dumpster he had rented. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, he turned back toward the house. His leg ached, but it felt good to have his muscles working hard again. The house was in even more shambles than he had thought the night he drove up. Luckily, the roof had held, but the gutters had fallen off who knows how many years ago, which ruined most of the siding. He still didn't know if he would end up staying here or selling the ranch, as heartbreaking as that would be. Either way, the work needed to be done, and he had nothing better to do. I'll make it as good as it used to be, Dad, but the promise ends there, he said, looking up into the cloudless sky. And I'm making the kitchen Mom always wanted, he finished as he strode back to pry the next piece of siding off. Just as his stomach told him it was time to quit for lunch, gravel popped down the drive. He wiped the sweat from his face and pulled off his gloves as he walked out to see who had come visiting. It wasn't unusual for the neighbors to pop in just to make sure nothing was amiss, but this didn't sound like one of his neighbors' trucks. It was loud and lifted, with the stereo blaring. Tyler stopped at his porch, shielding his eyes as the truck stopped. A smile spread across his lips in a way he hadn't felt in some time, as the driver jumped down from the truck and slammed the door. "Well, look at what the cat dragged in," Jordan said, and he clasped Tyler's hand and pulled him in for a rocking hug. "Gosh man, you have bulked out." Tyler smiled at Jordan, a guy he had known since the good old days of high school. "How are you, man?" Tyler said as he stood back to take in the guy he hadn't seen in too many years. Who was he kidding? He hadn't seen much of anyone except his platoon. He shook his head, trying to push back the memory and focus on the man in front of him. "How's Caitlin?" Jordan's smile faltered. "She left me." "No." Tyler took a step back, shock ringing in his ears. "What happened? You guys were made for each other." "Yeah, I thought so too." Jordan lifted a shoulder, letting his eyes scan the house. "Funny. I keep thinking she'll just come back one day, but it's been almost 4 years. Geez man. That's awful." "Awful like this mess?" Jordan walked past him to shove a finger in a rotted deck rail. "Yeah, a major work in progress. Too many years without someone caring for it." Tyler patted the house, feeling sympathy well up inside him. He wouldn't push his friend. There were some things better left buried. "You expecting to do this all on your own?" Jordan stepped back to take in the entire ranch. Tyler shrugged. "Nothing else for me to do, at least for now." Jordan shook his head. "You're not doing this alone. I'll have my guys come and—" "Your guys?" "Yeah." Jordan nodded to his truck where a sign on the door shone, "Myers Construction. Been running it for the last 5 years, and doing well, if I do say so myself." Tyler laughed at Jordan's brazenness. He had always had a cockiness about him. "I'm not sure I could afford your rates. The payments on that truck are probably more than this old place is worth." "Nah, not that much. Besides pro bono." Tyler shook his head. "No man. I don't need your charity." Jordan clutched at his heart, as if he had been fatally wounded. "Charity? How could you, man?" Tyler rolled his eyes and headed up the stairs, feeling Jordan's eyes on his limp. "It'll heal." He turned back to Jordan at the door. "Come on in. I was about to fix some lunch. Feel like Hope Cafe's famous bacon burger instead?" Jordan waggled his eyebrows. "Don't feel like the fanfare of going into town just yet," Tyler said, leaning against the door. "Good news for you, 'cause I got them to go." Jordan smiled before he raced back to his truck. "You've gone too far," Tyler said, but he couldn't stop his lips from curling or his mouth from watering as Jordan held up the greasy bag in triumph. The conversation died down as they ate, swallowing gulps of soda to wash down the burgers. Tyler closed his eyes, savoring the best burger he had ever tasted, and had thought he would never taste it again. "This is good." "Thanks, man." "Hey, a taste of home always cures ya," Jordan said. "So what are your plans?" Tyler wrapped up his trash and tossed it back into the bag before looking at Jordan. "Don't really know." Jordan nodded, waiting. "I'll figure it out as it goes. For now." Tyler let his eyes scan the kitchen he was in, blinking past the memories of his mom humming while cooking, and then his sister doing the same thing, her belly huge with the promise of his niece. He swallowed. "I'll fix this place up. Maybe by then, I'll know where I belong." "Where you belong?" Jordan's eyes narrowed on him. "You belong here, man. With us. With all of us." "Us?" "Yeah, me, Shane, Derek, you know he got himself a wife now?" Jordan's lips pulled into a smile. "And he's the sheriff." Tyler's head spun with the sound of Derek's name, trying to place why he felt he heard it recently. Then the image of the beautiful blonde with the flat tire came into his mind. "Sheriff, huh?" He pushed back the thought of the woman, but Megan's name kept replaying in his mind like a taunting song. Yep, it's been a crazy few years without you. Tyler nodded, unable to tear his thoughts away from Megan. Was his old buddy Derek the one she had called out to? She hadn't acted like a married woman. He shook his head, rising from the table. It's been crazy for sure, Tyler muttered. Keeping his mind in the moment was the only way he could get through this. He knew it, and needed to keep busy. Thanks for the lunch. I've got to get back at it before the heat becomes unbearable. Let me at least take a look? Give you direction? I can get the materials you need at cost. It's the least I can do for a friend. Jordan stood with him and slapped him on the back. Come on. Tyler watched him walk out to inspect the house without waiting for an answer. He didn't have it in him to fight against his headstrong friend. Besides, he really was in over his head. Growing up on the ranch taught him a lot of things, but he had never taken on a project this big on his own, not without his old man. Jordan spent the next hour inspecting his house and making a list of what Tyler would need in order to get it back up to par. If you don't mind some advice, I would focus on the siding like you're doing now, but once it's open, it'd be best to work on fixing the rusted pipes and electrical before you close it back up. I've got plumbers and electricians on my payroll, and they don't mind side jobs. Tyler looked at the mess of wires running through the section he had already opened up, knowing when to admit he did not know how to mess with electricity. I got the plumbing, but yeah, give me the name of the electrician. Smart move. That stuff isn't for everyone. Jordan slapped his back before walking back toward his truck. He stopped near the porch and turned to Tyler. It's none of my business, but have you seen Tabby's girl? I think about that poor thing often. Tyler stiffened. Not yet. What is she, like 13 now? 15. Tyler stood stock still, pain lancing through not only his leg. You know, a place like this can get awfully lonely. It might be nice to have someone to share it with. Jordan raised an eyebrow. She doesn't know me. Tyler clenched his jaw. I'm not the greatest company anymore. That time messed me up, man. Nothing like family to help you heal. Jordan gave him his best winsome smile. You've got support, brother. Don't hesitate to reach out. Jordan handed him a business card. It's the same number as always, but just in case you forgot. Tyler took the card, shutting down the emotions that boiled inside him. You know, we should all get together soon. The guys would love to see you, and Derek's wife is a fantastic cook. The little girl they are adopting is quite entertaining as well. He reached to open the truck door. Oh, and his wife's friend is hot. Tyler let his lips twitch. Good news for you, man. Nah, she's not my type. Besides, she thinks I'm a jerk. Jordan laughed. I'm damaged goods anyway. I had my chance and screwed it up, but you, Jordan looked past him to the house again, you need a woman. Ha, Tyler chortled. That was the last thing he needed, someone else to fail, someone else to leave him. I'll put something together and call you. You have a phone, don't you? Jordan asked. Tyler nodded and gave him the digits. But I don't know about a party, Jordan. I'm not ready to. Tyler let the words drop off, but they rebounded in his head, to live. All the more reason to surround yourself with friends. Jordan flashed a smile before pulling himself into his truck and starting it with a rumble. I'll be in touch soon. Tyler gave him a wave, keeping his feet grounded into the earth even after the rumble of the truck had long faded. When he finally turned back to the house, loneliness filled him. He hadn't noticed it so much before, but after it had been filled with someone else's voice and laughter, it now seemed empty. Could he really take on his niece? Even if he was the only family she had left, that didn't mean he'd be what she needed. He tried to go back to work, but the momentum had fled, leaving him with a nostalgia that made him see flashes of his past everywhere he turned. He'd hear a noise from the barn and turn to see a ghostly memory of his pop's whistling as he mucked out the stalls. Bird calls reminded him of his sister's giggles as she rode her horse in the arena. Man, Tabitha was good with horses. They all were, but Tabby had a gift with them. In his mind's eye, he watched her ride her gelding, fluid as water, as if she were born on horseback. He sighed, ripping off his gloves and throwing them on the porch. He wasn't going to get any work done this way. Instead, he walked into the barn and uncovered the old quad. He had learned a bit of fiddling with engines while in the service. Maybe he could get the thing running and take a ride around the property, see how bad the fences were. He focused on the machine in front of him. It was easier with the engine. He didn't have to keep looking at the house filled with memories. Tomorrow was another day. He could deal with the Krista issue then. He had until the end of summer. By then he would have to decide. 3. Good. Krista shouted the encouragement. Seeing the smile on the teen's face brought more happiness to Megan than just the fact that she got this riding thing down pretty quickly. After only 3 lessons, she could already comfortably ride the horse around the arena. Sit back a little more and push your heels down into the stirrups, Krista directed. Megan followed her instructions. Oh, this feels different, more grounded. Krista smiled. You're a natural. Now all you need is that old cowboy hat of yours. She laughed. You really don't think I looked ridiculous? Megan asked the girl as she led the horse around the arena. The sun barely peeked over the mountains, shining right onto the barn. Well, that shirt was pretty lame, but the hat, it looked good on you. Krista shrugged. How well, thank you. Maybe I should dig it out of storage, Megan teased. Well, you found the pants. Krista nodded at the Wranglers Megan wore. Nah, these are new. Doubt I could fit into my old ones. She looked down at the girl. But I bet you could. Me? Krista turned to her as she fiddled with the lead rope. Yeah, in fact, I bet a lot of my old clothes would fit you. Megan sized the girl up. Though you will be taller than me, I bet. My mom was tall. So was my daddy. My uncle too. Megan carefully kept her breathing even. Your uncle. I haven't heard you mention him before. Krista shrugged as she unclipped the lead rope, draping it over her shoulder. I haven't seen him since the funeral, but I remember him, tall, quiet, sad, but I instantly felt safe with him. She cleared her throat and blinked, returning her attention to Megan. So it's all you now. Keep holding the reins like that. Megan fought her desire to push the questioning, which would only meet with resistance and ruin the moment they were having. Like ice cream cones. Krista's shoulders relaxed. Yeah, ice cream cones. Like this? Megan nudged the horse into a walk, holding the reins as Krista had taught her. Yep. Just like that. Don't forget when you want to turn her to hold your arm out wide and look in the direction you want to go. Got it. Megan turned the horse one way and then the other. Despite herself, she found the feeling gave her a sense of rightness. How did you learn all this? My mom, Krista said, sadness lining her tone. She always said I rode before I could walk. Krista stiffened and tromped away toward the barn, the lead rope in hand. Hey, Megan called out as she followed her from the top of the horse. Krista's steps faltered and she stopped, though she didn't turn. How about ice cream? Megan said nonchalantly. Ice cream? Krista turned then. Yeah, do you like it? Are there people who don't? Krista asked. I'll talk to Josie. Maybe we could go into Hope Lake and grab some ice cream and eat it at the beach instead of having our normal meeting in my office. Megan was sure Josie would allow her to do that, at least she hoped. A niggling in her stomach told her she should have asked before she said anything to Krista. The last thing that girl needed was someone not keeping their word. Krista's eyes narrowed. Why? Well, you are giving me free lessons. The least I can do is get you ice cream. Krista's posture relaxed and she sighed. It's been a long time since I've had ice cream. Then it's a deal? Megan asked. Yeah, deal. The breakfast bell rang, making the horse's ears twitch toward the sound. Well, old girl, Megan reached forward and scratched the horse between the ears. Once again, it's been fun. Don't forget to swing your leg around and remove your foot from the stirrup before you slide off, Krista warned. That's right. Megan did as she was told. Why do we do it that way, again? It feels better to have my foot on the ground before I release the other one. Well, not all horses are as calm and predictable as Old Bell here. And doing it the way you first did it was a good way to get a foot caught in the stirrup. And if the horse gets spooked? Krista shrugged. No good, Megan finished. Right? Krista took Belle's reins in her hands. I'll take care of her. I know you need to get to the dining hall. Thanks, Megan said, but she didn't leave. Instead, she tentatively reached out to squeeze the girl's arm. I really appreciate you doing this for me, Krista. It's nothing, Krista said, turning away at once, but not before Megan saw the hint of a smile in her eyes. The events of the morning kept Megan on a high for the rest of the day. That feeling only increased when Josie readily agreed that she could take Krista into town. As long as they stayed in Hope Lake, it wouldn't be a problem. At lunch, she found Krista to tell her the good news and let her know they could go after dinner when the campers had their sing-along time. The pleasant look of surprise on the girl's face filled Megan's heart even more. This girl was something special, and though Megan worked hard on keeping her thoughts from the future, every once in a while she would catch herself daydreaming of taking Krista clothes shopping in the city, sitting on her beach at night watching the stars and girl talking, and she would have to pull herself back to the present and remind herself what the situation really was. Yet Chastity had found Cammie in Camp Hope, and Josie had found Wiley. Why couldn't she find her own missing piece here? She shook her head as her office porch creaked with the onset of pounding quick footsteps. Her group counseling session had arrived, full of peals of laughter and the ease of kids at camp. Hello, Miss Megan. Wiley called to her as he led in the other 4 campers. Good afternoon, everyone, Megan said, putting the last beanbag chair in place. She loved meeting in such a relaxed way. It made everyone feel more comfortable. My mom told me to give you this, Wiley said, handing her an envelope. She glanced at it, seeing that it was a mailed letter. When she didn't recognize the handwriting and didn't see a return address, she plopped it on her desk without another thought. So, how is everyone today? She had the children tell her the exciting things about their day at camp, before asking if anyone had any problems. She loved these group meetings. The kids fed off each other, and they could get deeper into a subject because of the contention and camaraderie within the group. The two sounded opposite of each other, but disagreement in a supportive environment could actually accelerate growth. Of course, having Wiley here made it even nicer. He had the chance to tell the kids his own story, how he had thought his life would never get better, but learning to trust let him see how much love there was for him. The story of that family touched Megan to the core, so much that she always fought tears when Wiley talked about it. The dinner bell rang out through the camp as they wrapped up, leaving Megan's heart full and feeling blessed for the change that she had made in her life. You coming to dinner, Miss Megan? Wiley asked after seeing all the other kids out. I'm just going to clean up first. Save me a seat? Megan asked. Of course. See you in there. Wiley called out as he ran out the door to catch up with his friends. Megan sang as she stowed the beanbag chairs and made a few notes before putting the paperwork away. As her hand found the letter Wiley had given her, she looked at it again, turning and inspecting it before opening it. A scent wafted to her that was familiar, but she couldn't place it. Inside there was a single sheet of paper that looked mostly empty. She unfolded the crisply creased letter, and her heart raced as she read the 2 words neatly printed in the center, "Come back." Megan flipped the letter over and held it up to the light, but those 2 words were the only things on the page. She inspected the envelope again, ensuring that it was really addressed to her, noting the timestamp said Sacramento on it. Weird. She told her heart to calm down, that it was nothing, some weird fluke or mistake, and dropped the letter into the trash can. Yet, after walking toward the door, she turned back, plucked the letter from the trash, slipped it back into its envelope, and placed it in her bottom drawer under a pile of files. You've watched too many murder mysteries, Megan, she chastised herself as she left and locked the office. Her hand still shook slightly as she walked into the meeting hall, where Josie gave her nightly talk before saying a quick prayer before dinner. The kids were silent, fully focused on the woman they watched in adoration. Megan froze in the doorway, keeping the peace of the moment. She didn't always have dinner with the campers, but on her late days like this one, it often made her life easier. Besides, she got to see the campers on a more social and relaxed plane, which helped her know better how to help them. Plus, she enjoyed the time with Josie and her family. "Amen," the kids said in unison after Josie finished. "Amen," Megan said, finding her way through the once again lively crowd of kids, waving to those who called out her name. "Welcome," Josie said as she sat with them. "You know," Megan said, "each day I'm here, I feel even more blessed to be a part of this amazing camp you have created." Josie's smile widened, and Cody looked at her with pride. "Thank you, Megan." Josie squeezed her hand. "We feel the same about you. Your presence has been such a blessing. The campers love you, and I have a feeling they will settle into their new forever homes much more easily because of all of your work." "That's my hope," Megan said. "When do the potential parents see me again?" "Oh, in a few more weeks. I appreciate you being able to be flexible with your hours. I know that some weeks it might feel like we hardly need you, and others you are going to wonder if you'll remember what your home looks like because you're here so much." Megan laughed. "It's all part of the job. Besides, I get bored easily. It's nice to have variety." "See, that's why you fit in so well." "We all get bored easily," Cody said with a wink. "When do you leave for your next rodeo?" Megan asked, still fascinated with the fact that Josie's husband was a professional roper. "I've cut back this year. I'll only do one during camp. Then in the fall, I'll have several." He glanced down the table at his family. "I just can't stand being away from them." Megan smiled, her heart warming at the family they had created as longing increased inside her. She searched the crowd for Krista, finding her bending over and helping a younger child cut his food. Her dark hair fell over her eyes, but Megan could see the small tilt of her lips. "Krista has seemed happier this last week," Josie said, leaning forward to talk a little more privately. "I agree. It's nice to see her smile." Megan tore her eyes off the girl and met Josie's. "Thanks for letting me take her out to ice cream. I knew you would be the one to break through to her." Josie sat back. "Josie has a knack for finding matches," Cody said, wrapping an arm around her. "Yeah, she found all my friends from last camp forever homes. Some of them write to me. They are so happy," Wiley said, before shoving a bite of pasta in his mouth. "It's quite the life, though not everyone finds that home, at least not from my influence, but we do our best." "You mean like me and like Krista?" Wiley's fork froze. "I mean, I found my forever home with you, but no one else wanted me, not that I wanted anyone but you. But Krista, she's almost a grown-up, and she still hasn't found a home." Wiley's eyes shined as he blinked back the tears. "You are such a compassionate boy," Josie said, reaching down to kiss the top of his head. "I agree, and you know what?" Megan leaned closer to him. "Even if some kids don't find their forever homes, the time they spend here helps heal their hearts. It gives them skills to grow up with healthy thoughts, so they can create their own forever homes as adults." "You really believe that?" Josie said, her own eyes tearing. "I know that. The influence of this camp is bigger than I think you realize." As Megan said it, she knew it to be true. "But let's not give up hope on Krista just yet. She still has a few more years of childhood. And her uncle seems promising," Josie said. "And she has you too," Wiley added. "She does," Megan said, wondering if she could end up being a part of Krista's story after all. By the time dinner was over, she had almost completely forgotten about the letter. When Krista met her at Megan's car a few minutes later, a tentative smile on her face, nothing else existed except the dark-haired teen. Tyler sat at the kitchen table staring at his phone, indecision ripping through him as unsettling as the rolling of the ground during an explosion. He dropped his head into his hands, willing the memories of bombs and screams to fade, until all he heard was the creaking of the old house around him. It was quiet here. Too quiet. Maybe he should move to the city, where the constant busyness would distract him. Yet he had gone into the city a few days ago, and remembered fleeing from the constant noise of traffic, people walking around him, and the suffocating feeling of the closeness of it all. No. The city wasn't the way to go. He had even called his commander, thinking maybe it would be best for him just to re-enlist, but even they wouldn't have him. Glaring down at his leg, he wondered if it would ever heal. Even if it did, the service wouldn't take him back, not as more than a civilian contractor. He wasn't fit for duty anymore. He wasn't fit for life. The house continued to creak, and the wind that had picked up that morning blew against the loose siding, making it slap against the house. Only one more side of the house to go, and the siding would all be off. Then it would be time to call in the electrician to fix the wires that were corroded, and the ones the critters had chewed. Then he would have more time. Time to see Krista, should that be the right choice. With one last lingering look at the phone, he stuffed it back into his pocket just as it rang. Pulling it back out, he saw Jordan's number pop up. For a moment he hesitated, but finally, with a sigh, he swiped the green button to accept his friend's call. "What's going on, Jordan?" Tyler answered. "Hey, brother. This Friday you, Derek and Entourage and Shane meeting at my place. Small, casual, no pressure. Derek's wife is bringing the grub, and I'll barbecue up some tri-tip to go with it." "I don't know, man," Tyler said, pacing the kitchen. "I've got a lot going on." "On a Friday night? What kind of work can you do at your house in the dark? Come on. You can't hide from the world forever." Yet that was exactly what Tyler wanted to do. "Look, Ty. I know you've lost a lot, but we are still here and we aren't going anywhere. Come on. Let yourself enjoy life." Tyler hesitated, sighing and pacing. "What else are you gonna do, besides listen to the house creak? Come on, I saw you didn't even have a TV." "I've got books," Tyler said, feeling the defensiveness rise within him. "You're going to choose a book over a good time with friends?" He swore he heard Jordan's eyes roll through the phone. "Nerd?" Tyler let out a chuckle. "All right, but no one else, okay? I can't handle any more than that right now." "No sweat? Scout's honor." Jordan gave him directions to his place. "I didn't know there were houses there." Tyler envisioned the forested area where the directions led. "Didn't we used to party out there?" Jordan laughed. "That we did. In fact, I built my house right next to the tree I proposed to Caitlin under." His voice sobered. "Anyway, I'll see you at 6. And Ty, if you don't show up, I'm coming to get you, even if I have to hog-tie you to do so." Tyler's lips curled at the thought. It wouldn't be the first time Jordan had hog-tied someone who was being difficult. "I'll be there." "Good. Gotta go." Jordan ended the call, leaving Tyler with mixed feelings. He actually missed hanging out with the guys, but he wasn't the same. They would see that, which would remind him, and then he would have to fight to bury the horrific images, and the fun would end. Well, he'd give it a go. Eventually, they would stop bothering him if he kept bringing them all down. When Friday came, Tyler sat in his truck at the base of Jordan's long paved driveway, unable to bring himself to move any further. Too many unknowns popped up within him. His heart thumped unevenly, his stomach soured, and once again he wished he had just died in that field with his platoon. A horn sounded behind him, as headlights hit his rear-view mirror. He stuck his head out his open window to see who pulled up, and immediately noted the sheriff's emblem in the fading daylight. Without thought, he searched for his wallet, ready to get out his ID and ensure his concealed carry permit was evident as well. As the sheriff exited the truck and came toward him, Tyler adjusted his cowboy hat, getting used to wearing it again, along with jeans and work boots rather than combat boots and fatigues. He watched the officer swagger toward him from his side mirror, and something about the walk hit him as familiar even before the smile reached him. "Well, look at you, youngest sheriff I've ever heard of," Tyler said as he opened his door. Ty. Derek reached him and pounded him on the back. Man, it's good to see you. You too. Tyler took his old friend in, then glanced back at the truck, noting 2 other passengers but unable to see them clearly in the fading light. Heard you've been busy these last couple of years. You could say that, Derek said. Ever since I took over for old Joe, things have been non-stop. Remember that girl I wrote to you about from camp? The blonde you met the summer after you graduated? Tyler asked, trying to untie his memories to get back that far. That's her. Well, it's a long story, and I do mean a long story, but she's now my wife. Congratulations. Wow, a married man and a sheriff. A lot has changed. Tyler also tried to rack his memory to remember if that girl's name had been Megan. It would be uncomfortable knowing the flirtatious blonde he had helped change a flat had been Derek's wife. And I have a daughter. Well, it's not official, but we're working on adopting her. Derek smiled proudly at his truck. Let's get this party up to Jordan's house so you can meet them. Tyler nodded, looking up the long driveway and back at Derek's truck, feeling that unsettling feeling twist around his spine. Hey, it's just us, man. Nothing big. You know we've always got your back. Derek slapped his shoulder before walking back to his truck. See you up there. Tyler had no choice but to continue up the road. His friends didn't seem much different from high school. Sure, they had different people in their lives and careers, but inherently they were the same, yet he wasn't. He put his focus more on the problem at hand. If Megan ended up getting out of Derek's car, then he would have to keep a poker face. He couldn't tell his buddy how flirtatious his wife had been, and he definitely couldn't show the physical reaction that stirred within him every time he even thought of the gal. As he parked in front of a large yet modest house with a wraparound porch and a view of the lake, he glanced at Derek's truck, trying to get a hint of what he was in for. The porch light flicked on as they opened their doors, and he saw a blonde head in the passenger seat. As Derek gave her a hand out of the truck, Tyler inhaled at the very pregnant belly. He had only seen Megan's face, but surely she hadn't been pregnant. A little girl bounced out of the car behind them, distracting Tyler and making him remember his niece, who was about that age last time he saw her. Come on, I want to swim in Uncle Jordan's pool before it's time to eat. She wrapped a towel around her neck and skipped to the front porch. Tyler watched her and then climbed from his own truck. Best to get this over with. Tyler, come and meet my wife, Derek called. Tyler kept his eyes averted until he stood face to face with a gal who was blonde, but with an innocence and shyness that Megan hadn't shown in their brief encounter. A sigh of relief passed through him as he took her hand. Hi, I'm Chastity, she said, squeezing his hand, her eyes warm and welcoming. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. He let go of her hand to tip his hat. Her smile widened, and a gleam of mischievousness passed through her eyes. I'm sorry my friend couldn't make it tonight. She had a prior obligation with a special girl she has gotten real close to. Tyler cocked his head and stiffened slightly. I hadn't expected to see anyone besides you guys. Oh. Chastity looked from Derek to Jordan, who waited for them on the porch. My misunderstanding. She smiled at him, but her eyes glanced over him as if she read him like a book. There's always next time anyway. Derek handed her a casserole dish and loaded up his arms with bags. Shall we? Tyler took the dish from Chastity's hands. I'll take this, ma'am. Being busy always helped keep his mind in the moment, and he told himself he'd have to keep making himself useful to do that. Dinner was relaxed as they told stories from the old days, and Chastity and Cammy asked questions about how they became friends, and begged for more details on some of their more entertaining memories. The feeling of ease and of being home washed over Tyler as he relaxed in his chair. That all changed after a lull in the conversation when Cammy asked him if he had any kids. No, miss, I don't, he answered, smiling at the curious girl. He has a niece, though, Jordan said, meeting his gaze with purpose. Yes, how is Tabby's little girl? She's been through so much, Derek asked. She's doing. Tyler couldn't meet their eyes, but when they didn't stop staring at him, he continued. I just talked with the lady where she is right now, and she said she's okay, but lonely, of course. They have her in therapy. Therapy isn't a bad thing, Chastity said, meeting his eyes with compassion. I'm supposed to talk to this therapist, you know, to see. Tyler shrugged. I don't know if I'm what she needs. Of course you are, Jordan said. You're all the family she has left. Yeah, Tyler said, wiping his mouth with his napkin. Thanks for the delicious meal, ma'am. Jordan. I'm going to get some air. The room sat silent until he slid the sliding glass door shut behind him. He heard their low murmurings then, trying not to wonder what they said about him. How could they understand? They did not know what it was like over there, what it did to a person's mind, and he was glad they didn't. It wasn't anything he wanted anyone he cared for to live through. The stars shone brilliantly, pulling him away from the past and into its beauty, a pull strong enough that he didn't even turn when the sliding glass door opened behind him. Hey, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Chastity said as she joined him at the railing of the deck. The bigger this baby gets, the hotter I get. It's nice and cool out here. It is, he said, turning slightly toward her. Derek seems happy. I hope so, she said, averting her eyes shyly. It's been a journey, us coming back together. He saved my life, you know? I didn't, Tyler said, turning more fully toward her. I'll let him tell the story when he's ready, but my life has never been more full of love than since we found each other again. I'm happy to hear that. It's scary, you know, facing death. She looked out, though he could tell her eyes didn't focus on what they could see now. It is. He swallowed. Chastity blinked several times before flicking her gaze to him again. It takes a while to remember how to live again, but you will, and you can help your niece to realize that as well. Tyler stiffened and met her gaze directly. No offense, ma'am, but you don't know me, and these guys, they know who I was, not who I am. How do you know I would be a beneficial influence on my niece? Chastity took his hand in hers, gentle and sweet. I don't need to know what you've been through. I can see it in your eyes, which is also how I know you are just what your niece needs. She squeezed his hand before releasing it to caress her expanding belly. You'll see, she said, then walked back into the house. Her words stuck with him, never giving him peace throughout the night. So first thing that next morning, he stopped staring at his phone and called Camp Hope. Hi, Josie. Yes, this is Tyler Durango. I'm ready to talk with my niece's therapist. 4. Megan hefted the box. The files were heavy, but she didn't feel right throwing away the former therapist's things. When she asked Josie about them, the camp director had called the lady, who said she would be back to pick them up after her latest vacation. Retirement must be nice. She looked up at the top cupboard as she climbed the ladder, wondering again if she had made the correct choice of putting the heavy box all the way up there. Maybe she should have asked Cody to help, or one of the rodeo guys that were volunteering. She shook her head. Determined to do things on her own, she grit her teeth and climbed another step up the ladder. The box wobbled as she lifted it, and she almost dropped it before bringing it back against her chest, realizing she would have to climb the ladder a bit more. 1 step. 2 steps. On the second step, the ladder slid just a fraction of an inch, but it was enough to make her heart race and sweat bead on her forehead. Just let me get that box in there, she whispered as she drew in a breath and heaved the box into the open cupboard. The quick motion caused the ladder to slide out from under her, and she grasped the ledge of the cupboard as the ladder disappeared and clattered to the floor. A short scream erupted from her lips as she hung from the ledge, her fingers quickly losing their grip on the dusty shelf. Help, she hollered, though she wasn't sure anyone could hear her. Turning her head carefully, she looked down to the ground a good 4 feet below her. She could drop easily, but unfortunately, the ladder lay directly where she would land, and she knew that was a broken ankle waiting to happen. As she drew in a deep breath to call out for help again, the door crashed open as someone rushed over, kicked the ladder out of the way with a metallic bang, and wrapped their hands around her upper legs in a rush of fiery sparks. I've got you. The deep voice filtered through her memory with tingles of familiarity, tingles that mirrored the sparks igniting where the man held her legs. "Let go. I won't let you fall." Her mind spun, but she did as he commanded, and she slid down until she settled against a solid chest with powerful arms wrapped around her. She drew in a shaky breath as she put weight on her feet, trying to ground herself, but they gave way and he caught her up in his arms. Reading novels with women being whisked off their feet by strong strangers had always made her swoon, but having it happen in real life created a heady swimming feeling that she wasn't sure she would recover from. Mixed with that sensation was the spicy scent of fresh lumber and leather, almost enough to make her pass out. The man laid her gently on the sofa in her office, and she felt him squat next to her. The dizziness had made her close her eyes tightly, but the familiar chuckle had her flinging them open. "I guess you were right," he said, his words like liquid velvet running over her. Megan's eyes finally focused, seeing the man push back the brim of his cowboy hat and meet her eyes in an amused green-eyed stare. "Oh my goodness," she inhaled sharply. "Tyler Durango." "At your service, ma'am." His smile slowly brought her back to her senses. "Megan," she corrected. "I can't believe you've had perfect timing once again." She pushed herself to a sitting position. "What can I say? I strive for perfection." He cleared his throat and tipped his hat back down. "I was looking for Camp Hope's therapist when I heard your scream." "Oh," she said, straightening her hair and clothes. "Oh," she said again when she realized who that meant Tyler Durango was. "You're Krista's uncle." He nodded and glanced quickly out the windows, as if he was afraid of being caught. "She's leading the campers on a trail ride right now." His shoulders relaxed, and a sideways grin twitched at one corner of his mouth in a way that made her heart thunder even harder. "She rides?" "Very well. She's quite the horsewoman." Megan took in a deep breath, doing her best to compose herself as she stood. Tyler reached out a hand, grasping her elbow to steady her. "You should give yourself a minute." "I'm fine," she said, but smiled to soften the sharp retort. "Just embarrassed." Tyler looked back at the cupboard, and then the ladder. "Taking something out or putting it in?" "Putting it in." He nodded, rose, and replaced the ladder beneath the opened cupboard. "The part with the rubber grips goes on the bottom. Lock them in place before you climb up without someone to hold it for you." Heat traveled up her neck and settled on her cheeks. "Thanks. Blonde move, I guess." "No, just lack of experience." "There's nothing to be ashamed about." She watched him closely, reading the nuances of his confident movements, which counteracted the hesitancy in his gaze. "I didn't recognize you at first." She nodded to the hat, letting her eyes scan down the scruff on his cheeks to his t-shirt, Wranglers, and boots. "You've got a different uniform on." Amusement crinkled his eyes as he hooked his thumbs in his pockets. "Two different lives, I guess." "I think they both fit you quite well," Megan said, her eyes going wide as soon as the words left her mouth. She strode to her desk, quickly putting it between herself and the handsome cowboy. Tyler shifted his weight, and she awkwardly motioned to the chair in front of her desk. "I didn't expect it to be business that brought us together again, but I guess that makes sense, being as you were on the road to camp when you found me the first time." He nodded like he wasn't sure how he felt about having business with her either. "So Krista." She gulped and tried to cover it up by taking a drink from her water bottle. "My niece." He drew in a deep breath. "How is she? I mean, is she holding up okay? Does she like where she is at?" "Mr. Durango," she started. He raised his eyebrows at the name. She cleared her throat and softened her tone. "Tyler, how long has it been since you've seen Krista?" He dropped his gaze to his hands. "Since my sister's, her parents' funeral." "That's 6 years, right?" She looked down at the file she had left out on her desk to prepare for this meeting. 5 years, 5 months, and 7 days. Megan snapped her eyes back up to him, raising an eyebrow. "It's not easy losing the last family you have left." Megan nodded. Seeing the pain that ripped through him went beyond losing his sister. "And your parents?" "Mom died of breast cancer when I was in basic training. Dad died of a broken heart only months later." He stated the facts, keeping his face stoic and eyes glazed. "Geez," Megan said under her breath, as she remembered what she had told him that first night about his family being excited to have him return, and when he had no one to welcome him home. "You've been through a lot." "That's not even the half of it, ma'am, Megan." He met her eyes, no longer glazed. "But we're not here to talk about me." "I beg to differ. If you're asking about Krista now, it's because you want to come back into her life. That means I need to know if you are in a place to handle a 15-year-old girl dealing with depression." Megan's heart hurt as she said the words, but thinking of Krista leaving her life and trusting her into the care of a man not able to deal with his own grief made a strange protectiveness come out of her. "Is this protocol for every relative?" "It's my job to interview potential parents and make a judgment call on if they are a good match with the child. I have to look out for the children's interests first." Tyler nodded, his knee bouncing. "I'm not necessarily saying you should consider me a potential parent, as you called it." He met her eyes, and she saw the depth of his indecision. "I don't want to add more distress to her life." Megan breathed out slowly, trying to cover her sigh. "You want to be a part of her life, but you don't know how big of a part yet." Tyler shrugged, dropping his eyes again. "I don't even know if she remembers who I am." "She remembers you," Megan whispered. His head jerked up, and he sucked in a breath. "She talks about me." It's hard to get her to talk much at all, even more difficult about her past, but we've been spending a lot of time together, and had a bit of a breakthrough. Tyler scooted forward in his seat. "I want her to know she isn't alone." "Are you ready to take that commitment on?" she countered. "Does it have to be all or nothing?" His jaw clenched, and his eyes seemed to say that he had little confidence in what he was worth to a teenage girl. "You need to consider the fact that if Krista sees you, she may not understand why she can't come home with you." Her throat tightened as she said the words. Of course, she wanted what was best for Krista, even if that meant it would shatter her own dreams. Tyler released his hands, and they grabbed the ends of the armrests on his chair in a white-knuckled grip. "Is she that unhappy where she is at now?" "Here." Megan shook her head. "I think she is happy here, but this is only a summer camp. It's difficult to feel you belong in someone else's family. I think you need to understand that Krista deals with severe depression, and only recently has shown an interest in anything. I couldn't stay with her, even if I had been strong enough, I couldn't. I had just signed a new enlistment contract for 6 years." Megan warred between wanting to go to Tyler and comfort him, and wanting to berate him for not figuring out a way to stay with Krista. She dropped her hands from the desk into her lap to squeeze them together, keeping herself from moving. "Does Krista understand this?" "I don't know if she knows," he said. "Is she in an awful place? Do they mistreat her?" He leaned forward, giving Megan a peek into the man he could be if needed. The icy protectiveness didn't upset Megan. In fact, it kind of captivated her. "No. There are no signs of abuse. I think what Krista is going through is internal, and it's going to take someone she really trusts to help her through it. She wanted that someone to be her, but that was selfish." "You think she could grow to trust me?" Tyler sat at the edge of his seat now. "That, Tyler, is up to you, but yes, with time, I think she could." Megan swallowed, glancing out the window as she saw the horses coming down the trail. "I think it would be best if you give me time to prepare her for the meeting." She stood, pointedly looking at the horses before meeting his eyes. He watched out the window, taking several steps toward it. "That's her? In the lead? Her hair is so dark." "Yes, that's her. She's dyed her hair black and usually wears dark eyeliner too. Her clothes are all black. As I said, she is dealing with some serious depression." "I know how that feels," he muttered as he watched Krista disappear into the barn. "If you think it's best she's prepared, I should leave now before she sees me in case she recognizes me." "I understand. I'll call you this evening to let you know how the talk went and when we can set up a meeting." Megan glanced down at the file. "Is this the correct number?" Tyler leaned over her to read the file, his scent filling her mind with even more confusion. Yes. He backed up and met her eyes. Thank you, Megan. I hope I don't disappoint her or you. With a quick tip of his hat, he disappeared out her door and into his truck, quickly driving out of camp. What a discombobulated mess. Megan leaned her head against the glass on her door. Her phone ringing drew her back to her desk. Seeing Chastity's name, she eagerly answered the call. He's here, Chastity said, breathless. If by he, you mean a certain Tyler Durango, yes. He just left my office. What? How did that happen? I mean, I was pretty sure when I met him at Jordan's last night that he was the same guy, but I wanted to wait until I was sure. What was he doing at your office? I thought you hadn't exchanged information? We didn't. He's Krista's uncle. Megan slumped into her seat. No way, he was talking about his niece at dinner. Chastity trailed off. This keeps getting better. What do you mean better? You know how attached I'm getting to Krista, and now the man I haven't been able to stop thinking about is her uncle. Oh. Megan followed Chastity's thought but shook her head. No, it can't be that simple. Why not? Chastity asked, her voice bubbly with excitement. That's not how life works, Chaz. Megan picked up Krista's file and opened the bottom drawer to put it away, the corner of the weird letter catching her eye as she closed it. A shiver ran through her as footsteps creaked outside her door. My next appointment is here. We'll talk later. Thanks for always thinking positive for me. Megan hung up the phone and drew in a deep breath. She could do this. For Krista's sake, she had to. Tyler paced the house from the kitchen to the master bedroom and back, holding his phone and glancing at the time every so often. Why hadn't she called yet? It had been such a shock to see that once again the woman in distress had been Megan. And not only that, but she was his niece's therapist. How had his niece gotten such a hot therapist? He hated that it was her. It confused the whole situation. During their entire discussion, he had to fight against the growing attraction he had for the independent, confident, and chatty woman he had rescued on the side of the road. How could God hate him this much? First, he takes everyone he loves away from him, leaving him isolated in a cruel world. Then he convolutes the whole situation with his only surviving family member, by adding in a gorgeous blonde therapist. Maybe it only confirmed what he feared. He was too damaged to even think about entering a relationship. Best, that it had to be a working partnership. That made it unprofessional to date, ending his internal discussion. Why couldn't she have been old or ugly and bald? He kicked at the baseboard that had come loose along the wall in the hallway. Not able to handle the waiting any longer, he grabbed a sledgehammer from the bag of tools he left by the front door, and swung it into the wall between the living room and kitchen. The shock reverberated through his muscles and into his bones, leaving a huge hole in the wall. He smiled with satisfaction and swung again. By the time the phone rang, Tyler was so into the destruction of the wall that he almost didn't hear it in time to answer. Hello, he breathed out in between gasps. Oh, did I catch you working out? Megan asked, her voice holding a hint of the amusement he had heard before. No. He drew in a deep breath, steadying his breathing. I'm putting holes in my wall. Anger issues? Constructive emotional expression. Tyler spouted out the words as he set down the hammer, his muscles humming with life. That's a mouthful for a tantrum. He let out a chuckle, surprised at how relaxed he felt after demolishing the wall. Home improvement, but no one said I couldn't enjoy it. Megan laughed, her voice easing into the lightness he had already come to long for. That definitely sets my mind at ease. I can see a certain feeling of satisfaction at demolishing something that needs it. Maybe you should prescribe it to some of your patients, Tyler said. That would be far better than drugs, and what was the word, constructive way to express emotion. She sighed. Alas, I don't think Josie would be thrilled if I had kids out tearing down her walls. No, I expect not, Tyler said, sliding against the wall, letting his body ease to the floor, his muscles happily spent. Do you only work with the kids, there at camp? At this moment, yes. Megan breathed deep, and sounded as if she settled in her chair. He tried to picture her in her office, in that uncomfortable desk chair of hers. It didn't seem to fit. I used to work for a corporation. Just escaped it, in fact. Escape sounds like the right word. Tyler tensed. He should have known she was a city girl. It really is, more than you know. She paused, like he did when he had to take a break in order to stifle a memory he didn't want to relive, before continuing the conversation. I'm here to stay now. In Hope Lake, that is. Once the camp is over, I'll open my practice up to others, of all ages. Good, he said, unable to stop that word from leaving his mouth. He wanted her to stay, even though he did his best to convince himself that he wouldn't pull her into his mess, at least not personally. You, want me to call you when I'm available? He sat forward. You mean like? He shook his head. For therapy, yeah, not my style. Well, at least you have friends to talk to, right? I mean, holding all that in is, well, anyway, we're here to talk about Krista, but I'm here for you too. I don't want therapy. I meant as a friend, Megan said, her voice barely a whisper. He opened his mouth to say something nice, but it caught in his throat. Anyway, so Krista. Megan cleared her throat, and he heard her chair adjust. Are you really still at work? It's after 8. He hit his head with his hand, clenching his jaw, wishing he didn't keep going past the business boundaries with her. I see that Krista was right. Right? About what? You are protective even with a stranger. If you count a woman I have saved twice a stranger, I guess you could say I'm invested. Megan laughed, not a small giggle but a full-blown laugh. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. Does that mean my protective nature doesn't offend you? He eased back against the wall, feeling a smile play at the corners of his mouth. No. Megan slowed her breathing. No, I guess not. Krista isn't either, by the way. In fact, that is mostly how she remembers you, tall and protective. Guess there are worse ways to be remembered. I would say so, Megan snorted. She's nervous. About seeing me? Why? Well, she doesn't come right out and say, and if she did, I could only tell you if she gave me permission, but I believe she's worried you'll reject her. How could I reject her? She's the only family I have left. Tyler rubbed a hand across his short hair, the prickling sensation something that had soothed him time and again. Though now he promised to grow it out. Tyler, do you remember what it felt like to be 15? Tyler thought for a moment, trying to sift through the last decade and almost a half of tortuous memories. Those days seemed so carefree compared to the nightmare of his recent life. I don't think I rightly can, actually. Well, and I guess it would be different being a guy rather than a girl anyway. Megan blew out her breath, making the phone crackle. Let's just say most 15-year-old girls' greatest fear is rejection, from friends, family, guys, teachers, you name it. Multiply that times at least 10 for Krista. Everyone she has ever loved has left her. That stung. No, it ripped a gaping hole within him, then someone threw fire-hot coals in it. Ouch. I hope you don't mind me saying so, but I'm sure you identify with that feeling. Tyler swallowed. You going shrink on me again, Doc? No, sir. Wouldn't think of it. I'm just reminding you that you two come from the same sort of place, and I think, she swallowed, the sound echoing in the receiver, that it might help you both to heal if you could open up and talk about it with her. Tyler grunted. How else could he respond to that? I suggest meeting at a neutral ground or a place she feels safe. Where would that be? Tyler slid a hand down his face, wondering if this was the right thing to do. In the stables, or we've gotten fond of ice cream at the lake. Either way, I'll be there, at least at first, until she is comfortable. His chest burned at the idea of not only seeing his niece again, but then having a woman he plainly had the hots for watching over the whole thing. It was too much. Maybe this isn't a good idea. Too late, buckaroo. You're already committed. Time to step up. Tyler groaned. You don't take it easy on people, do you? Not when I know what's best for them. She said it so matter-of-factly that a laugh shot out from him. And who makes you the expert? 8 years of schooling and 2 grueling years of unpaid interning. Tyler couldn't think of a comeback to that one. He pushed to a stand and began his pacing again. You pacing? Megan asked, her chair squeaking. It helps me think, Tyler muttered. Thought so. Let's do it tomorrow, better than the stress of a future event snowballing out of control. Just get the first step over and done with. Tyler grunted again. The lady reminded him of his mom, stubborn and demanding, but all from a place of good. Your choice, ice cream or horses? A tap-tapping came over the phone. You drumming your fingers? He asked. Helps me think, she retorted. I'm thinking ice cream. You obviously know horses if you grew up on the ranch like Krista's mom, but I'm guessing it's been some years since you've been around them. Besides, as Krista says, who doesn't like ice cream? I'm guessing people who need therapy, Tyler muttered. Megan laughed that delightful sound again. You'll be fine. Just be yourself. Himself. He didn't even know who that was anymore. What time? Tomorrow is Sunday, so that means Krista has the morning off. It's perfect, don't you think? Get it over with before it builds into a terrifying thing. It's already terrifying, he said, but he stopped pacing. 10? Sounds like a plan. We'll meet at Hope Park on the lake. Okay. Good night, Tyler. Try to get some sleep, Megan said, and he heard her covering a yawn after she did. Drive safely. Have you got that spare replaced? Yes, sir. Well, I'll see you in the morning. Oh, Tyler? Yeah, he said, realizing that he didn't want to stop talking with her and hating it. What's your favorite ice cream? Cookie dough. Why? The ice cream shop is closed. I'll pick it up before we meet you at the park. See you at 10. Good night, Megan, he said, trying to stop worrying about her driving down that narrow, curvy road in the dark and getting a flat again. Sleep well, she said, and he swore he could hear a smile in her voice before the call ended. Well, this bites. Tyler slumped onto the couch and threw back his head. He gave himself a few moments to process the conversation, after which he planned on picking up his book and reading until he couldn't keep his eyes open. Though he never made it that far, he ended up slipping into an exhausted sleep, serenaded by the memory of beautiful laughter. Tyler woke up to the pre-dawn sky lightening his window. His back ached from sleeping on the couch, and he sat up to stretch it and roll his neck from side to side. Coffee. He needed coffee. Stumbling to the kitchen, he made himself a pot, letting the rich scent slowly wake him. The kitchen was the first room in the house to receive the sunlight. His mom always said it was the best way to greet the day, the scent of coffee and bacon as the first beams of light hit the faces of those she loved the most. He glanced at the empty table, a longing so deep it hit him in the gut with force. Would that pain ease if he looked over and saw the first ray of sunlight hitting the face of his niece? Would it be enough for her? The coffee scalded his tongue, but he couldn't wait. He needed that caffeine and needed to work with his hands. With over 3 hours before he had to leave, there was no way he would stay sane if he stewed over the maybes. He downed the rest of his coffee, scalding his throat, grabbed his tool bags by the door, and set out into the crisp morning air to tear off some more siding. If he focused, he could have the rest of the siding off before he had to leave. As it was, he had exactly enough time to tear off the last piece, rinse off the sweat in a quick shower, and head into town. His entire being thrummed with nervous energy. Would she remember him when she saw him? Would she yell at him and blame him for leaving her? If it was him, that's what he would do. On the 15-minute drive into town, he rehearsed what he would say, but nothing sounded right. It either sounded jilted and detached or selfish and mean. He hadn't prayed since the horrific day he lost his platoon, and the big guy hadn't answered his prayers then. Yet he prayed as he pulled into the park, asking for direction, for the right words, and to know what in the world he was supposed to do. He turned off the truck and sat glued to his seat, only his fingertips drumming the steering wheel. Noticing the movement of his fingers made him think of Megan. He looked up and saw her wave from a picnic table, the closest one to the beach, and the furthest from people. Good pick. He nodded. He could do this. The first step, and hopefully it was in the right direction. 5. After an hour of uncomfortable, stumbling conversation, Tyler and Krista had found their pace, and Megan had taken that moment to make an excuse that took her from them, giving them space to feel at home in each other's company. Her heart warmed with happiness for both Krista and Tyler, and with her own feelings of loss. Reuniting the uncle and niece gave them both the one last piece of their family they had left, a tie to the past, to those not forgotten, and to the love that family had once openly shared. Listening to their stories of Tyler's parents and Krista's mom, of Christmases and reunions and daily life, made Megan long for her own family. She took the moment, walking a short distance from them, and called her father. He didn't answer, probably bowling league day, but it soothed her soul to hear his deep, rumbling voice, a voice that had comforted her when she needed support the most, steady and loyal and hers. She ended the call after leaving him a message full of appreciation, her eyes stinging as she watched Krista and her uncle through the blur of unshed tears. She marveled at how Krista's shoulders had relaxed, her smile coming so easily, and the lilt of laughter in her voice. Her own dreams crashed onto the beach watching this, yet how could she be unhappy knowing that Krista could have this with the last surviving member of her family? Tyler. She bit her lip as she shifted her gaze to him. He relaxed against the picnic table, his hands moving animatedly, as he relived a story where Krista's mom had done something silly. His green eyes lit with life that she hadn't seen during their last two encounters. She brought back their conversation of the night before, how easily it came, how fun it was to banter with him. It had been difficult to remind herself continually that she had made a business call, not a personal, flirtatious one. Even now she saw him glance at her several times, his eyes holding a suggestion that kept her heart hopping from one future to the next, wondering and wishing, yet knowing she had no right to interfere between uncle and niece, no right to deposit herself right there with them, no matter how much she longed to see if that mixture would work. She sighed, a sound full of longing and dreamy heartache as she glanced at the time on her phone. Krista had duties at camp that began in a half hour. Even though she desired to stay rooted to the spot, to continue to see the life in those two pairs of eyes, she took a reluctant step toward them, then another and another. Tyler caught her movement and pushed himself off the bench as if it pained him to do so, more than his stiff leg would inflict. It looks like you have to go. He smiled down at Krista. Would you be open to meeting with me again? Krista looked at Megan with hope in her eyes. That ball's in your court, my dear, Megan said, pushing the words out. I would like that. Krista stood, swiping a dark lock behind her ear. Would you want to come see the horses? At camp? Tyler asked, glancing at her. Megan ran through the protocols she could remember in order to see if that would be a possibility. She gave him a small shrug. I'll run it by Josie, but I doubt she'd have a problem with that. Tyler stood tall, straightening his clothes, tugging on his t-shirt as if he wore a uniform. You tell me the time and place, Krista, and I'll be there. Krista dipped her head, but not before the largest smile Megan had ever seen on her stretched across her lips. I'd like that. I'll have Megan call you again? After she talks with Josie? I'll keep my phone with me. Tyler tipped his hat, standing awkwardly for a moment as if he wanted to take the girl into his arms, but he stepped back instead. Thank you for giving me a chance. He said the words to Krista, but his eyes pulled away to meet Megan's, deep meaning filling them. Thanks for coming. I'll call you when I know what's going on. Megan lifted her hand, putting the other one on Krista's shoulder. Tyler turned, striding toward his truck, his wranglers making his departure just as heart-tugging as his arrival had been. As he opened the truck door, Krista took a couple of running steps forward. See you soon? Hearing the desperation in Krista's voice, had Megan putting a hand on her chest, as if to shield it from the emotional barrage. She stepped up to the girl. "Don't worry. He'll come back," she said, squeezing Krista's arm and nodding toward her car. Krista worried her lip, but she followed Megan to the car and silently slid into the passenger seat. After breathing out several deep breaths, she finally asked, "You really believe he will? I mean, you don't think I scared him off, do you?" "You? Scare him?" Megan pushed lightness into her voice with a half-hearted chuckle. "He looked scared. I never thought I would see Uncle Tyler scared, but I swear he was." Megan laughed for real this time. "Oh, I bet he was scared, but not the way you think. He didn't act like a man who's going to run. He'll be back. Just like he said." Krista turned to search her eyes. "I don't know your uncle well, Krista, but I know the kind of man he is, and I would bet my life on him being a man of his word." Krista's lips twitched as she turned to look out the window, as if hoping to catch one more glimpse of her uncle. "Yeah, I think he's that kind of man too." As they pulled up the road to camp, she looked down at her hands. "I never told you." Megan glanced at the girl as she trailed off, half desiring to pull the car over to give Krista her full attention, but somehow knowing that it was easier for Krista to talk without her watching. "I'm listening. Uncle Tyler, he told me all those years ago, he told me he'd make sure I was safe, and that he would come back for me when he could." Krista's lips trembled as she turned toward Megan, her eyes shining brightly with tears. "Do you think he's actually coming back for me? For good? To take me home?" Megan's hands clutched the steering wheel, as she felt like the air had been knocked from her lungs. She pulled over then, putting the car in park, and turned fully toward the girl. "Is that what you want?" Megan felt her eyes stinging, her emotions flying in all directions as she read the girl's eyes, seeing the hint of green that resembled her uncle's. Krista sucked in her cheeks and nodded, her lips trembling as tears finally spilled forth. "I want to go home." She threw her arms around Megan, who clutched her as if her own heart were filling with so much hope that it scared the living daylights out of her. "Oh, sweetie," she murmured as she smoothed the girl's hair back and soothed her as best she could. After a moment, Krista sat back, wiping her eyes, black makeup streaming down her cheeks. Megan pulled up her purse and took out 2 tissues, handing one to Krista and using the other to dab at her own makeup, sure to be smeared under her eyes. Once Krista had cleaned up the black streaks, she glanced back at Megan with a shy, embarrassed look. "I'm scared too. You can tell him that." Megan smiled and patted the girl's leg. "I think I just might, sweetie. You both were very brave today. It was a great first step." Krista nodded, taking in a deep, grounding breath. Megan did the same, then shifted back into low gear. As her eyes scanned the road for oncoming traffic, she noticed where they had pulled over, and a bubbly laugh escaped her as she pulled out onto the road. "What?" Krista asked, the look on her childish face horrified, as if she had just committed a horrific social faux pas. Megan hadn't planned on telling her, but seeing that look knew she couldn't not tell her. "That place we were just pulled over?" Krista glanced back at it, then to her again with a nod. "It must call to me because I had a flat tire there the other night. No cell service, and I found out I had no clue how much muscle it took to change out a tire." "Was it dark?" "Just coming on to dark, and I heard a crashing in the woods." "Bear?" "That was my thought. Luckily, a very nice man came up the road and changed out my tire for me, and pointed out the animal was merely a deer." Megan glanced at her with a sheepish grin. "Wow. That's quite the story. Was the man handsome?" Megan coughed, sputtering as she caught her breath. "I'll take that as a yes," Krista grinned. "Did he ask you out? Are you going to see him again?" "Well, I did see him again, and it seems like I might be seeing a lot more of him this summer." Megan flashed her eyes at Krista as she pulled into her parking space, watching the girl formulate her own conclusions. "My uncle," Krista whispered as Megan opened her door. "Come on. You're late for lunch." Megan motioned her to hurry, and followed the girl into the meeting hall, wondering if she had just made a huge mistake by telling the girl, and obviously not hiding her attraction for the girl's uncle very well at all. The rest of the day sped by, with Megan doing her best to stay in the present moment with whichever kid she was working with. Yet in between, her mind kept replaying the happiness in Krista's eyes, the tears, and her opening up to Megan and Tyler. She gulped, letting out an exasperated sigh as the door to her office opened. "That good, huh?" Josie asked as she waltzed in and landed in a heap on her couch. "What a day. Sounds like you have something to unload?" Megan said, pushing away her own turmoil. "I was gifted 2 more horses for the camp," Josie muttered. "That sounds good, but why the funny-sounding gifted?" "Well, let's just say they're greenbroke." Josie cocked her head as Megan furrowed her brows. "They're not kid-friendly." "Oh," Megan said, sitting back. "What are you going to do with them?" "They seem good stock and friendly, just untrained." "So you hire a trainer?" "Cody's leaving soon for his rodeo, then it's the adoptive parents and camp gets a bit crazy, and after camp, Cody has his rodeo season." Josie leaned forward with a glint in her eye. "I was thinking Krista." "Krista? But she's only a kid. A kid that has more horse skills than most adults. I can talk with her." Megan thought through the skills Krista had taught her, and then leaned forward herself as she remembered the girl and Tyler talking about training horses. "I might just know someone that could help her." Megan took the next several minutes to tell Josie all about Krista and Tyler's meeting. Josie's excitement grew by the moment, until she almost bounced in her seat. "Done. Have him fill out the liability papers just to be on the safe side, but I think this is what I call divine timing." "I would have to agree," Megan said, rising to stretch. Josie stood as well, her pocket crinkling as she did. "Oh, I almost forgot. You got another letter." Josie handed her the piece of mail. Megan's heart hammered as she reached for the letter. The blood drained from her face the moment she saw that scratched printing of her name and no return address. Josie wrapped her fingers around Megan's arm in an iron grip. "Geez, you okay? Sit. You look like you're going to pass out." Megan let Josie lead her to the couch where she slumped in a heap, not unlike Josie had moments before. She took the water that Josie offered, but didn't make a move to drink it. "You okay?" Josie asked, sitting beside her. Megan tore her eyes away from the envelope. "Yeah." She blinked and briefly met Josie's eyes before flicking them away. "Yeah. Just tired. It was quite the day." Josie narrowed her eyes, glancing at the letter and back to Megan. "You sure?" "Of course," Megan said, setting the envelope down and taking a long drink. I better get going. I'm going to need to rest up if Krista wants to take on the project of training these horses." Josie gave her one more searching look, then rose. "If not, I know Cody can do it after his rodeo season. I just thought it might be a fun project for the girl. You're doing great work with her." "Thanks," Megan said, pushing to the edge of the couch. "You really think this uncle and her have a chance?" "I do. Wait until you see them together." Josie nodded. "I look forward to it. Drive home safely." "Will do. Good night." "Night," Josie said with a wave, leaving Megan with too many thoughts to put together straight. Instead of trying to sort them out, she threw her paperwork and the unopened letter with it into her desk and made her way home. Tomorrow would come soon enough. Ever since seeing his niece, Tyler had an odd queasiness within him. He didn't quite know what to call it: anxiety that he would mess up her life, or excitement at having someone in his life again. Shaking his head, he ran a hand down his face before draining his cup of coffee. Morning had come too quickly, and he couldn't quite shake the groggy feeling. "Try actually sleeping next time, chump," Tyler grumbled, his voice echoing in the empty room. He sighed. It would be nice to have someone here, so he didn't continue to talk to himself like a crazy person. His lips twitched in memory as he washed out his cup. Jordan had told him he needed a dog, and even gave him a pamphlet from the place he adopted his dog. "After Caitlin left, I had to get a dog. It beats feeling like you've gone crazy talking to yourself, Jordan had said, reaching down to scruff up his dog's fur. Isn't that right, Buster? You're a great listener. You should try it. Maybe he should. Maybe taking care of a dog would be the first step in deciding if he could take on the responsibility of his niece. The thought eased the queasiness enough that he actually hopped off the steps toward the truck. Pain shot through his leg, bringing the grimace back to his face. Okay, not ready for that yet, he mumbled as he hobbled to his truck. The thought of getting a dog preoccupied him on the way to Camp Hope, enough that once he parked, he sat in his seat almost forgetting why he was here. The sun had just peeked over the ridge line, shining in a beautiful ray right on the stables. Tyler drew in a deep breath as he stepped out of the truck, his eyes on the rays as if they were a guidance system. He stepped toward them, knowing that was where Krista waited for him, pondering if the rays meant anything, or if he placed attributes onto something that meant nothing. A soft murmuring of female voices carried on the slight breeze, an oddly soothing greeting as he limped toward the stables. Curiosity had him straining to hear the conversation as he approached. I can't believe she trusts me to do this. Krista's voice met him, small and weak, instantly enlivening his protectiveness. Why wouldn't she? You've already shown that you are an excellent horsewoman. I mean, come on, you taught me how to ride. That's no easy feat. Megan's laugh almost stopped him in his tracks, but he continued on at a slower pace. I don't know what you're talking about, Krista said with a hint of attitude. You're a natural. I just gave you pointers. Well, your pointers are valuable. Megan had lowered her voice in what Tyler had already come to see as her "this is important" tone. That thought did stop him, his feet rooting firmly on the dusty ground. Since when did he presume to know a woman he had barely met, and why did he feel a warmth at that knowing? Why are you so kind to me? Krista asked, her tone hardening in a way that pulled Tyler right out of his own dilemma. You deserve kindness, Krista. Megan softened her words. You're an incredible young lady. Krista scoffed, and a hoarse answered. My uncle won't want me. I'll just ride out the system for another 3 years. Then I'm gone. The queasiness in Tyler increased until he thought he'd be sick. That's fear talking, Krista. Megan had that tone again. I understand. Everyone you have ever loved has disappeared one way or another. It's hard to trust again. Tyler blinked rapidly, clutching a hand to his stomach, knowing he shouldn't be hearing this, but unable to move. He said nothing about taking me in, Krista said. Give him time. Megan sighed, but a sigh of longing rather than exasperation. He's been through a lot too, you know? Yeah, but what if he doesn't? There are other options beyond riding out the system for another 3 years. Megan's tone changed, giving Tyler the space to breathe a little deeper and release his stomach to step closer. Like what? Forever parents like Josie promises? That's just for little kids. The resentment in Krista's voice surprised him, though he guessed it shouldn't. No one wants a moody teenage girl. That's not true. Megan's voice wrapped around him like silk, as he realized her intentions in them. He sucked in a breath, feeling even more like an intruder than before. He remembered Chastity's words about her friend not being able to make it because of a little girl she was getting close to. No wonder Megan had been so protective of Krista. He could see it now, read it in her responses, see it in her protective gaze while they met at the lake. Megan had thought about adopting his niece. In the silence of Krista's response, or lack of one, Tyler wondered if she understood Megan's intent, if he hadn't read it wrong, and he was good at reading people. Were they measuring each other right now, reading the truth in each other's eyes? Tyler spun on his good leg and made a beeline for his truck. He shouldn't have heard that conversation. He wished he hadn't heard it. How could he take away his niece from the potential of having someone amazing like Megan as an adoptive mom? He hadn't made it to his truck yet when he heard his name being called. Tyler. Megan called again. He drew in a deep breath before turning, seeing the soft blush in Megan's cheeks, knowing that she worried he had overheard their conversation. "Hey," he said as casually as he could muster. "Are you leaving?" Megan asked, closing the distance between them. "No, I just forgot." He reached into his truck and pulled out the first thing he saw, this. A dog adoption pamphlet? Megan crossed her arms and raised her brows. "Yeah, think Tyler, think. I thought maybe I would ask Krista to help me pick out a dog." Megan's eyebrows raised higher. "A dog? It's a start, right, Doc?" "Doc, huh?" Tyler shrugged. "I've got to start somewhere. Besides, talking to the walls makes me feel like I'm crazy." Megan laughed, and he silently thanked Jordan for the idea. "Well, I understand that." Megan dropped her eyebrows and her arms, waiting for him to step alongside her, and they walked toward the stables. "I hadn't thought of a dog, though. Maybe a cat." "Ah, you're a cat lady," Tyler said, his lips twitching even before he saw her stiffen. "I should have known. Hot city therapist, single, works too much. Definitely a cat person." "You're profiling me now?" Megan turned toward him, eyes narrowed but holding a glint of humor. "Old habits die hard." He shrugged. She watched him a moment more, then her eyes shifted. "Did you say hot?" Tyler's neck heated as he cleared his throat. "My niece already in there?" "Yes, she has a new project that you might help her with." Megan's tone lost her flirtatiousness, and his heart resumed his normal rhythm. "Me? Yeah, I can support her, be present with her, but I do not know how to help." Tyler stopped and met her eyes, his curiosity overcoming all the questions of his worthiness. "Josie acquired a couple young horses that aren't quite ready to be ridden by children. What did she call them? Greenbroke." Megan nodded toward the stables, before dropping her eyes down to his boots and bringing them over him, before meeting his eyes with a slight blush to her cheeks. "Thought you'd know more about that than me." If Tyler hadn't gone through the horrifying last several years, if he wasn't damaged, he would have taken that woman in his arms right then and there. As her lips parted and her breathing sped up, he knew she knew it too. He spun away from her. "I haven't ridden in years." It took a moment for Megan to reach his side again, and when she did, her voice sounded feathery and tenuous. "Well, isn't it like riding a bike?" He glanced at her from the corner of his eye, his mouth opening to speak, as Krista stepped out of the stables and into the corral they stood beside, leading a spirited but beautiful gelding. "Uncle Tyler," she said as she led the prancing horse to the fence between them. "Good morning, Krista." He reached out a hand to the curious horse. "Who is this?" "This is Storm. He's new here and for some reason Josie thinks I can calm him." Tyler read the misgivings in Krista's eyes. "You've always had a knack for horses," he swallowed, "just like your mother." "She did, didn't she?" Krista said, blinking rapidly. "Well, maybe she'll help me." "Who?" Tyler dropped his hand from the horse. "My mom," Krista said in a shrug. "She's still around." She looked up at the sky. "Don't you think so?" Tyler's throat cinched closed, but he managed a brief nod as he looked up, wondering. "Are you up there, Tabby? Tell me what to do." Nothing appeared in front of him. No thunder crashed or lightning split the sky. No words echoed within him. Yet a wash of peace flooded him as he dropped his eyes and met his niece's hazel greens, a mixture of his and her mom's. "Tell me your plans." Tyler leaned against the railing, while Krista gave him the rundown of what she thought she should do. When she finished, he nodded. "I like it. You have thought about how to calm them, get them used to people and to children. What about the riding?" "I'll spend as much time riding them as I can, and get them on the trail once they're ready." "What else am I missing?" Krista cocked her head, and he saw that she really wanted to know what he thought. "Your mom and I trained horses when we were young, like you." Tyler ducked under the rails, spooking the horse. "Easy." He grabbed the lead rope and allowed the horse to settle, placing a gentle hand on his neck. "You're okay." "That's right, Storm. We're all friends." Krista watched him intently. "You'll help?" "I'll teach all I know," he said, meeting her eyes over the horse's back. She answered him with a smile. Well, Megan said, her voice causing him to turn toward her. He hadn't forgotten her. How could he? She made him feel a fire anytime she was around. I guess you two have it. I'll let you continue. You're not staying? Krista's voice shook before she cleared her throat. I mean, I thought we were doing this together. I'm the one intruding, Tyler said, dropping his hand from the horse. You're not backing out now, buddy. Megan folded her arms. Your niece is counting on you to keep your word. Tyler froze, his gaze going from Megan's narrowed eye stare to Krista's half-open mouth and wide eyes. His niece looked as wily as the gelding beside him. I didn't say I was going to leave, just that you shouldn't. So, we'll all do this together? Krista looked at him with such hope that he almost choked on the feelings rising within him. Tyler pulled his gaze away from her and landed them on Megan. If that's okay with the doc? Megan rolled her eyes, but when she met Krista's hopeful gaze, her eyes softened. You got it, girl. Tyler's heart lurched at the thought of what he just got himself into, but when he saw the wide smile spread across Krista's lips, reminding him even more of her mother, it made it all worth it. 6. Megan blew her hair out of her face as she tossed the remnants of the last shovel into the wheelbarrow. The air held a pungent scent, but she had actually begun to enjoy the smell of horses. It brought a surge of happiness to her every time she whiffed the earthy, sweaty scent. Last one? Tyler asked as he took up the handles of the wheelbarrow. The smell of horses wasn't the only thing she had started to enjoy. Yes, sir, she said, as she wiped the stubborn hair that clung to her face with the back of her forearm. Thank goodness Josie has showers for her volunteers. Without them, I'd smell like horses for the rest of the day. There are worse things to smell like, Tyler said, his lips spreading into a bemused smile as he turned away to dump the last load. Storm and Snickers are happily munching their breakfast, Krista said, as she leaned against the fence next to Megan. Thanks for shoveling the poop. Krista smiled wickedly. Yeah, maybe you can teach me how to feed them and we can switch jobs, Megan joked. But you're so good at it, Krista teased, but the smile on her face softened. Thank you. You're welcome, sweetie. Anything for you. Megan turned as her heart clenched, feeling the truth of those words to her core. The last couple of weeks of working side by side with Krista and Tyler filled her with bittersweet longing. The three of them worked so well together, like a well-oiled machine, picking up where the last one left off, communicating both verbally and non-verbally in an effortless dance. I wish this didn't have to end, Krista said, kicking at the straw underfoot. All good things come to an end, Tyler said as he approached them. I hate that saying, Krista said, pushing off the fence. I agree. It's not one of my favorites, that's why I tack on another saying. Megan smiled at Krista. All good things come to an end, to open doors to the next good thing. Krista cocked her head, seeming to process the words. Okay. I'll take your bait. She smirked, glancing from her uncle back to Megan. So where's this door going to lead? She waggled her eyebrows. Megan felt heat travel into her cheeks. She hoped her already flushed skin hid the addition, but from Tyler's expression, she didn't think it hid very well. I know one door, Tyler said, drawing their eyes toward him. A dog? I've narrowed it down to 2 of them. Want to help me decide? His eyes flicked to Megan, but they settled on Krista. You want me to decide which dog you'll adopt? Krista gulped down the word adopt, like it struggled to release from her throat. Yeah, I think that's important. Tyler gave her a nod. Why? Krista countered, crossing her arms and staring him down. Well, the dog will be with me most of the time, so you need to get along with it. Tyler tugged on his hat. I've got a meeting at the shelter at noon tomorrow. That's my day off. Krista watched him, glancing at Megan. I'll get it approved by Josie, she said with a mock sigh. Great. I'll pick you 2 up this time. Tyler turned on his heels before Megan could disagree. Good work today. After he had disappeared, Krista looked at her. This is a good sign, right? Megan had started to drop an arm around the girl's shoulder, but stopped as she saw the state of filth covering her arms. I think so, my girl. Does that make you happy? Scared to be happy to hope, but I can't stop it, Krista said, a frown on her face. It's a good thing, right? I mean, it would be good for me to be with my uncle. Megan pushed a smile to her face. Yes. He's a great guy. He is. Krista gnawed on her lip a little, before meeting Megan's eyes. Why then does it make you sad when I talk about it? Sad? Megan took a step back, her heart racing. I'm happy for you, sweet girl, not sad. Krista shook her head. I see the light in your eyes fade every time we talk about it. Megan's eyes burned, and she shrugged as she squeezed the words from her throat. I'll just miss you, that's all. Krista's mouth dropped open only seconds before she threw herself on Megan, hugging her tightly. I'll miss you too. I mean you. She sucked back a sob and pulled away. You're the only one I can talk to. I'll always be here for you, sweetie. Besides, it sounds like your uncle's place isn't too far from town. Maybe he'll let you continue therapy, just so we can get together. Maybe and maybe. Krista bit her lip and shook her head. Let's just promise we don't have to say goodbye. Just see you next time. Megan smiled and nudged into the girl. I like that. The breakfast bell rang, causing them both to sigh. I need a shower. Megan took a step toward the volunteer shower building. Me too, Krista said, looking at her closer. Thanks, Megan. I mean. Megan smiled. Hey, thank you. You fill a hole that's been in my life. Besides, who else would have taught me how to shovel horse poop? Krista laughed and gave a wave as she headed up the hill to her bunkhouse. Megan watched until she disappeared behind the trees. With a heavy sigh, she ambled toward the showers. That night, she had dinner with Chastity, as Derek took over the night shift for his deputy, who was interviewing for a job with the FBI. After they ate, Cammie excused herself to play with a new puzzle in the living room. She's really blossomed, Chaz. You've done great with her. Megan's heart ached watching the girl. I hear that longing in your voice. Tell me how it's going with Krista. Chastity turned to give Megan her full attention. She's incredible. She's really coming out of her shell and gaining a sense of optimism, at least until I call her on it. Megan let out a little laugh. I love how she feels safe enough to open up with me. And Tyler? Chastity leaned forward. Krista hero worships the man, and who can blame her? He seems pretty smitten with her, too. Tomorrow, he's picking us up so she can help him pick out a dog. Us? Megan shrugged. I still have to chaperone, for now. You think he's going to go for custody? Chastity asked. Yes. It will be good for them. They need each other. Megan toyed with the napkin still under her now empty plate. And you? Me? Megan asked, but she knew what Chastity meant. It's going to break your heart. Chastity went to her and gave her a hug. Megan patted her back and pushed away to pick up the plates to take them to the kitchen. It's what Krista needs. Besides, maybe she'll continue therapy so I can still see her. Chastity stood still for a moment, before pushing her shoulders back, making her stomach stick out that much further. Is the guy blind? Who, Tyler? Yeah, can't he see what's right in front of him? Megan stared at Chastity. You've totally fallen for him, and I don't see how he can't have fallen for you. She waddled over to the calendar. What are you doing? Megan asked, setting the plates down in the sink and turning back toward her friend. I'm planning a date night. A date night? Megan's heart thrummed. No, Chaz, you can't do that. Oh, the men won't know it's a date night. Chastity put her pencil on that Saturday. You have Saturday off this week, right? I'll let Cammie have a sleepover with Derek's parents. She loves staying with them. We'll invite Tyler over for dinner, and you as well. Chaz, that's pretty obvious, don't you think? Chastity pouted. Fine. Then we'll invite Jordan and Shane as well, though I don't think that's the best idea. Oh, Jordan is over me. In fact, I don't think he ever was serious. That guy is still hopelessly in love with his ex. Megan thought about Derek's friend, and how they had tried to set her up with Jordan when she first came to town. It hadn't taken long for her to see past his flirty, playful manner. I agree, and Shane is enjoying the bachelor's life. It's just it won't give you time to really get some one-on-one time with Tyler, and that's what you'll need to open his stubborn eyes. Chastity tapped her chin. Megan squeezed her arm. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Chaz, but if it's meant to be, it will happen all on its own, and if not. She shrugged. Well, we can try to hurry it along at least. She looked past Megan, and Megan followed her eyes to her wedding picture. Derek didn't wait very long. That's different. You two had a history. It's only been a month since we've met, and he has enough to consider without adding a woman into the mix. Really, Chaz? It's okay. It's not okay. Chastity folded her arms. I don't like to see you sad. I'm not sad. I have had a few awesome weeks. Look at these arms. She flexed. I'm getting strong, and now I know how to ride. Okay, I'll back off, but I'm still having the get-together, and you have to come. Megan laughed and hugged her friend. Time to spend with my bestie? I wouldn't miss it for the world. The next day, Megan wrapped up her last appointment before it was time for Tyler to pick them up. She watched the curly-headed 5-year-old bounce off her porch and toward the meeting hall. She would find a good match. The file on the potential parents seemed to fit her to perfection. Her heart warmed at the thought of another little one finding a home, and it warmed further as she saw Krista walking toward her, swiping her dark hair behind her ears, only to let it fall in front of her face again. Megan swallowed her shock when Krista looked up as she entered the office without more than a dash of mascara on. Do I look awful? Krista asked in a quiet voice as she clutched her arms across herself. No. Megan cleared her throat. You look beautiful. Your gorgeous eyes really pop out without the makeup to hide them. You think so? Krista bit her lip. I do. Krista plopped onto the couch. I wanted Uncle Tyler to be proud to call me niece in front of other people. I thought maybe if I didn't look like, well, a rebellious teen, he might? She shrugged. I think he is proud of you, makeup or no makeup, but you look beautiful. Megan tore her eyes away from the girl as Tyler pulled up in his truck. Looks like it's time to pick out a dog for your uncle. I've never picked out a pet before. Krista chewed her lip. What if I pick the wrong one? There is no wrong one. Megan held out her hand to help her out of the couch. Come on. You'll do great. Tyler had jumped down from the truck as they met him. He walked with them over to the passenger side and opened the door and the back half door. Who calls shotgun? Krista giggled. I haven't heard that in years. She looked from her uncle to Megan. I'll take the back. Megan gets carsick. Megan's eyes opened wide as a flush came into her cheeks. I forgot I told you that. We know each other pretty well, Miss Megan, cowgirl extraordinaire. Krista scrambled into the back. Tyler raised his eyebrows, his gaze going from Megan's slip-on dress shoes to her perfectly piled hair. I could see that, he said as he stepped closer, offering her his hand to help her into the truck. She took it, bracing for the sparks she knew would ignite her blood the moment she touched him. They still tingled throughout her, as Tyler drove them down the curvy road into Hope Lake. When they passed the pullover spot where she had first met him, her eyes lingered long enough to catch his. Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? He kept his voice soft, his gaze flicking to Krista in his rear-view mirror. It does in some ways, she said, her smile stretching her flaming cheeks. I got a call from Derek this morning. He glanced at her before looking back at the road. Seems they're having a little get-together on Saturday. Yeah, I got the same invite. Megan averted her eyes, looking down at her hands. It will be good to see a familiar face, he said, and she couldn't help looking at him in time to catch that sideways smile of his. The lady at the counter of the shelter smiled as they entered. "Well, hello, Tyler. Looks like you brought company with you today." Tyler smiled at her, then to his niece, his eyes also meeting Megan's before he looked back at the lady. "I did. This is Megan and my niece, Krista. She's going to help me choose." "So you think you'll take one home today?" "Yes, that's my hope," he said as he headed toward the door. "Can we go on back?" "Of course, you know the drill. Nice to meet you, ladies." Megan and Krista waved as he led them through the door. The chaotic sounds and smells of a shelter always hit his senses with a bit of overwhelm. He glanced back, seeing the same reaction in Megan. Krista, on the other hand, smiled as if it was a place she always wanted to be. "Ah, look at these kittens." She stuck her fingers in the cage. "You're a feisty one." Megan peered beside her. "Ah, they're adorable. Look at the one rolling with the ball back there." Tyler peeked in, then cleared his throat. "I'm not here to get a kitten." Krista pulled her finger out and tore her eyes away from the tiny mewing kittens. "Sorry, Uncle Tyler. It's so hard. I want to take them all home." Megan gave one a pet through the bars before she turned to him. "Well, you did say you wanted a cat." He raised his eyebrows. "A cat maybe, not a dozen." Megan met him with narrowed eyes flashing with humor. "Unlike the way a certain cowboy thinks, I'm not that kind of cat lady." Tyler squeezed his lips shut, but he felt his nostrils flare out as a chuckle escaped. "You can keep looking if you want. I'm just impatient." "It's okay, Uncle Tyler. This is your day, and hopefully a special day for one of these dogs too." Krista walked past the cat area, keeping her eyes focused ahead to the kennels in the back. "She can be quite determined, can't she?" Tyler whispered to Megan. "She wants to impress you," Megan whispered back. "Me?" Megan rolled her eyes and followed Krista. "Which ones were you thinking of?" Krista's eyes kept flicking toward a kennel of puppies. "They're cute, but I'm not ready for a puppy. That's a lot of work." Krista nodded. "Which ones? If I keep looking without direction, I'm going to be with Megan and want to take them all home." Megan laughed. "You're in trouble." "I'd say," a man with coveralls and a broom greeted them. "I can tell soft hearts when I see them." "You'd better be careful, Tyler. You've got your hands full with these two. If you don't keep them on a short leash, they'll have your house full of rescues before you can sneeze." "Good afternoon, Frank." Tyler smiled, not bothering to correct him about what he obviously assumed. "Do you have them in the visitation area?" "Well, I've got sad news for you," Frank said, leaning on his broom. "Pickles was adopted yesterday." "Oh," Tyler said, shifting his weight. "I see. He got a good home, though. A family with a boy a bit younger than your girl there. That boy fell in love with him immediately." Tyler gave him a nod. "Well, I'm glad he found a good home." He glanced at the area where they held the visits. "And the girl, is she still here?" "Grace is eagerly awaiting you," Frank said, nodding while pulling out a set of keys. Krista smiled at him and followed Frank. As they passed a kennel with a large Rottweiler, the dog lunged and thundered a ferocious bark. Megan gasped, dashing back and colliding into his chest. He wrapped his arms around her, instantly aware of her body against his and struggling for breath. "You're okay," he said soothingly, bending his mouth down closer to her ear, smelling her sweet scent and feeling heady. She stiffened in his arms, before seeming to melt into him in a way that had his head spinning, and in need of planting his feet firmly into the ground. "That's just Brutus." Frank glanced at them. "He's all bark and no bite." He motioned them to follow Krista into the visitation area. Megan cleared her throat. "Sorry," she said, before taking a wobbling step toward Frank, making Tyler wonder if her legs were unsteady from fear of the dog or if she had a similar reaction as he did to their close contact. Grace sat in the far corner, her tail wagging and paws dancing. When the door clicked behind them, he squatted down. "Come here, girl," he said, softening his voice. Grace looked from him to the girls and back to him, still dancing in place, and now whining quietly. Ah, she's shy. Krista squatted next to him. Come on, girl. It's okay, Gracie, come here. Grace took a few more dancing steps forward, but didn't come all the way up to them. Tyler glanced up at Megan, who still stood. She stepped further toward the door and squatted herself, but her expression was one of wariness. Tyler tore his eyes off Megan and back to the dog. Come on, girl. I brought my niece to meet you. The black and white dog took a few more steps, tails wagging so wildly her entire backside danced with the movement. She reached her nose out to smell him, then came rushing into his arms. She knows you, Krista said, reaching over to pet the dog trying to crawl into his lap. Grace tried to lick his face. No licking. Ah, they're just doggy kisses. Isn't that right, Gracie? Just kisses. She baby-talked to the dog, sticking her face close to receive the eager kisses. Ew, Tyler said, but he laughed seeing the joy on the girl's face. He stepped back to let them get acquainted, coming into Megan's space as they both stood. I think you're going home with the dog today, she said, her hands fiddling with her shirt. Tyler raised an eyebrow. You're really not a dog person. She shrugged, averting her eyes to Krista petting Grace. Come on. He grabbed her hand, knowing the minute he did, a shock would travel all the way through him. He allowed it and tugged harder. You're going to meet Grace, too. She's so sweet, Krista said as they approached. Megan, come meet her. Isn't she so cute? Megan resisted against his tug, and he stood back up to read the fear in her eyes. Oh, he said, switching from tugging her hand to sliding his thumb along her smooth skin in a soothing, repetitive caress. I see. Megan narrowed her eyes. Look, there are dogs that can't be trusted, but this isn't one of them. He flicked his gaze to where Grace had nestled herself in Krista's arms, staring up at her with a look of adoration. See? She's safe. She seems really sweet. Megan pulled her hand from his and backed up. I'll wait for you guys in the truck, okay? Tyler didn't think about his response. In fact, even as he did it, he pushed the warning down and grabbed her hand anyway, wrapping his fingers through hers. Looks like you aren't the only one that will help people move past their fear. Instead of pulling her toward the dog this time, he pulled her down until she landed on her rump with a humph. When Megan glared at him, he smiled in return, wrapping his arm tightly around her so she couldn't move. Her breathing quickened. He could feel her chest expand and contract rapidly. It's just like with horses, he said, keeping his tone soft, soothing. They can sense your fear, but look at her. She only wants to please us. You know nothing about her past, Megan said, keeping her tone low. Actually, I do. Tyler shifted himself, sidling closer to Megan for a better grip, finding it hard to concentrate as he breathed in her sweet flowery scent. He knew that light perfume, though he couldn't place it. She belonged to an older man who had lost his wife. He was broken-hearted when he had to move into an assisted care facility and leave Grace behind. Oh, Megan said, though her body still shook and he could see her pulse lightning quick in that soft spot on her neck. A surge of desire to kiss that rapid pulsing skin shot through him with enough force that he almost lost his hold on her. Slow your breathing, he said, his voice deeper than he intended. She shut her eyes as a shiver ran through her. Grace won't hurt you, he said. She licked her lips and opened her mouth to speak, but before the words came out, Grace had snuck over and nosed Megan's fist. Megan drew in a quick breath as her eyes shot open. Shush, you're okay. I won't let anything happen to you. Tyler rubbed her arm where he held her in place. Open your hand and let her smell you. For a second, he didn't think Megan would do it, but then, slowly, her palm opened. Grace shoved her nose into Megan's palm, nudging underneath it in request for pets. Tyler loosened his hold, rubbing her arms, then her back, breathing soothing words to Megan. That's it. See, she's a good girl, aren't you, Grace? Tyler rubbed the dog's ears with his free hand, the other one sliding up and down Megan's warm back, making his hand tingle and burn. Being that close to Megan was the sweetest torture he had ever experienced, and one he didn't want to end. By the time Frank knocked on the door and opened it, Grace had settled herself against Megan's side, and Megan had stopped trembling and petted her without support. Well, it's time for my lunch break. You've made up your mind? Frank asked. Tyler glanced at Krista. Well? I think she's perfect, Krista said, hope welling in her eyes that he noticed weren't lined with heavy makeup, making them look even more like her mom's. Aren't you? She turned back to Grace. You want to come home with us, I mean? She flicked fearful eyes up to him, before keeping them averted and focused on the dog. Tyler met Megan's eyes that held so many different emotions he almost had to pull away his gaze. She gave him a slight nod. He searched her gaze, then watched Krista nuzzle into Grace again. I think we found the one, Frank, Tyler said, slowly coming to a rise and holding out a hand to help Megan up with him. Great. I'll tell Carla to draw up the paperwork. Then I'll gather up Grace's things and meet you in the lobby. He handed Tyler a leash before disappearing. Krista, do you want the honor? Tyler handed the leash to his niece. She beamed at him, taking the leash and clipping it to Grace's collar. You're free, Gracie. You have a home. Krista's lips quivered a little, but she turned her face away from him and walked Grace toward the lobby. She's getting attached, Megan said, her tone lined with sadness. Well, she's a sweet dog, Tyler said, brushing off his pants. I didn't mean to, Grace, Megan said, walking off after Krista. Tyler froze as realization sunk heavily in his guts. It was time to make a choice. He had no right to give the girl false hope if he squeezed his fists together. That girl deserved more than him. She deserved a full family, but as she turned back to meet his eyes before going into the lobby, he knew what it came down to. She was his and he was hers. As she disappeared into the room, Megan's eyes came into his view, and his heart clenched all the more. Could he really hope for the complete package for them both, for something he not only didn't deserve, but could become a liability to them all? Frank shuffled past, his hands full of a feeding dish, a dog bed and toys. Still battling indecision? Tyler rolled his shoulders, realizing he stood frozen in place. Take it from me, son. With women like that, you don't get a choice. They make it for you. It's best if you learn that now. It will make your life much easier. Frank chuckled. Tyler rushed to open the door for the man, but his words of advice filtered through his senses as he saw both Megan and Krista loving on his new dog, Grace. Maybe Frank had given him the answer he'd been needing. 7. Megan paced on Chastity's deck, finding herself chewing on her nails before pulling them out of her mouth again. Dinner's in the oven? Chastity said as she came onto the back deck with her. You going to tell me what has you so riled up? I haven't seen you like this since college, when you found out Kyle Strong was in your psych class. Chastity eased herself in the porch swing, resting a hand on her very large baby bump. We got a dog, Megan blurted out. Oh, that's right. How'd it go? Wait, I hadn't thought about it before. You hate dogs. It's more like a fear thing, Megan said, stopping herself as she almost put her finger in her mouth again. Miss Psychiatrist has a fear thing? Chastity let out a short laugh. So tell me all about yesterday. Megan relayed the story to her, watching her sit more forward with every juicy tidbit. And that's it? You guys got the dog and he took you back? Well, kind of. We went out to lunch, got sandwiches, and took them to the lake so Grace could stay with us. Megan met her eyes. She really is a sweet thing. Uh-huh. Chastity sat back in the swing, absent-mindedly rubbing her belly. I'm not sure it was the dog you fell in love with. No one said anything about love, Megan said as Derek came out of the slider. What is this I hear about love? Derek said, his eyes glinting, glancing from Megan to his wife and back. Thankfully, a vehicle coming up the drive pulled him back inside. Guess I have to wait on the gossip. Megan rolled her eyes, then glared at Chastity. Don't be cute tonight. Cute? But I thought you said I was a cute, pregnant lady. Chastity smiled innocently. You know what I mean. It's awkward enough without having you put us on the spot. I would never. Chastity scooted to the edge of the seat, and Megan held out a hand to help her up. Should you really be on your feet this much? Doctor said the more I walk, the faster he'll come, and this bun is done. The timer chimed from the kitchen, making Chastity laugh. Well, I didn't mean right this minute. Megan followed her inside, trying to keep her eyes off the front window where Derek greeted someone. Her heart sped up. I don't even know how to act. Chastity glanced back at her. What does that mean? You shouldn't ever act, just be yourself. That's what I'm worried about, she muttered as she followed Chastity in and helped her set the table. Megan lost herself in helping Chastity until she heard the click of claws on the tile and a soft wet nose nudge her hand. She sucked back the scream that wanted to escape and instead turned and looked down at the furry creature wagging her tail. Well, hello, Grace. She squatted to give the dog some attention. I'm impressed, Chastity teased, before she glanced up the moment that Megan felt the presence she had been both fearing and desiring. You're quite the guy to help Megan with her fear of dogs. That wasn't me, Tyler said, his voice closing in as he squatted next to Megan. Hello. Hi, she said, feeling the heat fill her cheeks. She gave Grace one more pet and stood. Besides, I'm not sure I trust all dogs. She met Tyler's eyes briefly. Just this one. We all have to start somewhere, Tyler said, and she could feel his gaze on her before he turned toward Chastity. I hope you don't mind I brought Grace. I didn't know whether I should leave her alone at home yet. She's fine, Chastity said. I'm glad you came. Well, Derek said I needed more social time, and it beats the bar, Tyler said with a chuckle, but Megan heard the tone of his voice harden a little. Definitely beats the bar. I've seen the regulars in there, and the tourists are even worse, though in a completely different way. Chastity wrinkled her nose. Oh, I don't know, Jordan's voice boomed as he entered the room, handing Chastity a bottle of apple cider. They have their perks. He turned to Tyler. What's up, Ty? Glad you made it. Then he settled on Megan. Megan, he whistled, beautiful as always. Megan felt Tyler tense beside him as she narrowed her eyes. Save it for your tourists, Jordan. Jordan threw out a laugh that filled the kitchen, slapping Tyler on the back, which only seemed to make him harden all the more. She's a fiery one. Jordan left the room to greet Shane as he entered, seemingly unaware at the wake he had left behind. Tyler eyed her, as if wondering if he should address the hanging tension or not. Just ignore him, Meg. You know as well as I do he's just burned that you didn't fall head over heels for him. Chastity laughed, but it was forced and awkward. Tyler kept watching Megan until she met his eyes. He's fooling himself then because he's still pining for his lost love. Besides, she eased a smile to her lips, he's not my type. What is your type? Derek asked as he came into the kitchen, but he looked from Megan to Tyler and then to his wife. Oh. He shifted his weight before sliding past Tyler toward his wife. Love, do you need help with anything else? This is the last piece, she said, handing him a tray of sliced bread. Oh, Tyler, would you grab that bottle Jordan brought in? I set it on the counter by the fridge, and Megan, you know where the bottle opener is. Chastity handed out directions as she took her husband's arm and led them out of the kitchen. You okay? Tyler asked. Yeah, fine, Megan said, digging through the drawer for the opener. If he bothers you. Megan let out a small laugh as she found the opener and shut the drawer. What did Frank say about the Rottweiler? He's all bark and no bite. She looked up to meet Tyler's eyes. I know I have nothing to worry about with him, and neither do you. She bit her lip as she turned toward the door. Ready? His steps followed hers, and as they stepped toward the doorway, the warmth of his hand rested briefly on the small of her back as they passed through. The little electric shocks lingered there all throughout dinner and into the night. The guys started a dart game on the back deck while Megan helped Chastity clean up. Megan sent her friend to put her feet up as she finished washing the dishes. Then she slipped out onto the front deck to enjoy the twinkling stars reflecting on the lake below. Sighing, she sank into the front porch swing, remembering the story that Chastity had told her about it. The screen door squeaked open, and she glanced up expecting to see Chastity, but Tyler's presence filled the porch before she even saw his outline. "Hey, mind some company?" Tyler asked as he came out. "Not in the slightest." She scooted over and patted the swing next to her. "It's quite the view." "Yeah, it is," Tyler said, but his eyes had never left hers. "I was hoping to get the chance to talk to you, alone." "Oh?" Megan's heart raced as her stomach felt airy, like 1,000 butterflies had just taken flight. "About Krista," he said almost as an apology, sitting beside her. "I see," she said, her voice pitching a little too high in an effort to keep the disappointment from it. "How can I help?" "What you said yesterday about her getting attached?" "Yes," Megan said. The butterflies had dispersed, but her heart still hammered. "I don't want to hurt her." "Then don't." I'm worried that I'll not be what she needs." Empathy flooded Megan, and her own woes flew out with the butterflies. "No one is perfect, Tyler. We all come with issues and baggage. What makes the difference is the commitment to work through them, together." Tyler turned in his seat, reading her eyes. "You really believe that?" "I do." And she did. She had seen her parents go through tough times. She had seen her mother's fears and her father's inability to let go, but she had also watched them through the hardship when her mother fell ill with cancer and eventually passed. Her dad had been her mother's rock and her own. What if the issues are too great to work through? Tyler dropped his gaze to his interlaced fingers resting in his lap. "I don't believe any issue is too great." She instinctively rested her hand on his, doing her best to ignore the sparks. "You've been through a lot, not just here with losing your parents, your sister, but what you soldiers go through out there." She shook her head. "It's a lot, but it doesn't mean you're broken. Just like your leg, the rest of you will heal with time." Tyler swallowed audibly, then squeezed her hand, letting his thumb caress her skin like he had at the shelter. "Is this Dr. Eldridge talking or Megan?" "It's me," Megan said, blinking rapidly while trying to process the intention behind his words. He nodded, looking out across the forest to the lake beyond. "It really is a great view." "Yes, it is," she said, never taking her eyes off him. She drew in a deep breath, bit her lip, and let the words spill out. "As for Krista, I think the best thing to do is be honest with her." The thumb circling stopped, but he didn't pull away. "You saying I haven't been?" "No, not at all." She licked her lips. "I'm saying, if your intentions are to take custody of her, tell her that so she isn't second-guessing herself all the time." He drew his hands away and looked at her. "And if I'm still not sure that would be in her best interest?" "Tell her that. Tell her it's what you want, but that you need to make sure it's what's best for her." Tyler searched her eyes, his green eyes reflecting the string of lights hung around the porch. "You think it's best to give her the hope, even if it's false?" "I think it's best to be honest with her. That way, if it doesn't," she cleared her throat, "if it doesn't work out, she'll know it's not because she lacks anything. So it will be my lack that makes it not work." Tyler stood. "No, that's not what I meant." Megan blew out a breath, chastising herself for ruining the beautiful moment full of possibilities. "I mean, if you really feel that your issues are too great, maybe you should talk through them, get the help you need, so that they won't stop you from being everything that Krista needs." Tyler spun toward her, his eyes narrowed as he searched hers. "Thanks for the advice, Doc." Megan's heart fell and tears burned her eyes as he walked down the steps toward his truck. He spun in his tracks, and she launched into a stand when a scream erupted from the house. Tyler was by her side before she had unfrozen. He pushed her against the house, eyes darting every which way as he covered her body with his. "Stay back," he said as he inched his way to the door. "Tyler," she whispered once she found her voice, but he didn't hear her. His hand rested on a bulge under his arm, and a dawning hit her. It had been something she had noticed and yet disregarded every time she had seen him, but now she knew. She reached for him as he slipped in the doors, his head twisting one way then the other as if looking for the unseen danger. Of course she could be wrong, but she didn't feel the scream was one of danger, but one of pain, which could mean Chastity might be in labor. She rushed to the door, but as Tyler's narrowed eyes met hers, she froze. Yet it hadn't been too long since Chastity had been attacked, nearly killed, and then stalked for a year. Could he have escaped from prison? And Megan's blood ran cold, thinking of the letters hidden in her desk. Chill out, Ty. Jordan's voice boomed. You're in Hope Lake. No bad dudes here, just a woman in labor. Tyler's body relaxed and his hand fell, but his eyes still held that darkness. He blinked, almost as if he found himself somewhere he didn't expect. Chastity let out another moan of pain, and Megan rushed past Tyler to be by her side. Did your timer ding? Megan asked, drawing from her reserves to find humor. Chastity let out a small chuckle. I think it just might have. Derek ran around the house like a chicken with its head cut off. I've got the go bag, the diaper bag, and your purse. Shoot. I never got the car seat in your car. You'll have time, man, Shane said. This is why I never wanted kids. It makes the easiest going guy go nuts. Jordan shook his head. See you on the other side, brother. Hope you're still sane when I do. Megan felt Tyler's silent presence watching, but she focused on Chastity, getting her into the car and then following them to the hospital. She would have time later to process what went wrong when talking with Tyler, and his reaction to Chastity's scream of pain. Right now, she was glad to have the distraction of her friend. Tyler paced the hallway in his shambled house as he listened to Derek on the other end of the phone. So it was just a false alarm? The doctors say it was probably just gas. The baby's heartbeat is still strong, and Chastity has another couple of weeks until her due date. But man, the stress, I thought that was it. I'll be better prepared next time. Of course you will, Tyler said, stopping to swipe a hand across his lengthening hair. You'll do great, man. Thanks, and thanks for being there. It was nice to have the backup, in case it had been something dangerous. Yeah, Tyler said, clearing his throat. Sorry, some things just don't. Hey, I meant it. You don't know what Chastity and I went through when she came back. I almost lost her again. It took me months not to come racing in, gun drawn, every time she saw a spider. Derek laughed. Tyler's lips twitched, the constriction in his chest lightening. Glad I'm not the only one. Far from it, brother. If you've ever considered going into law enforcement, I could use a guy like you. Tyler shook his head, then realized Derek couldn't see it. I appreciate the offer, but I've had enough of that life. Well, if you ever change your mind, just holler. Oh, that's Chastity, I've got to go. We'll see you soon. Tyler ended the call and flipped the phone in his hand, the repetitive motion calming his mind, keeping the shrieks of memory at bay just. He had too much to think about in his present life to get sucked into the past, especially that past, a situation he could never fix. His stomach clenched as he thought about Megan giving him the shrink talk like he was a patient. Going through all the shrinks and psychoanalysis after the event left him with a foul taste for anyone trying to get into his head and get him to open up about his feelings. His feelings betrayed him. The phone dug into his palm, until he realized he was crushing the device so much the protective case bent. He dropped the phone onto the couch and shook out his hands, taking in deep breaths. Learning to breathe was the one thing he didn't regret about all those shrink visits. He dragged his fingers through his hair, trying to focus, but a constant thwack-thwack kept pulling him out of his thoughts. Searching for the noise, he found Grace on her bed looking at him with doleful eyes, and the thwacking increased its beat. Come here, girl. He bent down, greeting the dog with pets. What are we going to do, girl? She nosed his cheek, keeping her tongue in, then rubbed under his chin, knocking him off balance. He let out a little chuckle as he settled himself on the floor against the wall, straightening out his bum leg. It was healing, though painstakingly slow. Grace looked at the door and whined, then rubbed against him. Oh, I see. You wait until I get settled, and then tell me you have to go outside. He groaned as he picked himself back up. Well, come on then. Grace raced to the door and back to him, then to the door again, repeating the dance until he opened it, but she didn't run to the area she usually used. Instead, she ran to the truck, bouncing and even letting out an excited yip. You want to go somewhere? He walked up to the excited dog and ruffled her fur. The house loomed behind him, a series of unfinished projects goading him. He had the siding off, and Jordan had his electrician coming tomorrow. The kitchen wall was still in shambles, but again, he needed the electrician to take out the wiring before he could go further. "Why not?" he said to Grace, giving her one pet before turning back toward the house. "You've got to wait while I put some things together." Grace whined as he walked back inside, but he was back out and letting her hop into the truck in a matter of minutes. She dashed around the seat, sniffing and whining. Then she found something in the back seat and rubbed her face against it, then her body, until she snuggled up with the piece of clothing. Tyler reached back to see what had the dog reacting so strangely. Holding up the black material, he realized it was Krista's overshirt she had in her hands when he picked her up on Friday. He watched the dog, who laid her head on the seat, her eyes imploring him. "You miss Krista?" he asked, realizing he did too. "Krista," he said again, and she lifted her head, panting. Okay. We'll go see Krista." Grace let out a little woof before settling herself again. What was he going to do with these girls, Grace, Krista, and Megan? His stomach clenched again. He had let himself get too close, become too accustomed to having Megan near, to feeling her skin against his. How should he negotiate the interlaced relationships he had somehow woven into his life upon returning to Hope Lake? Frank's words of advice echoed in his head as he pulled out onto the highway. Maybe the old man had something going, maybe the best course of action was truth, like Megan said, but also no action at all. Like Frank said, let them make the moves. He growled, the rumbling in his chest making Grace stir in the back of the truck. She jumped over the seat to sit next to him, giving him a whine before she rested her head on his lap. Her presence eased the anxiety coursing through him, as he let his hand absent-mindedly pet his new companion. He had let his mind go, thinking about nothing at all, until he pulled into the camp. He didn't know what to expect. It was the first time he arrived without scheduling it first. The day had only begun, and as he opened the truck door, he could smell the sweet scent of pancakes wafting from the meeting house, along with a cacophony of kid conversations. He hesitated as he clipped the leash on Grace's collar. Maybe he shouldn't have just shown up. His eyes scanned the area, landing on Megan's car parked near her office. He shifted his weight and turned back to his truck, having second thoughts about dropping in unexpectedly. Grace balked when he called her to hop back into the truck, giving a little woof and tugging on the leash. "Gracie." Krista's voice had him freezing, before drawing in a breath and turning toward the girl who ran over to him. "Hey girl. You're looking good. Look how shiny your coat is. Uncle Tyler taking good care of you?" She glanced up at him. "I didn't know you were coming today." "Grace missed you." He leaned against his truck seat in the open door. "Oh, Grace did, huh? Did she tell you that?" "Actually, in her way, yes, she did," he said. Krista cocked her head before giving the dog a few more pets, and standing up to look Tyler straight in the face. So? Tyler smiled. "What ya doing here?" She glanced at Megan's office, then back at him. "Here to see Megan?" She waggled her brows. Heat crept up his neck as he shook his head. "No, I told you. Grace missed you." She raised her brows further. "Okay, I missed you too, but," he sighed and pushed off the seat, "I've got to tell you something." "Okay," she said warily, clasping her hands tightly. "Look. I've had it rough. You've had it rough too, I know, but I had to do things that just don't sit well." "You mean in the service?" Krista asked, leaning against the door, relaxing a little. "Yeah, in the service." He swiped a hand down his face. Sometimes those memories come back at me at the wrong times and He stepped away from the open door to pace. "I worry I may not be good for you, not on a full-time basis." Krista tensed and she dropped her gaze. "I understand." "Hey." He closed the distance between them and grabbed her arm gently. "That doesn't change the fact that I love you, that I'd do anything for you, or that I want to be a part of your life." "Okay," she said, but she didn't lift her gaze. Using his other hand, he lifted her chin until she met his eyes. And I'm not saying never, I'm just saying it's gonna take time for me to make sure it's what's best for you. She searched his eyes, blinking rapidly, and gave him a nod. So you're still giving me hope. He cupped her cheek, seeing the sweet 4-year-old he remembered so well. Yes, darling, I'm giving us both hope. He let go of her and stepped back. And a promise that whatever happens, I will always be in your life, one way or the other. I'll take it, she said, her lips twitching into a semi-smile. She bent down and gave Grace a few more pets as the noise of the kids grew louder. I wish I could stay, but I have a trail ride to get ready for. I'm riding Storm today. I think he's ready. Be safe, Krista. He drew her into a brief hug. Of course. She gave him a little punch. Now go see Megan. He glanced at the office with a horrified expression. You're here. You might as well say hi. Besides, you need to tell her what you told me. Why? He croaked as he shifted his weight. If you don't know, well, I'm not gonna tell you. She shrugged before turning with a wave to walk toward the barn. Her courage in the way she handled their talk made him groan with the knowing he had to be just as courageous. He closed the truck door and gripped Grace's leash while looking toward Megan's office. Should he apologize for last night? Confront her about Shrink talking to him? Ignore it altogether? His footsteps felt jolting as he made his way to the office, doing his best to peer in the windows to see if she was there. Maybe he'd get lucky and she'd be somewhere else, or with a kid. As he approached the office, the glare on the window diminished, and he saw her at her desk. Yet the closer he came, the more his heart sped up, along with his steps. She had her head in her hands, and as he opened the door, he heard her sniff. She jolted at the sound of the door, wiping her eyes and opening her mouth, but when she saw him, the tears came anew. Grace whined, pulling on the leash to get to her, and Tyler relaxed his grip, letting the dog go comfort her as he shut the door behind him. When he made it to Megan's side, she had dried her face with a tissue and was covering something on her desk. Are you okay? He reached for her, hesitated, and finally dropped his hand. Everything's fine, she said, though her tone was high and constricted. And I'm your fairy godmother, he muttered. He glanced down at the paper she had tried to cover, and the hairs shot up on the back of his neck. His hand reached for it without thinking. What is this? Confidential, she said as she made a grab for it, but she didn't succeed and dropped her head in defeat. What is this? He asked again, fear lacing his words as he reread the scratched lettering on the paper. Megan? He gripped her shoulder with his other hand. Is this the only one? She sucked in a breath, wiping her eyes as she shook her head. A moment later she pulled out a drawer, pushing aside a stack of files to show several more letters. Tyler reached in and took them all, taking them over to the couch and laying them out one by one. 6 letters. Each postmarked 1 week apart, all of them Sacramento stamped, all of them except the last one. He looked up at Megan, who had busied herself in petting Grace, her chest still softly heaving as if she silently cried. Megan, he waited for her to look at him. Have you shown these to anyone? She shook her head. Seriously? Your best friend's husband is the sheriff, and you have said nothing about this? They've been through so much, I didn't want to bring up the horrible memories for them. She bit her lip, then met his eyes. I thought it was just some infatuated patient that would eventually let it go, but then, today, that letter is postmarked from Hope Lake County. She nodded, fresh tears streaming down her face. He glanced through the letters, reading them in order, each letter's demands more emphatic and detailed than the last. Tyler hadn't felt this level of anger since that nightmare in Syria. Rage built within him, and he wished the man who had the audacity to threaten his Megan was standing in front of him so he could rip his throat out. He gathered up the letters. I'm taking these to Derek right now. Megan stood up in a rush that scared Grace back to him. No. They don't need this, not when Chastity is on bed rest and the baby could come at any moment. Oh, Tyler didn't even try to hide the sarcasm in his voice. Would you rather me wait until after this stalker threatens you face to face? You don't think, surely he wouldn't. Megan's eyes grew wider and wider. He's already here in the county, Megan. He gripped the envelopes in his hand and stepped toward her. I'm telling Josie on my way out too. You guys need to keep an eye out for strange cars. But Megan let her unspoken words fade off as she sank into the couch he had vacated. Geez, Megan. I know you're independent, but this goes too far. He stomped toward the door. Come on, Grace. Grace nosed Megan's knee and whined, but eventually followed his order. At the door he paused. Just keep your eyes open, Doc. I'll be in contact after I talk with Derek. He shook his head and stormed out of the office in search of Josie. Fury built inside of him at the thought of a crazy guy threatening Megan, and at her for not saying anything until it was almost too late. And it was too late for his heart. He couldn't walk away, not knowing that she was in danger. 8. Megan sat stunned, her eyes remaining on the door long after Tyler left. When she finally blinked herself back to awareness, she wondered if this was how Chastity felt when Derek's overprotectiveness had infuriated her. Except confusion muddled Megan in a way that she didn't know if she should be angry or feel cared for. She rubbed her temples, trying to make the brain fog fade so she could concentrate. She only had 2 groups today. One right before lunch and one after, but the pile of files of potential parents that Josie had given her sat untouched on her desk. An idle mind creates its own problems, she muttered, her dad saying as she pried herself off the couch and moved to sit at her desk. As she opened the first file, Josie barged into the office. Oh my goodness, Megan. Are you okay? Josie rushed over, pulling Megan out of the chair and into her arms. Why didn't you tell me? Megan sighed, appreciating Josie's concern and grateful that she had spent her tears with Tyler. Somehow that felt better, a realization that she would have to think on later. I didn't think it was really anything. Megan shrugged as she pulled away to return to her seat. Josie dragged a chair beside her. How long have the letters been coming? Just here or home as well? Just here. 6 weeks, she said, hating the timidness in her voice. I wish you would have said something. Josie sat back, folding her arms. You know, it's not like we don't have experience with these kinds of situations. Megan nodded, remembering the story of Josie's son and how his birth dad had tried to steal him away the moment they had released him from prison. Thank goodness Wiley found the courage to tell the judge what had happened the night his birth mom died. Now they wouldn't be releasing his birth dad anytime soon. We fought hard for our son. Josie narrowed her eyes. We will fight hard for you too. Wiley still have those roping skills? Megan laughed, trying to force ease into the situation. Speaking of fighting for kids or potential kids. She licked her lips and swallowed. I want to make sure you know that if Tyler, Krista's uncle, doesn't decide on taking custody, I am really considering it. Oh, Megan. Josie squeezed her knee. Boy, do I know your predicament. You do? Megan gave Josie her full attention, escaping from the events this morning had brought. Well, yeah. I had considered adopting Wiley after the first year he was here, but kept convincing myself he needed more than I could give. Maybe you should talk with Tyler, that's where he stands. Megan swallowed, taking a sip of her tea to distract herself from the tears that burned her eyes. I had finally decided to do it, filled out the paperwork and everything, then Cody came along. Josie shrugged, a soft smile gracing her lips. Megan sat forward, wondering at the parallels between her situation and Josie's, but surely that only happens once in a small town, and it had already happened twice if she considered Chastity and Derek. The probability of Tyler, Krista, and herself had of making a made-for-each-other trio like Josie's and Chastity's was slim, too good to be true. It's not too good to be true, Josie said, patting her leg. Megan's eyes widened. How do you do that? Josie laughed. Now, if only I could do it to find out more about this stalker guy. Not much to share, Josie. Megan went to reach for the letters in the drawer, remembering as she opened it that Tyler had taken them with him. She shut it, pushing down the irritation that flooded her. 6 letters, each one with progressive threats, but the last one was sent from the post office in Hope County. That's what Tyler said. Josie leaned forward, her voice taking on the tone Megan had heard her use on wayward kids. This is serious. If he's in the county. She glanced outside as a truck pulled up. Megan's heart hammered until she saw the sheriff emblem on the door, then her blood pulsed for an entirely different reason. If it had been Derek, she might have faced him directly, but seeing the man who eased in his seat as one of his deputies, she turned back to Josie. Do you want me to stay away, Josie? It's not safe for the kids. Megan swallowed her desire to throw a fit, demanding her independence and right to continue her work. Not until we know it's a threat for sure. Now that Derek knows, they'll be on the lookout for strangers. In a tourist town? Megan raised her eyebrows. Well, suspicious strangers. They have a look. Not all of them. Megan once again faded from the world to run through her mental store of patients that showed signs of psychotic behavior like this. Sometimes they seem perfectly normal. And those were the scary ones. Do you have an idea of who it could be? I've been running through a list of potentials in my mind, but I don't have a firm idea. Megan shot out of her seat. Unless I can match the handwriting. She opened the drawer with her purse, grabbed it, and pulled the strap over her shoulder. Josie, The sound of kids laughing hit her in the pit of her stomach, and she saw her first group skipping towards her. She set her purse down, turning back toward Josie. Please tell the deputy that I need to talk to Derek, with the letters, at my house, but not until after 2. Megan, this is important. I'll take over the group. Megan shook her head. No. These kids need the comfort that consistency brings. It won't hurt to wait another few hours. Josie eyed her before rising to a stand with a sigh. If you say so, but all you've got to do is call and I'll take over. I appreciate that. Megan stuffed her purse back into her desk and busied herself putting out the throw pillows and beanbag chairs. I'll let Tony, the deputy, know. Josie switched her look of concern to a beaming smile as the kids came funneling in. Hey guys. How's everyone doing today? They all answered at once, then one kid asked, Are you joining us today, Miss Josie? Not today, Caleb, but maybe another time. You gonna go talk to that cop? A little girl asked with wide eyes. I am. He's a friend. So he's not here to take one of us to jail? Another little boy asked. No. Josie laughed. Why would you think that? Every kid here is a good kid. Told ya. The boy smirked and folded his arms across his skinny chest. Say goodbye to Miss Josie, everyone, Megan said, gathering them in and motioning to the seats she had laid out. Let's all have a seat and take in some deep breaths. Megan positioned herself so she couldn't see Josie and the deputy talking. She needed to give these kids her full attention. They had so many questions and concerns about finding a forever home. In this moment, they needed her, and if she allowed herself to think about it, she needed them too. She didn't let herself think about the letters until she had left the camp's boundary on her way home. Even then, she focused more on the logistics, such as where did she put those boxes of files. She had almost shredded them, but she worried about lawsuits and wanted to ensure she had all she needed. When she had moved to Hope Lake, she let her apartment go, the last scrap of attachment to the big city. The movers had been efficient, and had even stacked those boxes of files into her attic for her. How in the world was she going to get them down? When she arrived at her house, Derek's sheriff cruiser and Tyler's truck were parked in front. Pulling into her driveway, she saw them talking to her neighbor, Mrs. Fields, and groaned. Her business would be all over Hope Lake by the end of the day. Slamming her car door a little harder than she meant to, she stalked straight up the sidewalk to her porch, ignoring the expectant stares from the guys as she unlocked the door. She left it ajar, though, and went in to put down her purse and calm herself with a drink of water. Knock knock, Derek said, and she heard her door squeak as he pushed it all the way open. Come on in, she said, drawing in deep breaths and telling herself to be nice. They were only helping after all, because they cared, right? You asked us to be here, right? Derek said as they walked into her kitchen area. She glared at Tyler, then relaxed her gaze as she fixed it on Derek. Yes, thank you. I'm not myself right now. Not sure how you could be, Tyler said, crossing his arms, drawing her attention to his massive pecs. Chastity is going to be upset when I tell her, Derek said, slight condemnation in his tone. With the baby? I didn't want to put any stress on you two. Well, she should understand. She did the same thing, but what's the saying? Hindsight is 20/20. She sighed. Okay. You got me. Full disclosure from here on out. That's what I wanted to hear. Derek smiled, elbowing Tyler like they had won, but Tyler kept his lips pulled tight. So, Tony said you had an idea of who the perp might be? Derek asked, clearing his throat and looking uncomfortably from her to Tyler. I thought maybe we could match the handwriting. You brought the letters? Tyler slapped them down on the table, making Megan flinch, but she moved to hide the fact that she had. So all of my files from the corporation I worked for are here. Every patient had to fill out an admission form. I thought that maybe we could go through them and compare. You sound like Armstrong. You know the FBI is looking for people who think like you. Derek winked. Tyler stiffened. Not my cup of tea, thank you. Megan continued into her bedroom. Tyler followed her, but he hesitated in the hall as she entered. It's just a bedroom, she said, rolling her eyes, but she quickly scanned the room to make sure she didn't have any personal items hanging about. This is where the access to the attic is. The attic? Derek asked, craning his neck to see into the closet where she stood. Yeah, that's where the files are. How'd you get them up there? Derek asked as he stood on tiptoe to slide the attic door out of the way. It's a wonder she's still alive, Tyler muttered. Megan squeezed her lips tight so she didn't laugh, thinking of him rescuing her from her predicament the last time she tried to lift boxes up high. Ha ha. She hoped she got the tone of sarcasm right, and by the twitching of his lips, she had. The movers put them up there for me. Geez, it must be 120 degrees up there, Derek said, sweat beading on his forehead. It'd be better to get them in the early morning. We can't wait that long. We need this information now, Tyler grumbled. If one of you gives me a boost, I'll do it. I know the files to look for. Megan stuffed her slacks into her socks and stepped under the opening, feeling the heat blaze out of it. You think we're going to stand by while you climb up into an attic? Tyler asked. What? Because I'm a woman? Give me a break. I've lived on my own my entire adult life. I know how to do things. Tyler grasped her arm, pulling her gently back. Knowing how is commendable, but no man worth a hill of beans will stand by while a pretty lady does the dirty work. Megan glanced at Derek, hoping he'd back her up, but he only shrugged and said, I wouldn't let Chastity do it either. But Chastity is. What? Small? Well, she isn't weak. In fact, she's the toughest woman I know. Derek looked at her with a penetrating gaze. Your wife? I was going to say your wife. She shook her head. I think sometimes you forget I have known her a lot longer than you. Well, actually we met before you guys. Tyler cleared his throat, grasped the edges and with a little hop, pulled himself all the way into the darkness. I have a stepladder, Megan called up after him. It was taking too long, he muttered. Which boxes? All the white ones. To Tyler's credit, he didn't utter a complaint, just manhandled the first box down to her and she handed it to Derek, who took it to the living room. It felt like forever by the time they got the 12 boxes of files out of the attic. Tyler dropped back down, dripping in sweat, his shirt clinging against his chest, leaving little to the imagination about how chiseled he was. He swiped a hand across his hair, now dark and wet with sweat. I'll get you something cold to drink, she said, rushing into her kitchen to dump ice into a glass and pour cold water from the fridge over it. Thank you, she said while handing him the water, all anger gone. He shrugged. It's not as bad as the summers in Syria, and we didn't even have ice there. He gave her a sideways smile before he downed the water. I'll get you more. Can I dig in? Derek asked from the other room. Yeah, sure, just don't read anything. This is breaking all sorts of HIPAA rules. It's evidence, Megan. HIPAA doesn't count. Derek took the first file out. As she refilled Tyler's glass and filled another for Derek, she finally allowed appreciation to pour through. When she handed them their glasses, she hoped her smile conveyed how much them being there meant to her. Tyler kept glancing at Megan. It was the only way he could stay in the present. The longer he thought about the threat, the bad guy, the fear that built up in him for someone he cared for, yeah, he cared for her, the harder it was not to descend into the past. She met his gaze each time, and each time she looked at him like she wasn't sure what his intentions were. Here, Derek said, pulling a paper from a file, interrupting the long stare that Tyler and Megan were having. Look. The same quick strokes as the one in the letter. Derek put them side by side, smiling in triumph. Armstrong would be proud. They look similar, Megan said, and Tyler leaned in closer to inspect the papers. Her warmth hit him, along with the sweet scent that he had come to know as hers. His arm where it rested against hers burned as if it were on fire, and he took a deep breath to steel himself. Close, but I say we keep looking. Tyler said, not wanting to draw away from her. Derek's face fell, and he plopped back into the couch with a sigh, his eyes straying to the lake out the window. Tyler followed his gaze, enjoying the view of the sun sinking low near the tops of the peaks on the other side of the lake. I can get back on it in the morning, but Chaz will kill me if I miss another dinner this week. Derek stood, looking down at them. Megan stood up, stretching her long limbs and pulling her shirt tight. Tyler knew he should glance away, but no amount of self-discipline could make him. I'm sorry to have kept you both. I can finish this up. She glanced at the piles strewn across her living room. We're about halfway. Her voice trailed off, and if Tyler hadn't been studying her already, he would have missed the momentary look of despair that filled her face. If Chastity doesn't mind watching Grace for longer, I'm happy to continue the search. He looked at Derek, who nodded, and glanced at the work before them. Even pull an all-nighter if needed. Megan sucked in a breath, making Tyler glance up at her, then to Derek, who had a wide grin and raised eyebrows. I'll leave you two to it then, Derek said, humor lining his voice as he stood. It's not like that, I meant, Tyler growled. Megan laughed, and Derek followed suit. Tell Chastity not to worry. I have my personal G.I. Joe, willing to pull an all-nighter. Tyler scowled at the remark about the G.I. Joe, but he let it go. He'd do almost anything to hear her laugh. He gave Derek a hand clasp. Keep her safe, Derek said, leaning in close. Chastity would never forgive me if something happened to her. She wouldn't be the only one, Tyler mumbled. After Derek pulled away, he turned back to Megan, who was searching through her cupboards. We've got to eat, she said with a shrug. We can do a to-go order from Hope's Cafe. Tyler's belly gurgled loudly. They have a fantastic burger. I see, she said with a grin. You fly, I buy. Tyler hesitated, realizing he hadn't actually gone into Hope Lake except just that day to get Derek, and he had been so focused that he hadn't even thought about it. She nodded. I'll go. 2 Hope burgers coming up. Fries? You don't, I mean I can. She shook her head. No, I get it. It can't be easy returning, especially after so much has changed. Going into town is like a high school reunion. Megan laughed. Sounds like a nightmare. I'll be back in a jiffy. As soon as she walked out the door and her car started though, he realized he'd been a fool to let her go by herself into town. He had just sworn to protect her. He touched his holstered gun, reassuring himself it was there if needed, and took off out the door just as she drove away. His shoulders slumped, but then Derek's warning hit him and he took off at a jog. It wasn't that far to town, but his leg throbbed, shooting sharp pains with every jolt. It had been hard enough to climb into the attic and the drop. He shook his head and slowed to a walk. "Stupid leg," he muttered, and a flash of memory that he couldn't keep back hit him as hard as a punch to the nose. The pain in his leg was excruciating, but he knew he had to get to his men. They needed him. Their screams filtered through the smoke that burned his eyes and lit his lungs on fire. Why did he think this route would be safe? He tried to pull himself up to a stand, but the leg wouldn't hold his weight. It kept collapsing, his foot sloshing in a sticky liquid that filled his boot. He collapsed, dropping onto his belly, crawling along the ground littered with shrapnel, fragments of their vehicles, helmets, and... He groaned, turning his face from the tattered remnants of his platoon. Screams fueled his efforts even as blood drained from him, leaving his face numb, tingling, and his vision blurring. He had to get to his men. A second blast sounded, though he felt its thick vibration more than heard the blow. He curled in on himself, threading his fingers behind his neck and squeezing into a tight ball, all except the leg he couldn't move. The screech of metal had him opening his eyes to slits, just in time to see the hood of their Hummer catapulting on top of him. Tyler gasped, his hands gripping his knees as he bent over, the darkness slowly receding to show him the grass growing between the crack in the sidewalk he stood upon. He focused on the grass, a slender strip of green proving to him he wasn't in the past of the desert, but here in Hope Lake. Tires rolled along the pavement, slowing the nearer to him they came. With a burst of effort, he forced himself to straighten and watch as the car slowed to a stop, and the window rolled down. What happened? Are you okay? Megan shifted the car into park, undoing her seatbelt. He held up a hand to stop her, drawing in a breath as he took the few steps to the passenger side of her car. With what felt like monumental effort, he opened the door and collapsed in the seat, pulling his leg in after him. I had just made it to the cafe when I realized I forgot to ask how you like your burger, and when I called, you didn't answer. Megan watched him with furrowed brows. His heart rate slowly eased, and he drew in another deep breath. I'm sorry I sent you alone. That was a stupid move on my part. I was fine, but you don't look fine. My leg, he with clenched teeth but continued not to meet her eyes. I'm sure that's part of it, but I can tell it's not all of it. You know, you can share with me. It's kind of what I do, she said with a tinge of humor, but he didn't smile. All of this, what's happening in my life, is making the memories surface, isn't it? Tyler snapped his eyes to Megan, his vision narrowing to slits as he took her in. The expression of concern on her face instantly hit him in two ways. One, he wanted to threaten her never to even think about bringing the subject up again, and the other was to nestle into her arms and release all the memories, so he didn't have to hold the burden alone. He wouldn't do that to her. The weakness of even thinking about doing so only angered him further. Well done, he mumbled. Huh? I like my burgers well done with all the fixings except onions. He motioned toward town with a nod. Fine. Megan put the car back into gear before she turned to him. Just know that holding those memories captive only gives them more power over you. Tyler emitted a short, warning growl, and he wondered if he had turned feral with all those years spent living as he did. It wouldn't be the first time a soldier couldn't settle back into normal life. He didn't want to be one of those. He kept his thoughts to himself through dinner, and the next few hours of poring over files, doing his best to keep from conceptualizing the words themselves and focusing solely on the handwriting. The task became monotonous, almost robotic, as he pulled out the last file from the box he was working on. His heart rate spiked the moment he opened the folder, instantly awakening him from the stupor of repetitiveness. What? Megan asked, the first word she had spoken in over an hour. She set down the file she had and crawled over to his side. You found something? He gave a curt nod as he pulled the letters over to him, his eyes traveling from one paper to the other, scrutinizing every scratched line in the weird, almost methodical writing. No curves, he said, his voice gruff from not being used, as he traced the oddly angled letter C on both documents. That's even more pronounced than the first one we found. Megan took the handwritten form from his hands. Drew Beachman. Her eyes clouded as she searched her memory. He waited silently, focusing on her eyes, the way they danced about as she sorted through her past. His gaze fell to her lips, where the tip of her pink tongue slightly peeked through as she concentrated. He had noticed the tongue thing when she worked with the horses as well. For a moment, it pulled him out of the predicament she found herself in, igniting a desire that he wished had died. He was a fool if he thought he could slip back into a normal life. The last few weeks only teased him. Spending time with Megan and Krista, he had almost convinced himself to have hope that he could have that perfect dream. That was the last of the files, right? Megan looked up from the paper to the mess of files on her floor. So we have 2 potential matches. Drew Beachman and, she picked up the other form, Herbert Milner. Tyler shoved the internal dialogue away and focused on her. Do you remember those, Patience? Somewhat. She set the 2 files on the table next to the letters. I'll remember more after reading their files. I'll call Derek. Megan blinked, the glossiness of her eyes showing how tired she was. I don't want to wake him. I'll call him in the morning. She covered a yawn, looking at him guiltily. I'm sorry. I really appreciate you helping me with this. He shrugged before grabbing a handful of files and putting them back in the box they had come from. A soft touch lighted on his shoulder. Leave it. I'll do it tomorrow. It's late. He shook his head. Go on to bed. I'll get this. But I... She clamped her mouth shut, watching him with a look he couldn't quite read. I'm not leaving here until we know if those men are a threat or not. He turned back to stacking the files, ignoring her astonished look. Finally, she squatted next to him, grabbing files and putting them in boxes. I meant it. He glanced at her. You should go to bed. So should you, but you aren't, she countered. You're swaying on your feet. He stood and reached a hand down to her. It took several seconds before her stubborn expression shifted into a yawn. When she lowered her hand, he took it and pulled her up. The heat of her body so close to him made him clench his jaw to keep himself in check. Wrapping his hand tighter around her hand, he led her toward her room. Noticing the slider door, he deposited her on the bed before checking the locks and scanning the room. It wasn't until he stood in the doorway, hand on the knob, that she spoke. There's a bed in the guest bedroom with clean sheets on it. Towels are in the hall cupboard, if you want a shower. He gave her a single nod, noting the flush in her cheeks and the reaction it created inside of him. Then, grinding his teeth in resolve, he shut her bedroom door behind him. It would be a long night sleeping close enough to hear her breathe. 9. Megan dragged herself from bed after tossing and turning most of the night. Guiltily, she snuck into her private bathroom and took a shower, hoping to wake up fully and get rid of the horrific circles under her eyes before she greeted Tyler. Her mind had run scenarios all night long until about 4 in the morning, when she had finally fallen into a deep and dreamless sleep. The alarm had been a rude reminder of the reality she had to face today. The warm water helped clear the fogginess of her thoughts as they categorized themselves in a semi-organized way, but she still shifted from one topic to the other in such random vagueness that it made her head hurt. Doing her best to concentrate on the water soothing her muscles, she finished her shower, only slightly aware that Tyler was on the other side of the wall. Okay, more than slightly. His weird behavior since the night at Chastity's sat heavy on her heart, and she meant to confront him about it. Going from feeling cared for to feeling like a nuisance, to wondering why he bothered to demand to be in her presence when he couldn't even look at her, messed with her head. Which attitude would he have when she greeted him this morning? The idea of him being there, of confronting him, and just him period, overwhelmed even her fear of the guy sending her the threatening letters. She had almost convinced herself that the letters weren't important, but finding out what was going on in Tyler's head was. She rehearsed how she could bring him out of his head while she dressed, but every word flew out the window as she came out of her room to see Derek and Tyler whispering at the table. The scent of coffee wafted around her, beckoning her into the kitchen with them, yet she remained standing in the tiny space between the rooms, frozen. Both men were observant, turning their heads to look at her when she didn't greet them or approach. "Good morning," Derek said, smiling though his eyes held concern. "Hope we didn't wake you. Did you forget you had company?" How could she have forgotten that only a wall separated her from Tyler all night long? "Sorry." She shook her head, pushing a smile to her face. I didn't sleep well last night. I smell coffee." She let her nose guide her toward them, but found the coffee pot empty. Derek held up a to-go cup. "Courtesy of the cafe. Chastity told me how you like it." "Oh, thank you." She took the coffee, as she slumped into a chair with them at the table. "Is she mad at me?" "Not as mad as she is at the loser threatening you." Derek patted her hand, but it didn't dispel the guilt that flooded her while thinking about Chastity. To distract herself, she looked up at Tyler in time for him to pull his gaze away from her, but not before she saw the look of intensity in his eyes. She needed to get him alone and see what in the world was going on in that head of his. "You showed him the other potential match?" Megan asked, willing Tyler to look at her so she could read his eyes further. "He did," Derek interjected before Tyler's mouth even twitched. "I have Tony running both the names right now. Are you leaning more towards one than the other?" Megan shook her head. "I need to read their files to put names with memories. I just couldn't keep my eyes open any longer last night." "Well, drink up and get to reading." Derek pushed the files toward her. "I've got to get to work," she said as she glanced at the clock. "No." It was the first time Tyler had spoken since she had come out. "What do you mean, no?" The shock of being spoken to like a child hit her square in the chest, riling up feelings she hadn't felt in years. "You are overstepping boundaries." Tyler raised his eyebrow, a cocky smile tugging on his lips as he sat back in his chair and eyed her. "I don't doubt that, but you still will not go to work today." Derek cleared his throat, but the sound didn't distract her from the anger boiling in her gut, ready to explode in a chaotic whirlwind of venomous words. I already talked with Josie, and she thinks it would be best for us to figure this out before you go back to work." Megan clamped her lips tightly against the slew of curses she wanted to let loose over these men, and swooped up the files, stomping her bare feet as she started out of the kitchen, where she spun back, grabbed her coffee with an indignant humph, and left them staring after her. She glanced in the guest bedroom as she passed it. Seeing the bed untouched, she humphed again and stalked off to her room. Before she slammed the door, Derek's murmured words reached her. "And I thought Chastity was headstrong. Luckily, you're more stubborn than I am." The echo of the slamming door filled the room as she dropped the files on her bed and set down her coffee. She paced within the confinement for a few turns, letting the anger wash over her in indignant waves. "Ah!" She let out a muffled scream that sounded more like a groan. The murmuring from the other room stopped for a moment before continuing again, which only fed her frustration. On her bedstand, her phone vibrated, calling her over, half out of fear, but she had never given her private number out to patients. Chastity's name and a picture of the two of them on the beach, right outside the house, glowed brightly. She accepted the call, but instead of saying hello, she greeted her best friend with, "Do you hate me?" A sigh crackled through the phone. "Of course I don't hate you, and I'm trying not to be hurt." "You're the best friend anyone could ask for," Megan choked out, finally feeling the emotions that had fueled her anger. She flopped onto the bed, willing herself not to cry. "Are you okay?" The soft tone was like the magic key that released the floodgates. "No, I'm not okay. I have two stubborn men in my kitchen, taking over my sanctuary, and telling me I can't go anywhere, and one of them is your husband." The anger overrode her fear. "You know they are there because they care." "Funny way of showing it," Megan humphed, rolling over to her side to stare out the sliding glass door. "Would you rather them think you were making it up, or brush it off like you were overreacting?" Chastity's words held a hint of the resentment that Megan knew she worked hard on releasing, but that time would be hard for her to let go of completely. "No, I'm sorry, Chaz. I'm an ungrateful wretch," she pouted. It's just you know how independent I am. Letting them tell me what I can and cannot do. Can you shift your perception? I mean, I get it. I forced Derek to let me go with him when he went to apprehend Brown, the second one. I could see that. Derek has a soft spot, Tyler on the other hand. Megan stared at the wall as if she could see through it to the stiff-backed man with intense eyes. He's been through a lot, Chastity gentled her voice. The fact that he is sitting there, and has been since yesterday, is quite the statement. Maybe he's worried I'll bring trouble to his niece because of this mess, she muttered, realizing as she said it, that she did fear that was exactly why he was there, and knowing he would be right if it was. I highly doubt it. If that were the case, he would have parked himself at the camp with Krista. Krista. Megan shot to her feet. She's going to be wondering where I am, why I didn't show up for riding lessons. I'm sure Josie will have told her something, Chastity tried to ease her worries. You don't understand. She has serious abandonment issues. I've got to talk with her myself. Maybe try calling camp and see if you can get her on the phone? Megan paced, thinking. No, I've got to talk to her in person. She glanced at the clock. Shoot, it's already an hour past the time I should have been there. Go tell the guys. I'm sure one of them will go with you. Maybe, but maybe not. Megan looked at the back door. I have to see her face to face, otherwise she won't understand, even if I have to sneak out. Megan, don't do that, Chastity reprimanded. What else can I do? Megan muttered as she opened the slider partway and stuck her head out to scan the back deck. I'll have to walk right by them or jump the railing. Chastity muttered, and Megan could almost see her eye roll. Just go talk to them. Aren't you always preaching communication? Yeah, but Krista. Megan slipped her shoes on and stepped onto the deck when her other line beeped. Hold on, it's Josie. Try to talk with Krista, Chastity urged. Be right back, Megan said before switching over. Hey Josie, I'm so sorry about this mess. I need to talk with Krista. She's not with you? Josie's normally confident voice sounded hesitant and panic-laced. No, what do you mean? She's not there? Megan's blood froze, the feeling making her skin prickle with fear. I went up to her bunk to let her know, and she wasn't there. The other counselors hadn't seen her since they woke up. Check the stables. I was supposed to meet her there at 6. I slept in, and then these two doofuses refused to let me leave. She's not there, Megan. We've searched the entire camp. Megan slammed back against the wall of the house, her cheeks going numb as the blood drained from her face. Where would she have gone? I don't know, hold on, Cody is running in, Josie said before covering the phone with her hand, static filling the speaker against Megan's ear. The slider off the living room opened, the metallic sheen of a gun glinting the sun into her eyes. She sucked in a breath, before recognizing the man holding it as Tyler. He glanced at her before continuing his scan, then holstered his weapon, giving her a distrustful look. She took a horse. Josie said. What are you doing out here? Tyler asked. Megan held up a finger to the man. Are there tracks? Can you tell which way she went? Her heart raced, threatening to break her ribs, realizing that if anything happened to Krista, she would never forgive herself. Josie's muffled voice repeated her question to Cody, and his deep voice came back low and intelligible. He's going to go check. This is my fault, Megan lamented, covering her face with her free hand. What is going on? Tyler's growl brought her tear-blurred gaze up to him. Krista, she's gone, took a horse. A growl of anguish pushed out of Tyler as he grabbed her arm, though not painfully. We're going to find her. He pulled her into the house, closing the door behind them before releasing her. Krista's missing. Krista? Derek asked. He pulled his radio out. I'll call it in. We'll get a search party going. Oh man, Josie's defeated voice came over the phone that Megan still pressed to her ear. This brings back nightmarish memories. I'm sorry, Josie. I'm so sorry. Derek reached for the phone, and Megan handed it to him, listening as he received all the details. She rubbed her arms, noticing the warm spot where Tyler's hand had been. He watched her carefully now. "I didn't mean to hurt you." "You didn't," she said, but she couldn't meet his eyes. "I'm sorry. I should have known that Krista would have done something like this." "What do you mean?" He turned, searching her eyes. "She has serious abandonment issues. When I didn't show up, she probably went into panic mode." "You don't think it was this guy?" The disgust dripped from his words. Megan shook her head. "I highly doubt it. I think Krista is hurting right now, thinking I've lost interest in her or worse." "Because you didn't show once?" Tyler's brows scrunched tighter. "I don't think you fully understand how much your niece has been through in the last several years." Megan choked back a sob. "I'm going to make it up to her." "We both will, but first we have to find her." Tyler pulled her into his arms, his hand soothing her back. The safety she felt there overwhelmed her. His back-and-forth attitude no longer mattered. She felt peace in his arms, and a security that she desperately needed. Tyler held Megan, unsure if he held her for her sake or for his, but either way it was what he needed, something tangible and solid to ground him in the moment. Megan blamed herself, but he knew it more than likely had something to do with his conversation with Krista the day before. With everything that happened, it sounded like Krista hadn't had the time to talk to Megan about it, and neither had he. He battled with the indecision of wanting to tell her now, but as he opened his mouth, Derek ended the call with Josie and looked at them. Cody found tracks out of the normal range. "Looks like they headed down the mountain." Derek looked from Tyler to Megan. "You think she's coming into town?" Tyler asked. Derek turned to Megan. "Does Krista know where you live?" Megan shook her head. "I've never brought her here, just to the park." She met Tyler's eyes as he turned toward her sharply. "We've got to get to the park," Tyler said as he grabbed his phone, stuffing it in his pocket, and swooped up his keys. He looked at Megan. "You coming?" "You better believe it," she said, shouldering her purse. Derek followed them out. "I'm going to call in search and rescue, and get them ready to start the hunt from camp. Let me know if you find her." "You do the same," Tyler said, clasping his friend's hand and pushing a smile to his lips. "Nice to have a sheriff as a buddy." Derek chuckled as he climbed into his vehicle. Megan already waited in Tyler's truck, scanning the area as if she expected to see Krista any second. He hopped in next to her, glancing at her as he started the truck. "We'll find her." Though he didn't know if he meant to reassure her or himself. Megan's legs bounced, and she chewed on her fingernails, looking like a nervous teen herself. "We'll have to set up a protocol with her." "A protocol?" She pulled her finger out of her mouth to ask, looking at it before wrapping her hands together tightly. "Yeah, so this type of thing doesn't happen again. She can call or text us rather than running it first fright." "Oh," Megan said, nodding. "I don't think she has a phone." "Then I'll fix that." "Good," she said, her voice trailing away as she searched along the shore of the lake as they drove by. "Megan, Tyler swallowed, doing his best to formulate the words to tell her about the conversation he had with his niece. She glanced at him briefly, before turning her attention back to the lakeside. "I had a talk with Krista right before I found you with that letter," he started. She glanced at him again, but not for long. "I told her that." "There?" Megan shouted, pointing through the open window and grasping the door handle with one hand and undoing her belt with the other. Tyler swerved the truck to the side of the road, but Megan fled the vehicle before he even came to a complete stop, running across the sand toward a horse and rider that ambled through the lake surf. "Krista," she cried out, a sound that clenched Tyler's heart. He threw the truck in park and ran after her, watching as the horse and rider stopped and his niece slid out of the saddle and ran toward Megan. "Megan?" Krista yelled as she threw herself into the woman's arms. They were blubbering by the time he caught up with them, giving him pause as he stood there wondering about women in general. Uncle Tyler. His normally reserved niece flung her arms around him in a show of emotion that made his throat tighten and eyes sting. It took him a moment, but he wrapped his arms around her as his eyes met Megan's tear-filled gaze. When Krista's hold loosened, he held her back from him so he could look in her face. "What were you thinking, girl?" Megan joined him, taking the girl's hand in hers. "We were so worried about you, and Josie is beside herself." "I'm sorry, Krista lowered her eyes and stiffened. "You just?" Tyler would not let this one go. "You didn't show up." Krista looked up and stared at Megan, then looked between her and Tyler. "You two were together." "We were," Tyler said evenly. "Is that the only reason you left? You thought because Megan didn't show up on time once that she was done with you?" Krista's gaze swam from one to the other. "Well, that was my first reaction." Tyler lifted an eyebrow. "If that's not what made you hightail it out of camp, what did?" "I was upset when you weren't at the stables," Krista glanced at Megan. "I went to your office, and when I didn't see you there either, I went to Josie's, except she was talking with her husband." She sounded upset. Megan sucked in a breath beside him and he tensed. "You overheard them," Megan said, her tone full of dread. Krista nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't want to lose you." "You won't," Tyler said, wrapping an arm around the trembling girl's shoulders. "I won't let anything happen to her." "Is that why you're together?" She looked up at him, the green of her eyes brighter than normal. "I thought maybe, well." She shrugged, and a hint of a smile touched her lips. Megan shifted her weight, and he glanced at her, seeing a flush rising in her cheeks. It hit him what Krista meant, making heat creep up his own neck. He cleared his throat, dropping his arm and walking toward the horse to take its reins before he turned back to her. "Krista, what you did, leaving without letting someone know." Tyler began. "I know. It wasn't okay." She twisted her hands together. "It's just, I had no way of getting a hold of you, and I knew Josie would just tell me everything was fine and to go about my day." "Did you try?" Megan asked, her tone gentle rather than reprimanding. Krista shook her head. "I think it might surprise you how understanding Josie is," Megan said, giving the girl a hug. "You're okay, that's what matters. I thought my heart would never start beating again." "You were really that worried about me?" Krista chewed her lip. "Krista." Megan bent down to look into her eyes. "You mean everything to me." "I do." "You do." Megan drew her into another hug, and a realization settled in Tyler, an oddly comforting yet distancing sensation that he wasn't sure if he actually liked or not. He cleared his throat, easing the tightness as he gave the horse a pet before busying himself, checking its hooves and ensuring Storm hadn't injured himself on the long ride down the hill. His phone vibrated, and he pulled it from his pocket. Seeing Derek's number, he answered right away. "We found her. She's okay." He glanced at the girls hugging. "Thank goodness. I'm glad she's safe. Hey, we found some information. Can you guys come on down to the station?" "Well, if you don't mind a horse waiting outside? Think you could ask Josie to come down with a trailer to take this guy home?" "Absolutely. See you in a few, and Ty? Keep your eyes open." Tyler looked up, meeting Megan's eyes as his heart sped up. "Will do." "We're going to meet Josie at the sheriff's station," Tyler said, as he pocketed his phone. "Am I getting in trouble for stealing the horse?" Krista worried her lip. "Normally, they would charge you with stealing and running away," he said. Megan eyed him, but he shook his head. "I think under the circumstances, Josie will go easy on you." Megan's eyes narrowed. He shrugged, thinking the girl needed a little dose of reality about what she had done, but under Megan's scrutiny he gave in. "Derek has some information." "Oh," Megan said, her glare turning into a look of concern. "Are you going to send me back to camp?" Krista asked. "Right now, sweetie, that's the safest place for you." Megan nodded for them to walk toward town. "We should stay on the sand for the horse's sake," Tyler said, holding the reins and watching to make sure the horse followed behind him. Megan's right. You need to stay at camp until we sort this all out. I'm going to be a stressed out mess, Krista grumbled. We'll ask Josie to keep you updated. Megan wrapped an arm around the girl as they walked. I'm sure everything will be fine. Probably some big misunderstanding. Tyler bit his tongue against the words that wanted to spew forth. Did the woman not take this threat seriously? Even after what had happened with her friend? Tyler shook his head, thinking about the story Derek had told him about the stalker that had almost killed Chastity. And here he thought he was getting away from this sort of life. Tyler's mind jumped from strategies on how to catch this guy, to how to protect Megan until they did, to needing to set up a protocol with Krista so he didn't have to worry about her too. Before he had a solid plan for any of those, they were at the station, with Josie pulling up at the same time. She parked the trailer, jolting with the abrupt action, then raced from the truck to Krista, who she hugged to her. Oh my goodness, girl. You had me in a fit. I never thought, Krista said, her mouth muffled against Josie's chest, that anyone would care this much. Josie pushed her back, holding her shoulders. Of course we care, silly girl. Then she took the reins from Tyler. Thanks. Guess she trained him after all. Storm's a good horse. Krista gave him a little pet down the white stripe on his nose. Well, you ready? Josie asked Krista. His niece's eyes shot to him, then Megan, fear blazing from within. Do I have to? Yes. Tyler laid a hand on her shoulder. It will help me knowing that you're safe. And I just have to wait for updates, she grumbled before giving Megan a hug. Be safe? I'll be fine, sweetie. Josie, Tyler asked. When do visiting hours end? Josie cocked her head. If you need to talk to Krista, just give me a heads up. We'll make it happen. I appreciate that. He turned to Krista. We'll see you later today. I'm not sure how late it will be, but if we can't make it, we'll let Josie know, so no taking off, okay? Yeah, Krista said, taking Storm's reins and leading him to the trailer. Come on, boy. She leaned close to him. We got off easy this time, she glanced back at Tyler, but I don't think we would if we tried it again. Storm pranced, dancing around her, ears pricked at the cars as they traveled by. Thanks for taking care of her, Megan told Josie. Do you know what this all was about? Megan glanced at Tyler and then back at Josie. She overheard you telling Cody about my situation. She was worried about Megan's safety. Tyler shifted his weight, watching Krista's shadow in the trailer as she settled the horse. Are counselors allowed to have phones? We don't have good reception at camp, but I'll give her the Wi-Fi code. We had it installed after Wiley's situation. She leaned forward. I don't usually allow them, but Krista has proven to be discreet. We'll work something out. We'll be dropping one off later today then. Tyler glanced at the sheriff's office door, where Derek motioned for them to come in. He glanced back at Josie. Keep her safe. I will keep a closer eye on her, Josie said, grimacing slightly. We don't blame you, Megan said, eyeing Tyler before giving the camp director a hug. You stay safe and let these guys take care of you. I know how hard that can be, but it's what they do, Josie whispered to Megan, but Tyler overheard before stepping away toward the door. See you two later, Tyler said, motioning for Megan to follow him. Whatever information Derek had, it looked urgent, and the last thing they needed was for the guy to show up on the street with Josie and Krista in the mix. He could protect one, but had lost his confidence in being able to protect everyone. 10. Megan clasped her hands tightly in her lap, refusing to let them shake where Tyler could see them. The truck rumbled to life, ready to take them back to her home, her armed guard refusing to leave her side. In this moment, that fact gave her more relief than fury. You should. Tyler swallowed his words and started again. I think it might be best for you to think of someplace else to stay. We can go back, and you can pack up anything you will need for the next few days. Where would I go? Megan asked, her voice not as confident as she would like. Invade Chastity's when she's about to give birth any day? She shook her head. I like my home. I feel safe there. Out of the corner of her eye, a twitch caught her attention as Tyler clenched his jaw, his lips thinning. Let him be mad. Then she relived Derek's words. He could be here, watching you as we speak. We have an APB out on his vehicle, but if he rented one or stole one, Derek had said with a shrug. We have to assume he is a threat that can attack at any moment. Derek had found both potential threats. One was at work, and the other had taken the last week off, with no indication of where he was headed. Beachman was missing, and Derek presumed here. A threat that can attack at any moment. A shiver ran through Megan, leaving her chilled to the bone despite the late summer heat. Now she knew how Chastity had felt for that entire year. No wonder she never wanted to leave the house. You okay? Tyler asked. I know, he muttered, silly question. Megan pushed forth a smile, but it felt wan and lacking. It's a lot to process, but I keep thinking about Chastity, and how she went through this same feeling for over a year, with no one even believing her, well, except for me, of course. That won't happen to you, Tyler said, pulling his eyes away from the road and meeting hers briefly. Megan nodded, unsure what to say, but she watched him out of the corner of her eye, strong, protective, and persistent. If Chastity had re-met Derek sooner, maybe they would have tracked her stalker down sooner too. Why are you doing this? Megan asked as they pulled onto her road. Tyler's brow scrunched as he glanced at her. To protect you. Isn't that obvious? Well, yes, I mean, why? You don't owe me anything. We haven't known each other long. She waited to see if he would respond, but he kept still, looking straight forward as he parked. I mean, you act like just being around me is painful, so why torture yourself? His hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles turning white. He sat motionless, did nothing beyond turning off the truck, letting the keys dangle in the ignition. She drew in several deep breaths, opening her mouth to fill the silence, before closing it again, reminding herself that he needed to process, to have space to formulate the complications of the inner workings of his mind. They had to be complicated. His expression made it seem like he would blow up from all the thinking he was doing. Movement drew her attention toward her neighbor's house. Mrs. Fields sat on her deck, rocking back and forth, watching them with a peculiar smile on her lips. Megan focused back on Tyler in case he took the opportunity to change the subject, and raised her brow in expectation. It is painful. His voice seemed full of regret, but his hands relaxed, turning his knuckles red from blood flow rushing back. Why? Have I said something hurtful? If so, I did not mean to hurt you. Megan shifted herself to face him. No, well, you do slip into your doc role easily. He tilted his face toward her, momentarily showing her a small smirk. But it's not you. I am a mess. I shouldn't allow myself hope. Of course you should allow yourself hope, Megan said, laying her hand on his. Without hope, where would anyone be? He met her eyes, a gaze that held a deeper meaning, a meaning that made her mouth fall open, the words she planned on saying falling out unspoken. Realization hit her like a lightning bolt, leaving her skin tingling, as if a current of electricity wrapped around her. Hope leads to expectations, and unmet expectations lead to pain, Tyler said, easing his head back into the headrest and closing his eyes. I fail the people who depend on me. Megan licked her lips. Realizing her hand still lay on his, she squeezed it. I haven't seen any evidence of that. I let them all die. They trusted me to protect them, and I failed. He squeezed his eyes tight before opening them and turning them on her. I won't let that happen to you. His hand under hers shook, a vibration that filled her, leaving her jittery and unable to concentrate on anything else besides his pain-filled eyes and full lips that parted as a heavy breath puffed from between them. I believe you, she said, her breath barely a whisper. I don't know what happened out there, but I can bet that whatever happened was not your fault. Sometimes things just happen. It's hard not knowing the reason, but there isn't anything you could have done to change it. I could have died with them. He blew out the words, as if he had been holding them in for months, and maybe he had. Then where would Krista be? She would be truly alone. He turned fully toward her, searching her eyes. No, she wouldn't. She would have you. The shock of his words hit her hard enough to leave her breathless, but she recovered quickly, although her heart threatened to break free of her chest. She would, but who would be with me now? He tensed under her hand, his mouth dropping open slightly, his eyes imploring hers. You're giving me hope. His voice came out like a low growl. Good, she said, her tongue darting out to wet her lips in nervous energy. I told you where hope leads. His eyes narrowed. And I told you we all need it. She held her ground, grateful that she was sitting. Otherwise she might have collapsed to the ground. I can't handle more disappointment. His tone eased, less like a growl and more like a plea. Then meet the expectations, she breathed out, leaning forward, daring him to back down, and unsure of what she would do if he did. He bent forward, his lips so close his breath teased her lips. There's no coming back after. His words trailed off as his gaze left her eyes, falling lower to her mouth. She parted her lips, struggling to breathe in as much oxygen as she could, feeling so lightheaded she thought she might float away. Could this really be happening? There was no coming back. The soft teasing brush of his lips against hers stopped all thought. Sure? He breathed out, his breath tasting of coffee and something uniquely him. Her body vibrated with such intensity she couldn't even form words mentally, much less physically, yet she knew what she wanted, knew with an unmistakable primal urge that told her she had met her match. With a breath to steady herself, she closed the minuscule gap between her lips and his, meeting the explosion of worlds head-on. Fireworks danced behind her closed eyes as her heart beat so loud the rush of it deafened her, making her numb to the outside world. When Tyler's hand threaded through the hair at the back of her neck, she gasped, drawing in his breath as hers, intensifying the moment in a way that she felt herself dissolve and meld with him. Time stopped, remaining frozen even as he pulled his lips off hers enough so they could gasp for breath, their foreheads pressed together as if the thought of separating would be too much. What in the world just happened? Megan panted, finally opening her eyes, her numb and tingling body settling back into the world. As her senses returned, she realized a dog barked close to the truck. Slowly her mind put the pieces together, making her wonder why the normally quiet Cupid, Mrs. Field's dog, was making a fuss. Tyler's body, which had seemed fluid only a moment before, tensed, and he spun, taking in the situation and scanning the area. Stay here. Megan opened her mouth to protest, but her lips still tingled, reminding her of the moment they had just shared, and she remained still without objection. Tyler stepped out of the truck to soothe the dog, glancing around the area. Mrs. Fields was nowhere to be seen and Megan's heart dropped. She breathed again as she saw Mrs. Fields rushing out of the front door, wiping her hands on an apron. Tyler's shoulders relaxed as he glanced briefly at Megan, nodding for her to come out before talking with Mrs. Fields. Cupid, what's going on with you, girl? Mrs. Fields admonished. She's not usually a barker. No, she isn't, Megan said as she slipped out of the truck, standing close enough to Tyler that their arms brushed against each other, sending arcs of electricity every time they touched. Tyler stiffened again, turning to scan the area. I wish I knew what happened, but when I saw you two having a private moment, Mrs. Fields said as she drew her finger across her lips, I thought I should give you privacy. Megan's cheeks filled with heat, and though Tyler hadn't turned back to Mrs. Fields and acted as if he hadn't heard, she saw his neck turn ruddy as he stepped away. Mrs. Fields leaned forward to her and whispered, He's a serious one but so handsome and a soldier too, Derek tells me. Megan's cheeks were now on fire, but the blood rushed out as she turned to see Tyler racing to her car to pull off an envelope from under the wipers. No, she breathed. What is it, honey? Do you need to sit down? You look like you're going to faint. Mrs. Fields' cold fingers wrapped around her arm. When Tyler turned as he held the letter, his eyes telling her everything she needed to know, her knees buckled. She grasped the fence before she fully fell to the ground, feeling Mrs. Fields' fingers tighten on her. Tyler was by her side before she had finished dragging in a breath, taking her under her arms and supporting her weight. Thank you, Mrs. Fields. His voice vibrated against Megan as he pulled her tight against him. I'm going to get her inside now. Do me a favor? Anything for you two. If you see anyone you don't know, call us. Tyler's words took the last of Megan's strength, and with only a muffled grunt, he swooped her up into his arms and carried her into the house. He settled her on the couch, leaving long enough to bring her a glass of water. Thank you, she mumbled, feeling foolish and knowing her cheeks would be burning if she had enough blood. I'm not usually one to faint. Tyler squatted in front of her. It was kind of an intense few minutes there. She glanced at him, seeing the hint of a smile on his lips. He held up the still sealed envelope. Shall we? She sighed in resentment. Opening that envelope was the last thing she wanted to do. Do you think he did it while we weren't paying attention? I'd hate to think I was that unobservant. Tyler traced the edge of the envelope, not meeting her eyes. We could call it an extenuating circumstance. I am pretty sure the entire world disappeared there for a while. Tyler met her eyes then, searching them, a small smile playing at the edge of his mouth. Yeah, I think we can both agree on that. Her heartbeat rushed in her ears, and she welcomed the whooshing sound as it serenaded the butterflies dancing in her stomach. Tyler didn't want to look at the letter. He wanted the entire situation to disappear, so he could go back to doing what they had been doing in the truck. That voice within him still told him he wasn't enough, that Megan would see that eventually, but a carnal instinct battled that voice into silence, at least for the moment. Megan looked so beautifully flushed at the moment, her lips slightly parted as she drew in a breath. Only a moment before she had been as white as a sheet, but now she seemed fully recovered and more gorgeous than ever. He hadn't been lying when he told her he agreed with her conclusion that the world had disappeared. During that kiss everything had except for him and Megan. It had been the only moment in the last 6 months that he hadn't thought about, and it was back. The envelope was heavy in his hand as he scooted next to Megan on the couch, knowing he would need support other than trembling legs when he read this psycho's threats against the woman he was falling for. Megan sat up, her body touching his from shoulder to knee. She laid a hand on his thigh, sending ripples of longing coursing through him. He realized he liked the familiarity of her touching him for no reason. Okay. I'm ready. Tyler slipped his finger under the edge and pulled it along, ripping open the top of the envelope. He blew out a breath as he pulled the letter out, glancing at Megan and receiving a nod before he unfolded the creased paper. You have not listened and refused to return. Now I am here. He doesn't specifically threaten me, Megan said. Do you think that's intentional? Derek mentioned something about that earlier, something about leaving plausible cause out of the mix. Tyler scrutinized the letter, looking for anything they could use to catch the guy. Such a lawyer thing to do, Megan muttered, flopping back onto the couch and biting her lip. Are you remembering him at all? Tyler asked. Had he cleared his throat, made any advances on you? Megan leaned forward again, her eyes clouding as if she thought. She rose, disappearing into the bedroom, finally responding as she returned. I don't mean to sound conceited, but I've gotten so used to advances that I don't pay them much attention. Tyler raised an eyebrow, regarding her with an amused interest. You saying I have competition? She dropped her eyes as a shy smile graced her lips. No. Not you. He hesitated a moment, wanting to go further with that line of conversation, but the letter burned in his hand. Read up. I'll let Derek know about. He held up the letter as he pushed off the couch. As Megan swam through the file in her lap, he walked out onto the back porch where he could still see her, but his words wouldn't disturb her. Derek picked up on the second ring. Everything okay? Derek asked. He's here. There was a note on her car man. Tyler said, keeping his voice low and glancing at Megan to make sure she didn't hear the fury in his words. We'll get him, Ty. I'll have a deputy talk with Megan's neighbors to see if they have seen him. This place isn't that big. Someone will see him and let us know. If I get my hands on him first, Tyler began. You'll remember where you are. This isn't Syria, Ty. There are laws, and you sure won't do Krista any good if you're locked up, nor Megan for that matter. Tyler growled in frustration. Some things were more simple out there. Hey, I get it, brother. I would want to put a bullet in this guy, too. We have to follow the law. Hold on, Derek said as he covered the phone, the static making Tyler pull the phone away from his ear. Megan thumbed through the file, the tip of her tongue sticking out of the corner of her mouth as her eyes swiveled back and forth. Tyler's heart squeezed. He would protect her with his life if it came to it. Even if he died, he would know that Megan would care for Krista. Hey, still there? Derek asked, bringing Tyler back to the conversation. Yeah, he said, his voice thick. There was a sighting of a guy driving back and forth near the camp road. Derek's rushed words were followed by a car door slamming. We're headed out to check on it right now. Krista, Tyler breathed. If he's been watching Megan. Call Josie. Have her gather all the kids in the meeting hall, but tell her not to let them know what's going on. We don't need a bunch of panicked kids. I will, maybe I should. I need you to stay with Megan. I don't have enough officers to cover her and this guy and the camp. Okay, Tyler muttered. Call Josie and I'll keep you updated. Tyler called Josie the moment they ended the call, his panic rising with every ring. Hello, Josie panted out. Hey Josie, it's Tyler. Hi. I was just on my way to check on Krista. She's getting ready to take some kids out on the trail. No. Tyler froze. She can't. The guy that's threatening Megan, he was just seen near the camp road. We have to assume. Tyler blew out a breath of frustration. Derek requests you gather all the kids and workers into the meeting hall, just in case. Don't scare them, just, Make it fun, Josie said, blowing out a breath. I never knew camp would be so dangerous. Okay. We'll have a surprise sing-along, and I'll keep Krista right next to me. Keep Megan safe. We need her here. That's my intention, Tyler said. Let Krista know that this will all be over soon and then we can make some decisions. I'll let you tell her that last part. Okay. Well, I've got some kids to round up. Keep me updated. They're like herding cats, and won't be thrilled to be cooped up for long. We will. Thank you. Tyler ended the call, looking up to see Megan watching him. He slipped his phone into his pocket and slid open the patio door, an idea forming in his mind as they met. He spent the next several minutes explaining what Derek had told him, and the situation at camp, his chest tightening as he saw her eyes fill with tears and her hands shake. It's all my fault. I brought danger to those kids, to Krista. It's not your fault. Remember, some things just happen. He nodded to the file tossed aside on the couch. What did you learn? The guy's a real case. He's analytical, precise, and has attention for detail, too much detail. He profiles people down to every little idiosyncrasy, often misplacing his beliefs onto others. 3 failed marriages. Moved from department to department, but even though he burned bridges with every boss he had, the company kept him on because the guy's a genius at finding loopholes. Tyler pushed up his hat to scratch his head as he thought that over. Hence the carefully worded threats. Any mention in your notes of why he has fixated on you? They warned us about this at school, about patients seeing us as their savior, as the only person who makes them feel human or sane or cared for or whatever it may be. There are many profiles of cases where a patient has stepped over the line. Megan shrugged. As far as why for him, I see nothing that stands out in my notes. Nothing about him being inappropriate or showing psychotic tendencies. Tyler searched her eyes. No, just a side note on his last appointment about him being disgruntled by the fact I was leaving, but many of my current and longtime patients hated the fact I was leaving. It takes a while to make a connection, to trust a person to open up about things. She lifted her brow, pointedly looking at him. He grunted and turned away, pacing as he thought. I could never be a criminal profiler. I don't understand the twisted minds of people who would do these things. Megan sighed. No. You're right. Things are very black and white for you. You live by a code and nothing outside of that makes sense. He spun to glare at her. You profiling me? Her eyes went wide. I didn't mean to, I just meant you're a good guy. A man like you has no way of understanding what makes guys like this. She waved a hand at the file tick. Tyler glared at her a moment longer, then relaxed his arms. I guess that's a compliment. Megan laughed, though it was a laugh of release, not the easygoing laugh he loved to hear. Yes, it is. He resumed his pacing as Megan busied herself cleaning, then made some lunch. Come eat, she said, nodding to the sandwiches on the table. He stopped, looking from her to the food and back. What? She asked as she sat. Is it Krista? Text Josie if you're worried. We can go get her a phone after we eat. He searched her eyes as he settled in the seat opposite her. Why aren't you freaked out, chewing your fingernails, calling your friends or your parents? Are your parents still alive? She watched him with a look of curiosity as she chewed and swallowed. My dad is. We lost my mom to cancer when I was in high school. He's a good guy but worries too much. There's no need to add to his anxiety. She nodded to his sandwich and didn't continue until he took a bite. As for Chastity, you know why I'm not leaning on her. And you? He said between bites. Her cheeks flushed. I really wish you hadn't seen me chew my fingernails. I rarely do that, but I was worried about Krista. I know. Don't you worry about yourself? She shrugged. Maybe I'm still in shock or in denial, or maybe I already processed it, and am waiting for further data before concluding whether or not I should freak out. He met her eyes, wondering at the woman, wondering if all women thought so deeply about their thought processes. Besides, she said, the sweet shy smile on her lips again, you're with me. Not much to fear when you're here. Tyler froze, the sandwich halfway to his mouth before it dropped back to the plate. You mean that? I do. This beachman would be stupid not to be intimidated by you, she said, her gaze dropping to his arms and chest and back up to his eyes. I mean, you're really buff. Buff? He felt his lips tug a bit, before he realized this would be the perfect moment to mention his plan. So I was thinking. Oh, she said with a slight smirk. Why do women always say that? Tyler shook his head. I've heard Chastity say that to Derek a few times now. Megan squeezed her lips together, refusing to say more, then she smiled. I'm sorry. What were you thinking? You don't want to bother Chastity. His phone rang and he stood, quickly whipping it out, seeing Derek's number, and answered, Did you find him? We did, Derek said. He's in custody now. Tyler let out a whoop and met Megan's eyes, who stood by him. They got him? I'll let you know more once we question him. Please tell Josie that she can relax now. Will do. Great work, brother. Tyler knew he grinned widely like a silly boy, but at that moment he didn't care. He ended the call, dropped his phone on the table, and picked Megan up in a twirl. She rewarded him with one of her musical laughs, a sound that touched his heart as he set her back on the ground, staring down into her eyes. Guess you were right not to freak out. He brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, letting his fingers rest on her cheek. I knew you'd keep me safe, she said, closing the inch or two between them. Her heat hit him, searing his skin. Does this mean we can get back to? She bit her lip. Is that what you want? His voice was thick with the need to be enough, and with the desire to hope. I want to see if it was a fluke, she said as her hand rested on his chest. He wondered if she could feel his heart racing under her fingertips. If what was a fluke? The world disappearing, she said, rising on her tiptoes. He bent forward, rushing to meet her, half afraid she would either change her mind or disappear herself. The contact hit him nearly as hard as it had the first time, as stars exploded in his vision, shooting him out of the world and into a place frozen in time, a place where nothing existed except the heat of their bodies melding into one. His whole being vibrated with a sense of urgency, the sound echoing within him, until he realized the sound wasn't internal, but external. Reluctantly, he released his hold on Megan, their breath coming in gasps. His phone continued its persistent badgering from the table until he picked it up, never taking his eyes off Megan as she touched her reddened lips. "Hello," he said, his voice gruff and gravelly. "Josie," he said, guilt rushing through him. "I just had heard nothing, and Krista won't stop pestering me to call," Josie said. "I'm sorry. I just got off the phone with Derek. They caught him?" The elation filled him again. "That's good news," Josie sighed, a sound full of relief. She relayed the news to Krista, then said, "So I can release the squirrels?" "Yes, let them enjoy the beautiful day." He eyed Megan as he asked, "Can you spare Krista for the afternoon?" "Everything has been chaotic today. We won't be doing our normal activities anyway, so sure," Josie said. Megan read his eyes, giving him a nod and a smile. "We'd like to pick her up. When should I tell her to expect you?" "We'll be there as soon as we finish lunch." When Tyler ended the call, he looked at Megan. "Is that okay?" "Absolutely," she said, smiling as she sat back down, though her hands shook as she picked up her sandwich. "Are you sure?" He searched her eyes as he sat across from her. "Oh yes," she said. "As much as I want to be alone with you, I'm not sure it's safe." She laughed, the music touching his heart. "Wait," he said, feeling the smile creep across his lips. "I thought you felt safe with me." "I do. It's not my safety I'm worried about." A mischievousness flashed in her eyes as she took a bite of her sandwich, making his heart roar in his ears and a weird quivering begin in his stomach. "I think you might have just threatened my safety," he teased. "Only the safety of your heart," she said, and at that moment he would have ransomed his heart just to see how it would feel. 11. A suspended feeling of warm disbelief hovered around Megan as she and Krista rode in Tyler's truck to the cell phone store in the next town over. Tyler kept sneaking glances at her as he drove, and she had to squeeze her hands together to keep them to herself. Grace's panting had Megan glancing in the back seat to see the dog resting with its head on Krista's lap. The dog had been so excited to see Tyler when they went to Chastity's to pick her up. Even now, Grace watched him with adoring eyes. Chastity had hugged Megan close to her and whispered in her ear, "Don't think you're getting away with not telling me what in the world is going on." "He's caught." "It's over," Megan had replied, feeling her smile widen. "I'm not only talking about the man who's behind bars," she had said, glancing furtively toward Tyler and back. "Oh." Megan had even let out a little giggle, the heat in her cheeks burning all the more when Tyler glanced up at her, making her feel like a silly schoolgirl rather than the professional adult she was. She covered her mouth, another giggle surfacing as she glanced at Tyler behind the wheel. Luckily, she had caught it because Krista's stare burned the back of her head. "You two going to tell me what's going on?" Krista asked. "We're taking you to get a cell phone," Tyler said, glancing in the rear view mirror. "That's not what I'm talking. Wait, a cell phone." Krista sat forward, causing Grace to jump up and let out a little woof. "I don't like not being able to get a hold of you when we aren't together," Tyler added, pulling into the STORES parking lot. "We were going to pick one out for you, but now that the threat is gone, I thought you'd like to choose your own." "Wow, this is. Krista stammered, looking at Megan for support. "It's a big step," Megan said. "In the right direction, the first of many," Tyler said, turning in his seat after parking and shutting off the truck. "How many more weeks of camp?" 3 weeks and 4 days. "You sure are a precise girl. I think you might take after your uncle," Megan said with a laugh. "Well, when you don't want something to end." Krista shrugged. "You enjoy camp that much?" Tyler asked. "I do, but it's not just that." Krista looked from him to Megan to him again. "It's going to be extra hard to return to the Smithers after this summer." Tyler snapped his eyes to Megan, and she realized they would have to have a serious talk sooner than their budding relationship warranted. If she had it her way, Krista wouldn't be returning to the Smithers other than to pack up her belongings. "Let's not think about that now," Megan said, pulling her out of the truck. "You never know where the future will lead." Krista eyed her as if she wished she could read Megan's mind. You need all your focus to choose the right phone because I have no clue. I've been a bit out of touch. Tyler met them as they walked in. I'd say. Krista knocked into him. That phone of yours is practically an antique. Megan sat back watching uncle and niece banter while Krista chose a phone and got it set up. Her mind was full of thoughts that made her want to settle into the chair and daydream for the rest of her life. Could things really be working out so synchronistically? Tyler walked over while the cashier showed Krista how to use her phone. Am I being overindulgent? You mean, are you spoiling her? Megan laughed. I don't think so, and even if you were, the girl could use a little spoiling. She discreetly wove her fingers into his hand. So could you. He lifted a brow. Really? What kind of spoiling did you have in mind? Oh, I can think of several ways. She glanced at Krista, who beamed as she snuck a glance back at them. I think we have some things to discuss, though. Like? Tyler sat next to her, his demeanor stiffening. Like, I don't intend on sending Krista back to the Smithers. Megan searched his eyes. I was wondering if you were ever going to tell me that. Tyler shifted in his seat. This is a pretty hefty topic. He glanced at Krista as she thanked the cashier and headed their way. Tonight? Over dinner? Your place or mine? Megan asked, a smile broadening across her face. Tyler opened his mouth to answer, but Megan's phone ringing cut him off. She smiled apologetically as she glanced at the phone, seeing Derek's name. Hey Derek, she said as they all walked back to the truck. Where are you? The panic in his voice made Megan reach out to grab Tyler's arm. In Hope City, at the cell phone store. Why? Is Tyler with you? Yes, and Krista. What's going on? We couldn't hold him. He threw all this lawyer junk at us, and we had no evidence beyond similar handwriting. We can take it to court, but we can't keep him locked up. Megan met Tyler's eyes, her heart in her throat as she told him. They had to let him go. Tyler took the phone from her. When did you release him? Megan searched Tyler's eyes as he talked with Derek, wishing she could hear the other side of the conversation, but one glance at Krista's face, already paling, and she knew it was good that he hadn't turned on the speakerphone. Thanks for the heads up. I have a plan. I'll call you once I get them to a safe location. Tyler ended the call and handed her the phone. Let's go. He ushered them into the truck and ran around to the driver's side to climb in. What's going on? Krista's voice shook. Megan reached back and held her hand as Tyler started the truck and pulled out onto the highway. Looks like that guy who's been sending me letters is being released. But I thought Sheriff Davis caught him? The laws that make our country great also let criminals get away with crimes if they are clever, Tyler growled. So you're not safe again. Krista tightened her grip on Megan's hand. Your uncle won't let anything happen to me or to you. She met his eyes briefly before he pulled his gaze back to the road. That's right, Tyler said. You're going to make me go back to camp and worry again, Krista pouted. No. Tyler turned down a road away from camp. No. Megan said. Wouldn't she be the safest there? I can't keep an eye on both of you if you're in different places. Tyler shook his head. She stays with us. Megan looked back at Krista, her beaming smile making her heart melt. Well then, Megan said, where are you taking us? Home. Tyler dropped his visor to shield his eyes from the setting sun. But my house is back there. Megan pointed down the road fading behind them. He met her eyes. Home, he said again, and didn't say another word until they pulled onto a narrow, bumpy driveway. Home. Krista cheered from the back, squeezing Grace to her. Megan's eyes burned at hearing the emotion behind that one word. How long had it been since Krista had been at the home she had shared with her mom and dad? Warning, Tyler said as he slowed the truck so as not to jostle them all. The house is in the midst of a remodel, it's a bit disorganized. Disorganized wasn't the right word. It was more like in shambles. Almost the entire outside of the house had no siding, and the inside wasn't in much better shape. Megan carefully stepped over the tools, touching a wall that was almost torn down. Constructive emotional expression? She asked Tyler with a raised eyebrow. That's the one, he said as he rubbed the back of his neck. I had been waiting on one of Jordan's electricians so I could finish, and then, he shrugged. Then our life became a bit complicated, she finished for him. Yeah, he said. The rooms are in better shape, and I haven't really started on the kitchen remodel yet. Krista had frozen in the doorway, her bottom lip trembling and eyes flooding. Oh, sweetie, Megan said, going to her and wrapping her arms around the girl. Is this your first time back here since? Krista nodded, hiding her head in Megan's shoulder. I'm sorry, Tyler came over. I hadn't thought of how it would affect you. Krista sniffed and wiped at her eyes. Is my room, is it still? I haven't touched it. Tyler led them down the hall, opening the first door on the right. Dust layered everything from a trundle bed covered with stuffies, to a white dresser with pictures lining the top, cubbies full of toys, and shelves of horseback riding medals. It hasn't changed at all, Krista said, a single tear running down her cheek. Megan wrapped an arm around her. I'll help you get it all cleaned up. Could I actually? I don't mean to be rude, but could I get a few minutes alone? Krista's voice shook with emotion, and she gazed around the room. Megan squeezed her. Of course, sweetie. We'll be close by if you need anything. Tyler reached over and patted Krista's shoulder. Then they closed the door behind them, leaving Krista alone with her memories. You sure we should leave her alone? Tyler asked. Megan raised her eyebrow. Oh, you don't think dealing with things alone runs in the family? Tyler grunted and turned away. Want something to drink? She followed him down the hall to the kitchen, wondering what it had been like for Krista to grow up here. Is this where you grew up too? Yep, Tyler said as he poured her some lemonade in a glass. You do like lemonade, don't you? I do. She smiled. It will be fun, getting to know each other. She met his eyes over the rim of her glass. Yeah, like do you cook? Because I'm awful at it. He grimaced. I do. She glanced at the fridge. Do you have anything to cook? Maybe? He chuckled. Why don't you sort through the fridge and pantry? He nodded toward the door off the kitchen. I'll get Grace her dinner. You hungry, girl? Grace hopped up, wagging her tail so hard her backside waggled with it. I'd take that as a yes, Megan said as she set down her glass and opened the fridge. You sure you don't mind me going through your stuff? Nope. Make yourself at home. He gave her a sideways grin. That's what my mom always said. She was a good woman. From what I heard, it sounds like it. She turned back to him. I'd love to hear more. I'm sure she will come up from time to time. Tyler left to care for Grace, leaving Megan to find something to whip up for them to eat for dinner. When he came back, she stood at the stove and turned to greet him. Looks like dinner at your place. It's not conventional, but it's food. He glanced over her shoulder, eyeing the mix of vegetables and meat she was sautéing, and the eggs waiting to be poured in. Smells delicious. Thanks, she said, giving the mixture a little stir before turning to him. He still stood where he was, so their bodies lined up, heat building between them. So, she said, a testing lilt to her voice. Oh, that's right, the talk, he said, half jesting with a touch of disappointment. Oh yeah, she said, pulling her thoughts away from his closeness as she met his eyes, but she leaned in to plant a quick kiss on his ready lips. So Krista, she said. I agree with you. He took a single step back, not too far to touch, but far enough that it did not tempt them to delay the conversation. You do? She asked. Yes. He searched her eyes and reached for her hand. I think you should adopt her. What? Megan choked on the word, surprise flooding her system with shock. I know you want to. I see the connection the two of you have. Tyler kept his face impassive, but his eyes were earnest. She needs a woman like you in her life. What about you? Megan asked as soon as the constriction eased enough for the words to pass through her throat. What about me? Tyler raised his eyebrow. I thought you wanted her in your life. I thought that what we're starting. Megan swallowed, willing the words to push forth. There's still a lot to figure out, isn't there? He asked, taking his hat off and swiping a hand along his head. As for me, I'm next of kin, so Krista is mine. I just have to say the word. You what I? Tyler moved toward her, taking the spatula from her hand to stir the searing food. I'm not giving up my rights, we're just adding to them. I didn't know, I thought. I've been researching. Tyler shrugged. But if you have guardianship rights, and you're asking me to adopt her, how is that going to work out? Megan bit her lip. Tyler touched her cheek, letting his thumb caress her skin. Remember what I said about hope? It leads to expectations. Megan said. Yeah. He bent down and kissed the tip of her nose, walking away with less of a limp than she had noticed when she met him, leaving her heart in her throat in a mixture of fear and excitement. Sitting at the table with someone besides just himself sent Tyler reeling into the past. Not the awful past he wanted to forget, but the good times when his family was all still alive. He glanced at Krista, who picked at her dinner, and he had a flashback of her mom at that age. Of course, he always thought his older sister was cool and couldn't wait to be a teen with an attitude. What's so funny? Megan asked, looking at him. Oh, he said, realizing he had chuckled out loud. I was just remembering Krista's mom at this age. Krista's eyes snapped up to his. What was she like? An awful lot like you, picking at your food with a sulky expression. I look sulky? Krista asked. Do you not like eggs? Megan asked her. No. They're fine. Dinner is fine. Krista stuffed a bite in her mouth. Want to tell us what's bothering you? Megan asked. Tyler finished his plate and sat back. If it's being here, I'm sorry. Krista gulped her food while shaking her head. No, I like being here. It makes me feel closer to my parents. Tyler's shoulders eased hearing that, and he shifted his weight in the chair, getting into a more comfortable position. I miss those days when all of us sat around the table for meals. I remember the table being much smaller. Krista glanced at the empty seats. That's because it was crowded. Between your parents, you, me, and Grandma and Grandpa, it was a pretty full room. Sounds like wonderful times, Megan said with a longing in her voice. They were mostly. Tyler nodded, thinking about a few of the fights that had rolled through the house. They never lasted long, though. The conversation died down as Megan and Krista finished their plates, but as Tyler cleared the dishes, stacking them together, Krista looked up at him. What if that guy comes here? Will he hurt Megan? Her lower lip trembled. Megan pulled the girl into her arms, soothing her. No one's going to hurt me, sweetie. He doesn't know where we are. You have nothing to fear tonight. Tyler patted her hand, taking the plates to put them in the sink. What about tomorrow? Krista asked, gently pulling herself from Megan's arms to confront him. I won't let the two of you out of my sight. Tyler turned toward her. Because I can't lose anyone else. I just can't go through that again. Tyler's heart squeezed, his chest constricting as he brought his niece against him, wishing he could shelter her from the pain and knowing he couldn't. You won't lose us, at least not until we are old and gray and feeble. Well, you get the picture. Krista pulled back, wiping at her eyes. How do you know? Because I won't let it happen. He gripped her shoulders and looked her in the eye. We're going to be here for you, every step of the way. We? She glanced at Megan and then back to Tyler. Every step of the way? Yeah. He let his eyes fall onto Megan, whose soft smile gave him the confidence to push on. We haven't quite worked out the details yet, but let's just say you won't be going back to that place you hate. The Smithers? I don't hate them, they are nice enough, they just aren't. Family, Tyler finished for her. We are. You mean? Krista sucked in her lip, chewing on it as her eyes teared up. Is this more of that hope thing? No, we've moved on to the expectation stage. Tyler squeezed her arm. Come on. Megan cooked so we clean. Krista cocked her head, but she followed him to the sink. Wait, where's the dishwasher? Tyler held up his hands. These are the dishwasher. He set a dish towel in her hands. That is the dryer. Krista let out a small laugh. Okay. Okay. What do I do? Megan asked. Find us a game to play. There's a bunch in the hallway closet. Tyler motioned through the torn-out wall and down the hall. A game? I'm not a kid anymore. Krista looked at him, hands on her hips. Do adults not play games? Tyler asked. Besides, it beats sitting around and staring at each other. I don't have a TV. No TV. Krista's eyes widened. Chill out, kid, he said with a laugh. We can negotiate about getting a TV. Is this really going to happen? Krista asked, and Megan paused to hear his answer. He looked at Megan, feeling a desire beyond anything he had allowed himself to even hope for, family, a home, and love filling the ranch once again. With a slight nod from Megan, he turned back to Krista. Yeah, kid. It's gonna happen. Krista squealed and threw her arms around him. Thank you, Uncle Tyler. Thank you so much. Warmth had settled into Tyler, and slowly it grew until it consumed his entire being. After playing games, they found some clean sheets and changed Krista's dusty bed. Megan pulled out the vacuum cleaner from the closet and gave the room a quick once-over so Krista wasn't breathing in dust all night. Even though he knew Krista was too old for it, they tucked her in. Megan gave her a hug and told her good night, leaving Tyler alone with her. You're comfortable? He asked. Yeah, I can't believe I remember how my bed feels even after all these years. She reached out a hand to him. Thank you for letting me come home, Uncle Tyler. He took her hand, giving it a squeeze, then bent down to kiss her forehead, just as his mom used to do to him. It feels good to have you here. I promise I'll listen to you, and I'll do all the chores you ask me to do too. I won't pester you. Krista sat up on her elbow. You just be you, he told her. Grace woofed quietly as she ran into the room. The dog looked from him to Krista, then back to him. Go on, you can stay with Krista, Tyler said. Grace eagerly jumped on the bed, turning in circles by Krista's feet and lying down with a satisfied huff. You keep her safe, girl. Sleep well, Krista, he said, turning off the light. I'll be right down the hall if you need anything. Good night, Uncle Tyler. He brought the door closed until it was only slightly ajar, then headed to the living room where Megan sat on the couch, staring out the big window into the darkness. Hey, he said. Hey. She turned to him, scooting over to offer him the other end of the couch. It's so dark out there. No lights to mess with the stars. He nodded. Want to see them? Megan glanced down the hall, then rose and followed him to the back door. He dusted off the porch swing and offered her a seat before sitting next to her. His arm automatically wrapped around her, feeling as if he had finally come home. It won't always look like this. What won't? Megan asked, her voice soft as she nestled into him. The house. I'll fix it up, make it into the beautiful home it once was. I'm sure it will be great, she said, sighing against him, but she hadn't relaxed fully. He could feel her hand on his chest trembling slightly, and her back stiff even as she lay against him. What is it? I don't want to put you or Krista in danger. She pushed off him to look into his eyes, hers shadowed and dark. Court cases can take a long time if they can't hold him. We'll figure it out. Tomorrow I'll take you into town so you can file a restraining order and grab some clothes and some of Krista's things. And food? Tyler chuckled. And food? Are you sure this is what you want? Megan bit her lip, blinking as if she tried to keep tears at bay. What? You? Krista? And the mess that comes with me, you and Krista could be happy safe without me. Tyler shook his head. No. It's a package deal. I'll take on whatever I have to. I've made my decision, though I never thought I'd be one to fall so fast. Megan giggled. Only in my dreams would I have allowed myself to believe in love at first sight. Tyler stiffened and widened his eyes. Did you just say love at first sight? Megan shrugged. Does that bother you? I mean, you're talking about a long-term thing here, that usually means the L word. Tyler sat back, rocking them and letting his gaze take in the stars. I guess I am doing things a little backward. They are moving fast, Megan said as he jerked to look at her. Not that I mind, of course. When you know, you know. She shrugged and settled back into his arms. Her words filtered through him as he processed what she said. He could see how she saw this as moving fast. Had it only been that morning that they had kissed for the first time? For him, though, he had been falling hard and fast from the first moment he saw her gripping the tire iron and yelling out the car window. A small chuckle vibrated through him. What's so funny? Just remembering the first moment I saw you, he said, his hand caressing up and down her back. I thought you were Derek, she said. I know. I didn't know you meant my buddy Derek, but then the pieces came together, and I worried you were his new wife. Really? She stiffened for a moment. You couldn't tell I was flirting with you? Oh, I could. He kissed the top of her head. That's what worried me. I thought Derek would have more sense than marrying a floozy. Did you just call me a floozy? No, I just meant if you had been Derek's wife and you were flirting with another man. He sighed, laying his head back. But you weren't Derek's wife. I can't tell you how relieved and scared I was when I met Chastity for the first time. Scared? Yeah, because it gave me hope. Hope is scary. Here we go again, she said, but even though he heard the eye roll in her words, she squeezed him tighter. It's really beautiful here. I'm glad you like it. I mean, there's no lake, but it's peaceful and solitary. He adjusted his position a little. Will that be a problem for you? What, the solitariness? Not being on the lake. She pushed off his lap again, meeting his eyes. Are you asking me to move in, because I mean, I'm an all-or-nothing kind of girl, if you get my meaning? Tyler swallowed the chuckle that wanted to come forth. Glad to hear you're an all-or-nothing kind of girl, because I'm an all-or-nothing kind of guy. He kissed her forehead, then her nose, and then briefly touched her lips. And I was meaning eventually, will it bother you to live here and not next to the lake at some point in the future? Some point in the future, she repeated, her words barely a whisper. Yes, most likely the nearer future. You're willing to take on that commitment, even with a stalker following me and leaving me threatening letters. Well, I sure am not going to let you deal with that alone. This is a lot to think about, she murmured. He brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, letting his thumb caress her cheek and travel to brush against her soft lips. Doc, I believe you think too much. When she opened her mouth to give him a smart aleck retort, he closed in on her, letting his lips mingle with hers with a fiery promise, a commitment that he didn't plan to back down from, and expectations that he couldn't imagine ever getting over if they weren't met. 12. Megan woke in a cozy bed with a strange but comforting smell, and in a place that was not the home she knew. In those first sleep-hazed moments, she took in the bedroom brightly lit by the rising sun. The walls were bare, begging for some pictures or color or something. Next to her on the bedstand a single picture stood, the dust only partially wiped off. She picked it up and let her eyes focus on Tyler as a young teen, an older man's arm around him, which must be his dad, and a woman who looked like his mother, and what must be his sister holding an infant with her husband looking adoringly at the baby who must be Krista. Megan sighed, having a feeling that had been the last picture of the family together. So much loss. Her heart ached for both Tyler and Krista, and as it did, she remembered Tyler's words of promise the night before and she hoped she could help ease some of that pain for them. It wasn't a proposal, that would have been plain silly, proposing the day of their first kiss. She shook her head as she sat up and stretched, but it had been a promise of sorts, a spoken expectation. As she dressed back in the clothes she had worn the day before, the plans for the day hit her like a sledgehammer. How could some things in her life be working out so beautifully, and others be an absolute nightmare? A soft knock came on the door. Megan hastily buttoned her pants, assuring herself that she was decent. "Come in." The door slid open slightly, and Krista's head popped in. "You awake?" "Yes, come in, sweetie." Megan patted the bed with a smile. "Did you sleep well?" Krista froze, her mouth dropping slightly open. "You okay?" Megan asked. "Yes. Sorry. It's just, you reminded me of my mom for a moment. She would do that same thing, pat the bed and ask me if I had slept well." Megan reached for her. "My mom used to do it too." "Do you miss her?" "Every day," she said, hugging the girl. Then she pulled back so she could look at her. "But you know what? I feel her with me right here." She laid a hand over her heart. "Her strength comes when I need it. Her words of guidance settle over me at the perfect moments, and I know she is always with me." "I feel that too," Krista said, wiping her eyes. You're sleeping in Uncle Tyler's bed. Are you going to be here too?" Megan cleared her throat as her cheeks burned. "He slept on the couch last night." "Oh, but Krista searched her eyes and dropped her gaze to her twisting hands. "I would like you to be here. That means the world to me, sweetie." She rose with a sigh. "These things, they take time. We can't jump right into a lifetime commitment." "Why not?" "It's obvious you two like each other." "It is, huh?" Megan asked, reaching out a hand to help her up. "Well, yeah, anyone can see that." Megan laughed. "Well, I'm glad it's obvious to everyone." She wrapped an arm around her shoulder as they walked out of the room. "Give us time, sweetie. It will all work out." "What will work out?" Tyler asked from the kitchen. The scent of coffee and something sweet wrapped around them, enticing them to come forth into the deliciously scented room. He handed Megan a mug as she entered the kitchen, and motioned to a glass of orange juice on the table to Krista. "What is that delicious smell?" Megan drew in another long whiff. "I asked first." He stood there. Megan blinked, having to go back into her memory in order to find the question he had asked. "Oh," she said, feeling heat fill her cheeks. "This situation will all work out." "What part of it?" he asked with a teasing smile. "All of it." Megan slapped him playfully. "Now what is that scent that is making me want to eat the air?" "It smells like cinnamon rolls," Krista said with a sigh. "It is." Tyler slipped his hand into an oven mitt. "And you're just in time." "I thought you didn't cook." Megan sat next to Krista, watching him in amusement. "Oh, I can put things in the oven, but I'll let the doughboy do the making part." Krista laughed and Megan joined in, enjoying the simple moment, almost as if they were already a family. Could it really be that simple? That question continued to plague her even as they drove into town, feeling that it all happened so easily, too easily. Could you trust something that just came together perfectly, and out of nowhere? "What does this guy look like?" Krista asked as she scrutinized all the people they drove past. "Like a normal guy," Megan said. "Medium height. Medium build. No distinctive features. He wears glasses." "So, he could be anyone," Krista said. "We'll be okay." Megan reached back to squeeze Krista's hand. "While you're in filling out the restraining order, Krista and I are going to do some shopping." Tyler pulled in front of the sheriff's office, watching as Derek came to the front door and waved. "You feel comfortable with that?" "Do you?" She raised her eyebrows. He shrugged. "I think it's time I get back to normal." He leaned forward. "You?" "Yeah, I'm safe here and I know you'll keep Krista safe. Right?" She looked at Krista. "Who would bother me with Mr. Commando next to me?" Krista laughed, climbing up front as Megan got out. "Be safe." "I'll be here when you guys are done." Megan blew them a kiss, closing the door once Krista was in place, but as she climbed the steps, Tyler's deep voice made her turn back. "Don't leave Derek's side until I get back," he said, his tone low and commanding. "Yes, sir," she said, but smiled to lessen the retort as she turned to Derek. "Good morning." "Well, you seem awful chipper under the circumstances," he said, but he smiled as he opened the door for her to walk in, waving to Tyler as he did. "What was he like?" Megan asked as she followed him to his office. "The perp?" Derek closed the door behind them. "Calculated. Methodical. Non-commutative." Megan nodded. "Sounds about right. I don't think he would hurt me." "Well, let's not find out, huh?" Derek set a stack of paperwork in front of her. "This shouldn't take too long. We'll start for a temporary restraining order, and then take it to court for a permanent one." As used to paperwork as Megan was, the papers before her sent a wave of overwhelming fear through her. She shouldn't stress about this, right? Yet even the idea of having a restraining order sent shivers down her spine. She closed her eyes and did her best to detach as she filled out the paperwork. When she finally finished, she blinked her eyes to adjust to looking far away again and pushed the papers to Derek, who had been busy on his computer. "All done? See, not too bad. We'll fax this over for the judge to sign, then you'll be good to go until we set up a hearing." Derek looked up at her and smiled. "I know you're only in town for the necessities, but Chastity is really missing her friend. She's worried about you." "I miss her too. I just don't want to bring more stress to her, or have someone inadvertently follow me to her, you know?" "I appreciate that, but maybe call her?" Derek shifted in his seat. "She's a day past due, and I think it has her stressed out, not to mention worrying about you." "I'll call her. I promise." Megan stood and stretched. "I've heard it's quite normal to go past your due date with your first, so don't stress." "I'm doing my best, but she's my whole world, it's frightening." Megan leaned over the desk and laid her hand on his. "I'm so glad she has you, Derek." Derek shifted his weight as a sheepish smile came to his lips. "I'm the lucky one." "You are both lucky." She glanced through the office window, across the office to the big window, looking for Tyler's truck. "Tyler's a good guy, Megan. He's loyal to the bone and steadfast." Derek stood. "Just so you know, though, I have never seen him so focused on a woman. He doesn't give up easy." "I'm counting on it," she said, spotting Tyler as he pulled up. "Thanks for everything, Derek." She leaned in to give him a quick hug before walking out the door, eager to be back with the two people who had come to mean the most to her. "Hey, how'd it go?" Tyler asked as she climbed in, and Krista climbed into the back with Grace. "Boring paperwork." She rolled her eyes. "Once the judge signs, it's valid until the hearing, whenever that is." "What a mess." "We'll get through it," Tyler said, reaching a hand to her thigh as he put the truck into gear. "Until then, you both will stay where I can protect you, okay?" A rush of indignation surged through Megan, but as she watched Tyler as they drove down the road and saw Krista giving Grace loves in the back, that feeling eased, and she decided it wouldn't be that bad being stuck with the two of them in that ranch house. "Is there any more room in the ice chest? I have some food I'd like to take with us. Otherwise it will spoil," Megan said in answer. Tyler's shoulders relaxed as he smiled. "Yeah, we could fit a few more things in there." "This is where you live?" Krista asked. "Right on the lake?" "Yep, it's a cute house, huh?" Megan smiled at the little house that had welcomed her to Hope Lake. "I actually put in an offer to buy it." Tyler snapped his attention to her, a frown of concern etched on his brow. "I thought you said you didn't need the lake right out your door." "Well, I put in the offer before I met you. Besides, she hasn't responded yet." Megan shrugged. "Everything happens for a reason." "It does?" Krista said as she followed Megan out of the truck. "Then what's the reason my parents died?" Megan opened her mouth, shut it, and swallowed. I don't know, sweetie. Sometimes the reasons are not ones we understand," Tyler said as they made it to him. "Stay here while I clear the house." "Clear the house?" Krista asked in a whisper. "He means check it to make sure it's clear, safe," Megan answered. "He needs to feel needed." "It's okay." Krista nodded, but stepped a little closer to her. "What was Uncle Tyler talking about when you said that you didn't need the lake right out your door?" Well, part of the long list of things we haven't figured out yet. Megan's heart raced at the thought of their conversation. Krista opened her mouth to ask something else, but Megan relaxed as Tyler rounded the corner. All clear. He motioned them in the house. How long do you think it will take you? Well, if you and Krista could get the food in the fridge. I'll throw some clothes in a duffel, and we could be out of here in less than 10 minutes, I would guess. Wow, I'm impressed, Tyler said. Very low maintenance. Megan laughed at the thought of her being low maintenance. Her dad would laugh at the thought as well. She would have to introduce her dad to Tyler. The idea had her biting her lip. How would her dad react to her situation? She had never introduced him to a guy before, but it would have to be done, and soon, the way Tyler was talking. Her heart raced, and her tummy felt full of butterflies thinking about Tyler and his expectations. She had always thought she would find the guy she wanted, but it would be a slow build, casually dating at first, then more serious, and finally a grandiose proposal and long engagement. She covered her mouth to keep the giggle from the hearing of others in her house, as she thought of Tyler skipping all of it and jumping straight into the future. He definitely wasn't the Casanova type, but somehow that made him, and what she felt for him, even more authentic. She plopped onto her bed with a sigh, thinking of Tyler always by her side, of Krista always near them, well, at least until she went off to college. She sat straight up, thinking that they had less than 3 years before that happened. No wonder Tyler moved so fast. The urgency pushed her to start pulling clothes from her closet and dresser, trying to think about what she would need for, well, who knows how long. It could be a day or two or a week or until after the hearing, but even then the guy might not follow the restraining order. Her heart hammered, and instinctively she looked out the slider to the lake to find peace, except her eyes didn't meet the lake. They met the bland face of Drew Beachman, standing at the edge of her property line. She didn't scream. She didn't run. She froze. In fact, her entire body felt as if it were made from thick mud. The only thing that moved was her beating heart. She tried to open her mouth, tried to call for Tyler, but nothing worked. Even her breath had frozen. The man smiled, a snakish smile that made her feel ensnared. He didn't move, just smiled, until finally he raised a hand in greeting. Flashes of their appointments raced through her mind, the unnerving feelings she had dismissed, the constant need to assure him she would see him the following week. It all came rushing back, leaving her gasping for breath and finally able to move. Tyler, she whispered at first, slowly, clumsily backing away. Tyler, she cried out louder, stumbling into the door jamb. Tyler's feet pounded behind her a second before he grabbed her, bringing her behind him as he scanned the room. His entire body went rigid as his gaze went out the slider door. That's him. Aha, she said, her hands now wrapping around him. He's just standing there, staring. Should I call Derek? Yes. He shoved his truck keys in her hand, never taking his eyes off Beachman, still oddly standing at the edge of her deck just watching them. Take Krista and Grace, and lock yourselves in the truck. Call Derek and don't get out until I say to. He grasped her hand, keeping his eyes on the man staring at them. Promise? Yes, she said. What are you going to do? Don't confront him. What if he has a gun? Tyler's hand rested on the bulge under his shirt. I doubt he's better with it than I am. Go. Please be safe. Megan begged as she grabbed Krista, who held tightly to Grace's leash, her lips trembling. Come on, sweetie. It's going to be okay. Uncle Tyler? Tyler reached back for her hand. I know what I'm doing, Chrissy. You go with Megan and do what she says. I'll be with you as soon as Derek and his deputies arrive. He gave Krista's hand a last squeeze before letting go and nodding at Megan. Take her now. Don't get out. Megan grabbed Krista's arm, and they hurried toward the truck, but as she glanced one more time before they left the house, she memorized Tyler and the way he looked at her, holding the image close to her heart in a prayer for his safety. She hadn't thought about needing to worry about his safety, but now she realized it would rip her entire soul out if something happened to him. The familiar surge of adrenaline took over Tyler as every sense came on high alert, his muscles flexing in anticipation. He didn't have to like it to know he was good at it. A few scenarios ran through his mind, but he decided with the full frontal approach. The guy already knew he was there and knew that Tyler had seen him. So, keeping his eyes locked on the man, the moment he heard the distant slam of his truck's door, he strode out the slider and onto the deck. The deck stairs wrapped around the opposite side of the house, and there was no way he would take his eyes off the man long enough to go that way. Instead, he laid one hand on the railing and vaulted into the sand below, only 10 feet from the guy who unnervingly hadn't even flinched. A sharp stab of pain filtered through his leg, but numbly and forgotten a second later. "I'm not on the property." The man smiled blandly. "She has a restraining order against you, and you are breaking it." The man raised a slight eyebrow. "That's news to me. I have not received such orders. Is it the normal 50 yards, or did she go big to 100? You think this is a game?" Tyler took a step closer to the man, his hand on his gun, ready to pull it out the moment he needed to. "Oh no. I just want her to come back to work. That's not too much to ask, is it?" The man spread his hands out. "She no longer works there. Move on. Find another shrink." "She's more than a shrink." He cocked his head. "But you know that." Tyler's body shook with fury. "It's nice to see her so in love." Her cheeks are flushed and her eyes lit up. The man led his gaze straight to the house. Tyler reacted before he could stop himself. He whipped out the gun, leveling it at the man who stood only a few feet away now. "You stop right there." "Or what?" The man smiled. "You're going to shoot me? Why, then you'll go to prison, and Dr. Eldridge and that pretty little girl will be left alone." "At least I would know they were safe from the likes of you," he growled. "Oh, they are safe. I wouldn't harm them. I just want her to come back. She'll see my reasoning." "No, she won't. In fact, she'll never hear it. You are going to leave her alone. After the sheriff gets here and you're finally released, you're going to leave Hope County and never return." "Oh, and why would I do that?" "Because if you don't, I am going to make your life very uncomfortable." He pushed the gun a little farther and growled. "If you lay a finger on me, it's you who will go to the sheriff's station." The man shrugged like he had no care in the world. "Maybe, but like you, they won't hold me forever. And then how will you be able to sleep at night never knowing when I'll pay a visit?" The man's eyes widened, finally showing a taste of fear. "You would put yourself in the position of going to prison for her," he said. "I'm not afraid of being locked up. I'm not afraid of death. They have trained me to give my life up in the protection of our country. What do you think I would do to protect the woman I love?" The man took a step back, visibly shaking. "Now let's talk reasonably." "There is no reason. You will leave her alone." The echo of far-off sirens sounded, gaining volume as they closed in on them. "On your knees," Tyler ordered, but he didn't wait for the man to do it himself. He gripped the slender man's shoulder and shoved him down into the sand. Then he pressed the gun into Beachman's forehead and stepped back. "Now, sir, there's no need to kill me." Beachman's voice shook. "Give me one reason," Tyler growled. I'll leave her alone like you requested. I won't contact her. No more letters. No more visits." "How can I believe you?" Tyler pushed. "I give you my word, sir." "What good is your word?" Tyler blew out a breath. He had no intention of shooting the guy, but the man didn't need to know that. "You will sign a confession to all the harassment you have shown to Dr. Eldridge. You will adhere to the restraining order." "Yes, of course, I will do as you say. And if I ever see you again or hear of you contacting Dr. Eldridge in any way, I'm coming for you." He leaned down close as he heard the sheriff arrive, car doors slamming and footsteps pounding. "I know where you live. Is that clear?" "Yes, crystal clear." The man's eyes looked past him to the officers running toward him, relief making him fall further into the sand. "Good work, Ty. Derek said as he came up to them, slapping Tyler on the back. "Tony, cuff that man and read him his rights." Tyler secured his gun back in its holster. "He will sign a confession, admitting to harassing Megan, and we will not see him around here again, will we?" Tyler grabbed the guy's shirt. With his hands cuffed behind him and sand all over his clothes, Beachman looked less dignified and far less sure of himself. "No, sir. Dr. Eldridge will no longer be in my life. You have my promise." "Good," Tyler said, letting him go with the shove. "Find another shrink. Maybe a man this time. You have some serious issues." Derek nodded to his deputy, who pushed Beachman toward the street. Then he and Tyler followed him. "You think he'll abide by that?" Tyler shrugged, not trying to lower his voice. "If not, he'll be a dead man, and he knows it." Beachman visibly stiffened, then his knees gave way, and he wobbled a few steps before catching himself, keeping his head straight forward even when passing Tyler's truck, where Megan and Krista watched with wide eyes. Once the man was in the car, Derek leaned close. "You shouldn't have said that to me. You can't go around killing people who bother you, or the ones you care for." Tyler shrugged. "Can't is not a word I know, brother. Would there be repercussions?" "Yeah, but," he met Megan's eyes, "as I told that loser, they trained me to give my life up for our country. What would I do to protect the woman I love?" Derek smiled. "So it's official." Tyler brought his gaze back to his friend. "You and Megan? Officially an item?" Tyler smiled. "Let's say that there are expectations." Derek slapped his back. "Well, go on and meet those expectations, brother. I've got a bad guy to book." Tyler watched them pull away, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He wasn't a fortune teller, but he knew how to read people, and he knew Beachman wouldn't show his face again. The man had not known what he was getting himself into. He turned back to the truck, nodding at Megan, who slipped out the door and into his arms within a heartbeat. "You're okay," she breathed out, burying her head into his chest. "Yes, and you are too. Beachman won't be bothering you anymore." "Really? They have enough to hold him this time?" Megan pulled back to read his eyes. "They'll hold him, though not for long, but he won't be back." "How do you know?" Megan cocked her head. "Let's just say we came to an understanding," he said, wrapping his arm around her and bringing Krista into the hug as well. "Guess we can unpack now." "Oh yeah, yep, guess so," Megan said. "Be careful, Doc. It almost sounds like it disappoints you not to be cooped up in my rundown ranch." "I've always been told I'm no good at poker." She smiled, though the spark that used to fill them was missing. "And me?" Krista said. "You can go back to camp." "What was it, another 3 weeks and 4 days?" Tyler asked. 3 days now, but what about after?" "We'll figure it out." He led them inside. "Oh, okay," Krista said, retreating into herself again. "I don't know if we have to drive down to the Smithers ourselves, or if they'll ship all of your things," Tyler's words cut off as she launched herself into his arms. When he finally untangled himself from her, he added, "I guess I'll have to call up Jordan and see how fast he can put my house back together." "Did you hear that, Megan? Did you hear that? I'm going home." She spun in a circle down the entryway, Grace jumping around her in excitement, leaving him and Megan alone. "I'm happy for you." She didn't meet his eyes. "Thank you again, for whatever you did to make Beachman decide not to bother me anymore." "I'd do anything for you," he said, putting a finger under her chin to raise her eyes to meet his. "Don't you know that by now?" The unshed tears in her eyes made his gut clench. "Do you like Mexican food?" Megan blinked, confusion furrowing her brow in such a cute way he bent over to kiss it. Yes I do." "Why?" "Because after we take Krista back to camp, I'm taking you out." "You are?" "Yeah. I thought the least I could do was take you on a few dates before enacting on my expectations." He raised his eyebrow. "Unless you just want to drive down to the judge's office right now?" Megan took a step back, then another, until she hit the wall. He swallowed his laugh, assuming a look of innocence. Knowing what he wanted, and knowing Megan well enough, he knew he would get it, but there was something to be said for the fun of the chase. He didn't want to deny either of them that experience. Your choice, Judge, or a little romance. He crossed his arms. The way I see it, we have at least 3 weeks, more if absolutely necessary. We might as well enjoy it. He watched as Megan finally got herself together, a slow smile creeping across her full lips. I guess I wouldn't mind a little romance. Good, he said, motioning with his head. Then let's get this stuff into your fridge and begin the fun. One way to know that everything is meant to be is that things align in such a way that they are almost too perfect. The judge rushed the hearing through, so in less than 2 weeks, he heard the case and granted the permanent restraining order. Though he said it was more of a legality since Beachman had taken a transfer and moved to the East Coast, promising never to bother his ex-therapist again. With that no longer hanging over their heads, both Tyler and Megan breathed easier. Tyler poured coffee into his travel mug and whistled for Grace as he left the house. He waited on the porch as a truck and trailer pulled into his driveway. The house looks great, Josie said as she hopped out of the driver's side. Tyler stepped off his porch and looked back at the finished product, painted and everything. Jordan's guys did a good job, and quick too. The paint's not quite dry though, so be careful. Just in time, huh? Josie traveled back to the trailer. You don't know how hard it was to get this guy in here, without Krista to help. You sure you're ready for this? No, Tyler said with a smile, but there's nothing more I want. Josie nodded, then disappeared into the trailer, coming out leading Storm. He never would have made a good camp horse, but the love between him and Krista, well, that's not something that comes with every horse. I agree, he said, watching Grace sniff the massive creature curiously. I saw it the moment I met him. Tyler reached up to give the gelding a pat on the neck. Welcome home, buddy. He took the lead rope, turning back to Josie before taking Storm to his new home. He might get lonely, Josie said, watching the horse listlessly. He won't be for long. Tyler felt the grin spread across his lips. His big secret was coming to fruition. You won't leave me without a therapist, will you? Josie folded her arms against her chest. Hoping you could spare her for a few weeks at some point, but otherwise, where she works will be up to her, of course, and I think she's quite taken with the kids at camp. Good, Josie gave him a nod. I expect you and Krista to visit from time to time as well. You got it. Tyler gave her a nod. Thanks for bringing him. Pickup is at 4, right? Yep, and Krista's social worker brought the rest of her things from her foster home. They're in my office. See you then. She waved and drove back out of his driveway. Well, buddy, we've got to get you ready for our girl. Grace woofed, looking at him with adoration. You'll make a good ranch dog, girl. Just you wait. After securing Storm in the barn he had worked on repairing last week, he put the final pieces of his plan together, finishing in time to make it to camp by pickup. The line wasn't too long as most of the campers came by bus, but he still waited until the end to jump out of his truck and greet both Krista and Megan. Ready, ladies? He asked, his heart feeling as if it would burst from his chest. Cody came out of the office, arms full of boxes and bags. Want these in the back? He nodded toward Tyler's truck. Please? Any more? Nah, this is it. She travels light. I would have traveled with nothing as long as it meant I got to stay, she said, her lips trembling. This is really happening, right? Yes, it really is, Tyler drew her into a hug. I've got all the documentation to prove it, if you don't believe me. I trust you, I just feel like I'm dreaming. Megan bent over and kissed the top of her head. I know the feeling. Tyler leaned over Krista to greet Megan with a kiss. So maybe we are all dreaming, he said. At least we're doing it together. Now come on, I have a surprise for you. We're going to come back, right? I mean, Krista looked toward the stables and back again. I told Storm goodbye early this morning, but I'm going to miss him. Megan met his eyes in a secret smile. We'll figure it out, Tyler said, leading them into the truck. I hate when you say that, Krista pouted. And the attitude starts already, Tyler said with a chuckle. On the way home, he listened to the girls talk about all the children who had found forever homes that summer. His heart was too full, and his muscles too tense with excitement to say much. He half feared he would slip and ruin the surprise. "It's beautiful. That color really looks great," Megan said as they pulled up to the house, the sunlight streaming from the mountain peaks onto the freshly painted walls. "Well, you have great taste," he said. They piled out of the truck, unloading things and setting them on the porch. Tyler smiled when Krista froze as a knocking came from the barn along with a muffled snort. "What was that?" Krista asked, her eyes widening and her head cocking to listen. Another snort and kick to the wall echoed. "Uncle Tyler?" Krista started walking toward the stables. Storm neighed loud and long. "I know that horse," Krista cried, taking off into a run across the yard and disappearing into the stables. "Think she's happy?" he asked, bringing Megan into his arms. "I know she is." She wrapped her arms around him. "I am too." "Can you handle more?" He pulled back from her, searching her eyes. "More what?" "Happiness?" "Us?" he asked. His hands shook as he lowered down to one knee. "This is nerve-wracking." Megan covered her mouth, her eyes blinking rapidly. "I had something more romantic planned, but I just can't wait." "I'm sorry." He reached for her hands. "I didn't think I deserved this." "I still don't, but Krista's here, you're here, and I don't want that to change. It feels right. So Megan Eldridge, would you continue bringing me more happiness than I'll ever deserve?" "Uncle Tyler," Krista called out as she ran from the barn. "Wait, what?" Krista closed the distance between them. "Oh?" Tyler drew his eyes away from his niece and back to Megan. "As I was saying, will you marry me?" Krista danced next to them. "Well?" she asked, staring at Megan. "Of course, I mean yes. Yes, I will marry you." She pulled Tyler up, putting hands on both sides of his face, and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. "Woohoo!" Krista cheered and Grace joined in with a few joyous barks. He wrapped his arms around the two people in his life that he never wanted to lose, allowing reality to sink in. She had said yes. They were going to be a family. Well, now that's out of the way. Krista broke apart from the hug. "Why does it look like the barn's set up for more than just storm?" Tyler stood back, tugging on his hat and looking from Krista to Megan. "Well, I've put a lot of thought to it and I've decided to start the ranch up again." "We're going to train horses again?" Krista jumped and covered her mouth. "Yeah, if that's okay with all of you." "Whatever makes you continue to be this happy." Megan shrugged. "I'll learn as we go, but you don't expect me to give up my work, right?" "I would never ask you to give up your calling." Tyler drew her into his arms. "Besides, Josie would kill me." Megan laughed, snuggling into him, and he was glad that he had allowed her to make him hope. Epilogue. Megan pulled a perfectly manicured nail from her mouth before she bit down, laying her hand on her lace-covered lap and covering it with her other hand. Her foot bounced until she couldn't handle it anymore, and she rose to a stand to pace the room, a room that she would share tonight with her husband. Her body shook with longing, love, and a taste of fear, but it was normal to feel frightened before committing your life to another. She had told many patients that over the years. She pulled back the curtain to spy on the crowd gathering at the barn. Tyler had released the horses into the pasture, and a party of friends converted the barn into a large and beautiful wedding hall. A soft knock came to the door before Chastity poked her head in. "You dressed?" "Yes, come in. Please come in. I'm going crazy in here. How much longer do I have to wait?" Chastity laughed, readjusting the infant in her arms. Her beautiful boy had been born 5 days after her due date, but he was healthy and large, and his mama had recovered miraculously well. "You look beautiful." "I understand, though. It feels like forever waiting, doesn't it?" "It does." Megan peeked out the window again, spying a glimpse of her handsome cowboy before he disappeared into the barn. If you would have told me even last year that I'd be marrying a cowboy with a horse ranch, let alone in a barn, I would have said you were crazy. No, you wouldn't have. You never thought I was crazy, even when everyone else did. What a trip, huh? Who knew we'd both be stalked when we met? Megan laughed, but Chastity only smiled. She knew that Chastity's situation had been far more dangerous than hers, and gave her an apologetic smile. We have wonderful men, Chastity said. See, it's nice to feel protected. It takes getting used to, but yes, it's nice. Megan moved over to take the baby. And how is my handsome nephew? He's gassy. You might not want to hold him until after the ceremony. Megan drew her empty hands back. Fine, but after pictures, he's mine. I think he may have to fight for your attention, Chastity said. Maybe you'll have a friend for him soon? Megan laughed, but it came out sounding forced and full of nerves. My life has been moving at the speed of light these last several months. I think I may want a break from fast travel for a bit. Chastity shrugged. We'll see. Another knock came at the door. Megan, her dad asked hesitantly. Daddy. Megan opened the door to greet her dad. He had driven up the night before to have dinner with them. He had stayed in Derek's newly set-up guest bedroom while she went home for one last night in her lakefront house, but her emotions made her want her father's comfort more than anything right now. They say they're just about ready for you, he said, looking at her, letting his eyes mist. You're beautiful. So much like your mother. I wish she was here. Megan dabbed under her eyes. Me too, he said, holding her face as he looked at her with an expression that made her feel completely loved. I'm so happy for you, dear. It eases my heart to know you have found a man who will protect you. Megan hugged her dad, thinking about the night she had to tell him not only about Tyler, but about her stalker. The mixture of emotions he shared surprised her, especially the relief of knowing that Tyler would take care of her. When he had met Tyler, it put him even more at ease, and her dad instantly gave him his blessing when Tyler had asked for her hand. Krista rushed down the hall, looking pretty in her pink smooth satin dress. She refused to be the flower girl, saying she was too old, but would be happy to be one of her bridesmaids. Cammie skipped behind her, wearing the frilly version of Krista's dress and holding a basket full of petals. Derek trailed after them with his mom. I'll take little baby bumpkin, Derek's mom said as she reached for the baby. Chastity's eyes trailed after him as if she didn't want to let him go, but as grandma and grandson turned the corner, Chastity turned back to Megan. Ready? Megan recalled all she had been through the last several months, how fast things had gone, but the thought of the look in Tyler's eyes whenever she met them solidified her conviction. Yes, I am. Jordan came down the hall, whistling just as they all came out. Where's that sweet young lady I have the privilege of walking down the aisle? Krista blushed, but she raised her hand. Here, she said, before leaning up to give Megan a kiss on the cheek. You'll do great. Then she took Jordan's arm. Jordan winked at Megan before escorting Krista out of the house and toward the barn. Guess we're next? Derek turned to Chastity. Are you ready, my lovely bride? Chastity turned toward Megan, readjusting a few wayward curls and straightening her dress here and there. Tyler is going to flip when he sees you, she said, taking Megan's hands in hers, her eyes filling with tears. I'm so glad you are here to stay. Megan blinked back the tears that were burning her eyes. Me too. Chastity gave her hand one last squeeze before taking Derek's arm and disappearing out of the house. That leaves us. Her dad smiled at her. I'm so proud of you, my dear. I'm sure your mother is smiling down on you right now. It's so good to have you here, Dad. She kissed him on the cheek, smelling his Old Spice aftershave that had always been her scent of comfort. It's a friendly town, he said as he offered her his arm. If you don't mind, I might think of staying in that little place of yours until your rent is up, since you'll be on the ranch. Really? Her heart warmed at the thought of having her dad close, of giving Krista the chance to experience a grandparent again. I'm kind of getting attached to this little family of yours. He wiped at his eyes. I can see why you moved so fast. It's hard not to fall in love with them right away. Oh, Daddy. Megan stopped to give him one last hug before they rounded the barn. I love you. And I love you, dear. He cleared his throat, straightened his tie, and gave her one last long look. Now let's get you married. The musical notes of the wedding march reached her ears, and the people standing on each side of the flowered walkway blurred into a surreal picture that made her feel as if she lived someone else's life, for surely this simple ranch wedding wasn't hers. It was the opposite of the huge church wedding that she had dreamed about since she was a little girl. Yet it made sense, as if she had finally come home, even if it was a home she never would have imagined for herself. She followed the flowers down the aisle, seeing Chastity and Krista smiling at her. Then her eyes met Tyler's, and the entire world disappeared, just as it had during that very first kiss. Her feet kept moving of their own accord, but her eyes never left his, and his never left hers, as they locked in an embrace that went past time, past memories and fears, past forgotten futures, and fully filled the moment. She knew right then she was meant to marry this man, and there was nowhere else she wanted to be than in his arms, whatever the scenery may look like. From somewhere far away, she was aware of the preacher talking, of her dad responding and kissing her cheek. When Tyler took her hands, everything came into focus as the present rushed in, leaving her breathless and ecstatic. She would never remember what the pastor said during the ceremony, but she would never forget what she felt, the bonding of her heart and Tyler's, something that could never break. Later, as she had her first dance with her husband, she realized that all of this happened because they both had the courage to hope, and she would forever be grateful that she kept hoping on change. Jordan. Jordan leaned against the tree, the rough bark of the pine digging into his back a reminder that he still existed, he still lived. At the moment, he didn't know if that was a miracle or a curse. The party continued on under the lights strung from tree to tree in Tyler's backyard. People danced and mingled with the backdrop of the glowing house that his crew had finished a mere month ago. It didn't look half bad. He would have to give his guys a bonus for the extra hours they put in as volunteers. People in this area would do anything for a kid in need, and Krista needed her home to look like a home when Tyler brought her back. He scanned the crowd to find Krista dancing with Cammie, her face aglow with joy. He rubbed at his chest, reminding himself he had just been a kid, newly married, too young to understand what that commitment had actually meant, much less taking on a kid that wasn't even his. His stomach soured. In fact, his entire midsection burned. He could blame it on the tri-tip or the macaroni salad, but he knew it had nothing to do with food or the internal workings of his body. She's good now. Look at her, it all worked out. Krista is finally where she should be. The self-talk didn't really help, not that much, not enough, but it was good to see that the girl he had refused to take on when her parents died was thriving and back home where she belonged. Soft footsteps drew his attention to a woman in shadows coming his way, the soft sounds of a mewling baby giving her away. Hey, Chastity said as she joined him in the dark of the trees. You okay? Fine and dandy, he said, forcing a smile to his face. You? Her brow scrunched together in concern, but she looked down at her infant making soothing sounds as his eyelids drooped, popped back open and drooped again. Yeah, she kept her voice low. Just trying to get the little guy to sleep away from all the noise. You're not afraid of bears? Jordan asked, adding amusement to his words. She guffawed. With all this racket? She shook her head. No, besides, I saw you come out here. Oh, so you're saying you thought I'd protect you from danger? He waggled his brow. Chastity laughed with a sigh. Oh, Jordan. You need a woman. Well, Megan's out now. Got any other friends? He chortled, but his eyes found Megan dancing in Tyler's arms. He's a good match for her. I agree, Chastity said, shifting the baby in her arms. Tell me about her. Jordan stiffened, every muscle feeling as if someone had zapped them with a taser, unable to loosen, gripping and holding, squeezing his bones. Who? Even his voice was tight. You know who, Chastity said gently. Your wife? Jordan breathed, slowing his breath, willing the oxygen into his muscles as he did while working to the point of exhaustion. Bit by bit his muscles eased, his bones relieved of their crushing force. He didn't know if it was being at yet another wedding of his friends, or the music that tugged on his soul, or Chastity's calm acceptance, but he found himself talking, forgetting who he was talking to, just letting the words flow out of him, like a dam that had finally released. "This is our song, you know. We danced to it at our wedding." He swayed a little. She had looked at me with such trust, such love. We were young, right out of high school. "High school sweethearts," Chastity said in such a soothing voice it didn't seem real. "Yeah. I started working with Pops, and she worked at the diner. We spent all our free time hanging out with friends at the lake, going riding, skiing, we were always doing." He shifted his weight. "Life couldn't have gotten better. Sounds like you two were quite the pair." He nodded, no longer seeing Megan and Tyler's wedding but his own. Then it sped forward to the funeral. Man, the house looked different back then. It all changed after Tabby and Dan died. Chastity stiffened next to him, but he only noticed in the way you notice the breeze making a branch sway. Tyler had arranged enough leave to see to the funeral, but he couldn't leave the service, not without facing desertion consequences. He asked me and Caitlin to take Krista on. Oh my. Chastity sucked in a breath. She was just a kid. She had spent most of the funeral hiding under the table. I didn't have the skill to do it. Caitlin wanted to. She begged me. I refused. He turned to Chastity, willing her to understand, though he didn't know why it was important. It wouldn't have been good for Krista. I wasn't ready to take on a child. He sighed. I could have handled it better, though. It took a long time for Tyler to forgive me, but many letters later he did. I don't think my wife ever got there, not that she didn't try. She did, she tried for years, but eventually, I think she lost the will to fight for me. She blamed you for not being ready? He shrugged, leaning against the tree again. I can't blame her. I was quite rude about it. I let fear speak, and I told her I would never be ready to have a child, that I wasn't father material, and if she ever thought to try to change that, she better just leave. Ouch, Chastity said in a hiss. Yeah, I was kind of a hothead. He took off his cowboy hat and ran a hand through his longish hair. You know what though? He reached out a calloused finger, gently touching her baby who now slept peacefully. Seeing all my friends having little ones of their own, having my business meet such success, and coming home to an empty house, save Buster of course, it makes me want to take those words back even more. Chastity kept silent for several moments, and he appreciated the time to process what he had said. Have you tried reaching out to her? Only in the beginning. Her family made it clear she wanted out of my life. How could I argue with that? He sighed, pushing off the tree. Anyway, we better get back to the shindig before all the punch is gone. You still love her, Chastity said, following him. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever stop. A shiver shook him from head to toe. He shrugged it off, along with a feeling of foreboding and loss, and set an arm on Chastity's shoulder. Come on. This is a wedding. Let's go find that bride and tell her embarrassing stories about Tyler. Even as he said the words though, he looked up into the starlit sky and another shiver coursed through him. He couldn't shake the memories of Caitlin. They played havoc in his stomach, as Chastity's words echoed within the cavern of his heart. You haven't reached out to her. By the time he made the lonely drive home, Buster yipping in his sleep, he had convinced himself that maybe he should try again, if nothing else, at least to apologize and tell her he was wrong. Was there a reason he couldn't keep hoping on forgiveness? Thank you for reading Hoping on Change. I hope you enjoyed Megan and Tyler's heartwarming story of finding the strength to hope. Did you enjoy Krista's character? I loved seeing how she grew from the surly, reclusive teen to allowing herself to trust again. It was so wonderful to see her joyful at the end of the story. Want to know more about how Krista settled in after the wedding? Follow the link in the description to download a free bonus chapter via BookFunnel. I am so excited to bring you Jordan's story next. This fun-loving guy with a heavy heart finally gets his second chance when his ex-wife returns to Hope Lake. She isn't there for nostalgic reasons though. She's hiding from someone attacking her family, and she has the cutest little girl in tow. To find out more about Jordan's story, listen to Hoping on Forgiveness next.